Good morning, everyone, and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 5:57 over on the East Coast and 2:57 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We do have several live cameras that you're looking at on the right side of your screen. The top right, that is a very empty United Center over in Chicago, as the DNC did wrap up last night, night 4, as Vice President Kamala Harris did officially accept her party's nomination for president. Down at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that is a live look over at the White House, as there are now 73 days left until the election. Connor Hansen was there in Chicago at the United Center and breaks down everything that happened.
In the most important speech of her political career so far, Vice President Harris made an appeal directly to voters on the final night of the Democratic National Convention. A historic night at the DNC, Vice President Kamala Harris making history by becoming the first black woman and South Asian American to accept a party's nomination.
I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
Harris kicked off the night by honoring President Biden.
When I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude.
She then pivoted to appeal directly to voters, getting personal about her middle-class upbringing and record as a prosecutor.
My entire career, I've only had one client, the people.
Harris also laid out her vision for America, focusing on issues like the economy, health care, and reproductive rights.
A strong middle class has always been critical to America's success, and building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency.
The vice president delivered her speech to a packed house of Democratic supporters, but she tried to reach her message past political barriers.
I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self.
Now that both parties have finished their conventions, the focus shifts to the first debate between former President Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris that will happen on September 10th. In Chicago, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much for that report, again from inside the United Center on the ground, following that for each and every day. Now, we have been speaking with Rich Rabino, political analyst, over the past several days, and actually talked to him right after Kamala Harris finished her speech. He joins us now live to discuss even further. Rich, good morning, and thank you so much for being here. I know you probably haven't had a lot of sleep, so we do appreciate it.
Not a problem, Josh. Not a problem at all.
All right, so first off, I do want to get your overall thoughts and reaction to that 40-minute acceptance speech from Kamala Harris.
Yeah, it was interesting. Her strategy in this was, you have to animate and galvanize the base, and she did that. But beyond that, she also, I think, wanted to try to go after those very, very elusive, very few actual persuadable voters. You could see that, for example, at one point she said, "You can trust me." She talked about the issue of the border. A lot of people thought that was kind of almost a bugaboo for her. She said directly about the border, something to the effect of, well, we say supported a bill. I think that's basically the talking point that's going to be if they supported a bill. It was supported by a conservative Republican. Shouldn't mention his name, but it was James Lankford of Oklahoma. So she said that they supported it and that Donald Trump was the reason that it did not pass. She defended veterans. She defended the military. Very, very interesting. Very much, I think, a typical center-left Democrat type of a speech. I think that she'll definitely get a bounce out of this. How much? My guess is between 3 and 5 points, and then we're going to go on to the debate. So then it's going to be kind of a blank slate after that.
And the DNC now officially over in Chicago. So what were some of the defining moments overall for you as you were watching the speeches and the different events that took place?
I think one thing was very interesting is that in terms of national security, the party is really becoming more muscular. They're becoming where the Republicans were basically from Dwight Eisenhower through Mitt Romney. I think that the Democratic Party specifically was always known as a little bit less interventionist party, but now Donald Trump kind of was very non-interventionist. Now they become more interventionist. Every time you heard the word Ukraine, for example, there was a round of applause. Leon Panetta, very hawkish, former former CIA director, former defense secretary, former OMB director in the Clinton administration, and chief of staff as well, former congressman in California, got up and spoke about the need for more national security. You saw Adam Kinzinger, very much a hawk. You might even call him a neoconservative, if you will, former congressman from Illinois and a Republican, got up and spoke about how he supports Vice President Harris for president. So very interesting. And I think the other thing that was interesting is that Vice President Harris addressed head on what's really the elephant in the room, which was the war in Gaza between Israel and Hamas. She said, well, the United States will always support Israel and will always protect Israel. She also said that there needs to be some sort of a ceasefire, that the hostages need to come home. But she did address that because that is interesting, because there were basically protests out there, and many on the left wing who would traditionally be allies, many of whom supported Joe Biden in 2020, are very incensed by the Biden and Harris administration, and what they believe is too supportive of Netanyahu and the Israeli government.
And you kind of already touched on this, but to have some big name Republicans like Adam Kinzinger speaking there at the DNC, what does that mean overall? Does that increase support on, let's say, the Republican side for a candidate like Kamala Harris?
Well, I don't think they're actually going to get many Republican votes. We're in a scenario where so bifurcated right now. Last time around, 94% of Republicans voted for Donald Trump, 94% of Democrats voted for Joe Biden. So there are very few actual Republicans they can get. What they can get is disaffected independents. And those independents, when they hear him speak, they know that it's essentially that the Democrats are looking for a big tent, that they're looking to spread, that they're looking to try to get as many independents in the Democratic column as possible. And that's what I think really the goal there was.
And I have to ask, because now we're looking ahead to the debate as we do see Kamala Harris take on Donald Trump on September 10th. How do you think that the debate between Harris and Trump is going to differ from what we saw with Trump and Biden?
It's really unpredictable because in the case of Joe Biden, we had seen him debate many times before in 2020. I think while he certainly underperformed, we generally knew what type of a debater he was. In the case of Vice President Harris, in 2000, she didn't even make it to 2020. In 2019, she had a few debates, and one of them she actually took on Joe Biden over busing. And in the other one, she was, I think that Tulsi Gabbard really took her on over her past support for over people that have done marijuana, who she said were in jail under her tenure as DA. And she didn't really have much of an answer for that. So my guess is she really is rusty and she really needs to prepare. From what I'm hearing, she already is preparing very much. But that would be the advice I would give, would be just to try to go back to, the previous debates that she had back in 2016, watch her past performances and try to determine how well try to determine how she's gonna debate Donald Trump. Donald Trump's obviously an interesting person to debate because he will very much go to the jugular. So the question for Vice President Harris is, do you go to the jugular back, or do you try to take the high road? My guess is that some sort of a happy medium.
Vance and Walz will take part in the vice presidential debate. I know it's kind of early on to really figure out, but what do we expect that to look like?
Yeah, that's interesting as well. In the case of Senator Vance, he's only really been, not only has he only been elected to one office, he's only ran for one office. He ran for the United States Senate seat, and he participated in some debates in the primaries. In one debate, he said, basically, I don't care what happens to the Ukraine in one of the Republican primaries, but he really doesn't have that much experience beyond that one Senate race. In the case of Governor Walz, he certainly, when he was running for Congress, going back to 2006, and then he ran for governor, and he had two rather formidable opponents in 2018 and 2022, respectively. Be interesting to see how they will they be respectful? I think the thought process is that Trump and Harris will probably not shake hands, but will they shake hands? Will they be respectful? I don't know. Last time around, Vice President Mike Pence and Senator Harris and Senator Harris at the time, Vice President Pence and I think and Senator Harris at the time, that is, I think had a really relatively close debate, comparatively speaking, compared to what was going on at the presidential level.
With Tim Walz, I feel as though we've seen maybe a shift in his demeanor, the way that he's acted, some changes since he was selected as the vice president candidate there. I know that we had heard in the past he talked a little faster. It seems like he's slowing down when he's speaking. What sort of changes have we seen with Walz really since he accepted that nomination for vice president?
Yes, they're definitely working on him. You've seen a lot of change with him ideologically, too. If you go back when he first ran for Congress, for example, in his congressional district in southern Minnesota, he was basically a blue dog type Democrat. He was somebody who, for example, would get A ratings for the National Rifle Association. He's also somebody who I think has an appeal to rural voters who have been leaving the Democratic Party in droves. And he's somebody who I think he's somebody who I think has probably changed a little bit. They're probably working a little bit on it. He gave a very powerful speech. It was very short, only about 15 minutes long, but it was very powerful. He had all the football players from Mankato High School were all out there. Very good performance, I think, for him generally. And I think that the American people tend to generally like him. That's probably why he got the nomination, even though he probably didn't bring in a state. He may have shared up Minnesota, but it came down to him, Governor Shapiro. And a lot of people are wondering why Vice President Harris chose him. But I think partly we now know the reason.
All right, my last question here before I let you go. As far as the different issues that folks are discussing, voters, as we do approach November, we have the economy, immigration, and of course the border. What do you think is the single most issue that people are making their decision on as they vote in November and decide between Trump and Harris?
I think it comes down to the economy, and the economy comes down to one thing: are Americans feeling it? We have there's inflation in the country. Some in the conservative side will say that it's an inflation crisis. But on the other hand, the job numbers look pretty good. If you look at it from an aggregate, Americans are not feeling it yet. That's the problem. And it reminds me a little bit of 1992 with George H.W. Bush. Part of the reason he lost to Bill Clinton is that Americans believed that the country was in a recession. Actually, the country was in a very mild recovery at the time. So it's interesting in terms of the economic numbers. Do the American people feel it? And that's one thing that the Biden-Harris administration, in terms of messaging, have really tried to promote the economy as much as they possibly can. We'll see how Vice President Harris and Governor Walz try to promote any economic plans this time around as well.
For sure. All right, Rich Rabino, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us and break it all down. Anything else that you want to add really about any of this before I let you go?
Just the whole thing about Governor Walz, it was interesting the way he really appeals. I think he has a certain appeal to rural voters from the Great Society, the New Deal, the Great Society used to be very much Democrat. There was a time, even in 1976, for example, that about a third of conservative voters actually voted for Jimmy Carter. And Jimmy Carter, the former governor of Georgia, won every solitary southern state that year except for Virginia. So there's a time that Southerners, that rural voters that the Democratic Party appealed to them, but they've obviously left in droves. I think Tim Walz is somebody that potentially could bring back a few of them into the fold.
All right, Rich Rabino, political analyst who hasn't slept in about 5 days. Hopefully you can go get a nap right now. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right, everybody, you are taking a live look over in Chicago, Illinois right now. That is a very empty United Center as cleanup will officially get underway following the DNC. Night 4 came to a close last night with Kamala Harris officially accepting the Democratic Party's nomination for president. Now, a lot of people were discussing who would be the special guest there. There were names that were thrown around. You had Taylor Swift, Beyonce, but as we know, it was neither of them. We didn't see either take the stage, and we know that TMZ had actually reported at one point that Beyonce was confirmed to be the guest. TMZ then put out this statement afterward when Beyonce wasn't there and said, to quote the great Beyonce, "We got to lay our cards down, down, down. We got this one wrong." So they apologized, of course, for getting the information incorrect, but we still trust them here at Live Now from Fox. We love TMZ. And yeah, you know, we all get one wrong occasionally. The time now 6:12 on the East Coast and 3:12 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 6:14 over on the East Coast and 3:14 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news from across the country and across the world. All throughout the week, we have been checking in with our Fox 32 Chicago team for their live team coverage as they break down the latest about the Democratic National Convention, which of course did come to a close last night. And now the focus is on cleanup efforts. Do you want to send it over to our Fox 32 Chicago team?
The White Palace Grill. At the time this happened, we're still waiting for specifics on that. Apparently several delegates from the DNC were inside the restaurant.
But it's indicative of the problem that we have in this country with gun violence. I'm wearing a Freedom from Gun Violence pin, and I think that's really meaningful. Because this is the reality that people face across this country. It's not just a Chicago problem, it's a Colorado problem too. It's a Nebraska problem, it's a Washington State problem, it's an Oregon problem. This is an American problem. It's uniquely an American problem.
Right now, we don't have information on who was shot, but we are told that they were driven to the hospital by somebody else.
The Democratic National Convention officially over.
Yes, and that means the fencing is about to come down. Streets are about to open back up. So let's check in with Joni live this morning for what we can expect in terms of teardown here. Hi, Joni.
Hi, Anthony. Hi, Anita. What we're seeing right now, the airport pickups as people get out of town, and people who have been working overnight to return things to normal here in Chicago. For the residents who have really put up with a lot, the street closures, the restrictions, and in some cases trespassing. This is Cermak at Indiana, where there are some workers right down the street removing some fencing. They began last night, and today's priority is to get major streets reopened. Crews began dismantling fences before DNC activities ended. OEMC officials say today they'll work on reopening the ramp from I-55 to Lakeshore Drive by 3 p.m. VIPs are still leaving Chicago, so that's going to be an inconvenience. And while they're doing this work, there still will be detours. Chicago officials are optimistic that Chicagoans can have their city back soon.
I would like to say that we're going to go at it immediately, but we'll assess what's going on. And as soon as we have the green light, we'll start breaking things down, and we'll make sure that everyone can start getting back to their regular sleep schedules.
At United Center, most of the impactful work begins on Saturday. They want to get the major streets reopened like Damon, which has been shut down. And they say for those area churches on the west side, they want to have those roads opened by 6 a.m. on Sunday. Reporting live in the South Loop, I'm Joni Lum. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Joni. A lot of people waiting on those. The Democratic National Convention is officially over. Both parties have finalized their tickets for the presidential election in November now. So, Vice President Kamala Harris officially accepting her party's nomination, and she pledges to be a president who moves the country forward.
I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power.
Vice President Harris will face former President Donald Trump in their first debate September 10th. Early voting here in Illinois, in person or by mail, starts September 26th.
All right, there were issues outside the United Center as the crowd tried to get in for the keynote speech. Whether it was all about Harris or the rumors that Beyonce was going to make an appearance, we're not sure, but the DNC tells us that they decided to restrict access to the UC in consultation with the Chicago Fire Department. Officials did confirm at one point they considered moving things over to Soldier Field, but they couldn't make the logistics or security work.
So as we mentioned, Vice President Kamala Harris formally accepting that nomination from the party last night for the Democratic presidential nomination.
Yes, indeed. Paris Schutz, he was there, and he has the details on the final night of the DNC.
Most of the crowd is left. There are probably more balloons than folks. Look at the size of this balloon right here. This is a big balloon, but the entire ground full of balloons. We're told 100,000 balloons dropped from the floor after Harris ended her speech. As you see, some of the revelers that just do not want to leave because it was an electrifying moment here in Chicago. As Mayor Johnson had said, the city that invented electricity. I don't know if he's historically accurate on that, but he said that. Anyway, we're going to be joined right now by someone who refuses to leave. He just wants to soak this moment in. State Representative Cam Buckner, what did you think tonight?
Tonight was incredible, Paris. There was so much energy in this building, so many people who are excited about what the vice president said and about the future. As you said, people are still not leaving because they're soaking in the energy. I still am. It was a fantastic night.
All right, so had you seen Bulls games here, Bulls playoff games, Stanley Cup championships? How did this compare to that?
I've seen huge Bulls games, huge Blackhawks games, really cool concerts here. But the energy here for this convention was unlike anything I've ever seen in this building.
Tell me about the Illinois delegation. How are they reacting?
We're excited. We are unified, folks from around the state, every single region. We've been talking about what this means, and we've all committed to do the work to help the vice president get over the hump. That means we're going to Wisconsin. That means we're going to Michigan. That means tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. I'm flying to Charlotte. That means we're going to start doing the work immediately.
Tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. you're flying to Charlotte. Now, will you be partying until that moment?
Well, we'll see. There's a lot going on tonight. There's some parties at Soldier Field and at the Salt Shed for folks to kind of just relax and release after 5 days or 4 days of really great revelry here. We'll see, but we've got to get right back to work tomorrow morning.
Okay, State Representative Cam Buckner capping off a very Chicago-style convention.
Thousands of protesters with the coalition to march on the DNC demonstrated one final time during the final night of the convention. This was the scene near Union Park late last night. There were about 200 demonstrators and a big police presence there as well, as you can see. The original protests ended around 8 p.m. but did start back up a little while later as they tried to take over the street. Police Superintendent Larry Snelling spoke about the collaborative efforts between organizers and police to keep everyone involved safe.
I can't say enough about the organizers who had their marshals moving along, and when someone was getting out of control, they would step in and help calm that down. And it shows that when you have some type of contact and collaboration with those who are organizing, that you can have a peaceful First Amendment gathering.
Well, a few dozen arrests were made earlier in the week, and some tense moments did unfold during various rallies. Things have remained largely peaceful.
Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump campaigned in Sierra Vista, Arizona. Immigration is considered one of the most important issues in the upcoming presidential election. Trump took a swipe at Harris there, saying he knows that she wants open borders. The Republican presidential candidate blamed the Biden-Harris administration's policies for the death of a 37-year-old Maryland mother of 5 who was allegedly raped and killed by an undocumented migrant last year.
In her neighborhood, she was brutally raped and murdered by an illegal alien who was led into America by Kamala Harris and her policies of stupidity. Savage person who committed this heinous crime first killed another woman in El Salvador before walking across our open border.
Harris was assigned to examining the root cause of migration from Central America, but the responsibility of immigration policy actually lies with the head of Homeland Security. Today, former president and his running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, will continue stumping in Arizona with the campaign rally in Glendale, and we'll see if there are any other major announcements made at that rally.
We'll see.
And there could be, as we are hearing, that it could potentially be a special guest, maybe RFK Jr., who is there. We'll keep you updated on Live Now from Fox as all of that does play out. Do want to show you some of the video from last night. You heard our Fox 32 Chicago team talking a little bit about this, but you can see police actually clashing there with the protesters last night as crowds were marching toward the Democratic National Convention there in Chicago. Now, this video right here was recorded on location by a journalist identified as Brendan Gutenschwager. It shows police telling the protesters to, quote, please step back, with Gutenschwager describing the scene as, quote, chaotic. The crowd was later seen stopping traffic and asking drivers if they supported Palestine. Gutenschwager later reported that most demonstrators had dispersed and left the area. But again, this video showing a lot of those clashes there, one of many that we've seen over the past several days as the Democratic National Convention coming to a close over in Chicago, Illinois. Not clear if we will get another news conference from Chicago police later on today about security and kind of an overall view as we have gotten in the past few days. But if we do get that, we'll make sure to bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now 6:24 on the East Coast and 3:24 on the West Coast. We are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more coverage to get to in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. It's Friday, August 23rd. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. 6:27 over on the East Coast, 3:27 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, breaking news, and live events. You are taking a live look inside the United Center there as the Democratic National Convention coming to a close last night, with Kamala Harris officially accepting the nomination for president from the Democratic Party. After her 40-minute speech, Fox News did speak over the phone with former President Trump to get his take. I do want to play that interview for you right now.
Joining us now by phone, the 45th President of the United States, former President Donald Trump. Mr. President, thank you for joining us. You were truth socialing along this speech. What is your first reaction to it real time tonight?
Well, the biggest reaction is why didn't she do the things that she's complaining about? All of these things that she talked about, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do everything. But she didn't do any of it. She could have done it 3.5 years ago. She could do it tonight by leaving the auditorium and going to Washington, D.C. and closing the border. She doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border and created the safest border we've ever had in the history of our country. She could have done all of these things, and she could still do them. She's got 4.5, 5 months left. She can go there right now. She can do all of the things, many of the things that she's talking about and complaining about. It was a lot of complaining. She didn't talk about China. She didn't talk about fracking. She didn't talk about crime. She didn't talk about 70% of our people are living in poverty. She didn't talk about housing, really. The trade deficit. She didn't talk about child trafficking that she's allowed to happen because she was the border czar and she presided over the weakest border in the history of our country. It's an invasion. I was there today, as you know, Brett. It's an invasion of our country taking place at our border, our southern border. It's a total invasion. And now it's starting at our northern border also, through Canada. And she didn't talk about any of that because she talks, but she doesn't do. It's no action. But, you know, look, other than that, it was a nice-looking room.
Mr. President, Martha McCallum here. She said that she is promising middle-class tax cuts, and she says that if you are elected, it will cost Americans $3,900 more a year in increased taxes. She's tying all of that to this Project 2025. That's where that number is coming from. What do you say to that?
Well, she knows I have nothing to do with Project 25. They throw it out. A group of people got together. They did a thing. I haven't even seen it. I don't want to see it. I told them specifically, I don't want to see it. People know where I stand. I lower taxes. She's raising taxes. She's going to give a tax increase of 4 to 5 times what people and companies are paying right now. The country will go into a depression if they do it. She didn't talk about interest rates. I mean, the interest rates are now getting close to record rates. People can't do business. Nobody can borrow money. People can't go to the American dream and buy a house because they can't afford the interest rates. And even if they could, the money isn't available. She didn't talk about any of that. Now, if she got in, look, she's a Marxist. She always was. She always will be. She's going to leave the border open. I was there today, and the Border Patrol, as you know, gave me total endorsements and all of that. I've gotten endorsed by almost every major police group in the United States. But she is a Marxist with open borders. She's not going to have any fracking in Pennsylvania. She's going to close down the oil and gas industry, and our country is going to go bust. She didn't talk about the $35 trillion which I was going to start paying off with liquid gold that we have right under our feet. We were going to start paying off debt, lowering taxes still further. And, you know, she wants to raise the taxes on corporations. What they're going to do is pick up and move to another country, like the pharmaceutical industry moved to Ireland and they moved to other places. Many of these industries will just they're international companies. If she raises taxes like she wants to do on companies, there go those jobs. I'm more interested in the jobs than the companies. But there go those jobs. And what's going to happen, Martha, they're going to pick up, they're going to move to another country. They're going to pick up and move to another country where they're going to be promised taxes at half the numbers that she's talking about and more than that.
Mr. President, on the issue of immigration, Vice President Harris, like many Democrats in this hall throughout this week, have used the bipartisan Senate bill and your efforts to lobby Republicans not to move forward with that, to use the issue in this election as part of this speech. She said she will sign that bipartisan bill. She, to your point, doesn't talk about executive orders that could have been launched in the beginning of the Biden administration. But how do you respond to that? And are you ready to debate Kamala Harris on September 10th, given what you heard tonight?
Well, number one debate on September 4th at Fox, and she turned it down. Because, as you know, Brett, I was willing to debate with you and Martha. I was going to debate on September 4th. She turned it down. And I'm willing to debate on, I don't like ABC. I think ABC is probably the worst of the group. But I'm willing to do ABC. I was willing to do CNN with Joe Biden, and you saw what happened there. I mean, CNN does not treat me or Republicans very good. But I was willing to do it because it was the only way I could get to debate him and ask him how that turned out. But look, I am willing to debate, and I think we should do much more than one debate. But you know better than anybody, I'm ready, willing, and able because I told you yes, and she turned you down.
And on the immigration issue?
On the immigration, it's very simple. The bill was horrible. It would have allowed millions of people to pour into our country. It would have been horrible. It was a horrible bill. It was a joke. She doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border. I had the safest border in the history of our country. I closed it up. As president, now she'll have to get Joe to do it, but she could probably have a lot to do with that, right? Now Joe's missing. He's on a beach in California. But you know what? All she has to do, or all he has to do, is say, I want to close the border. The border is closed as of now. They don't need bills. They don't want to close the border. I stood at the border today in 100-degree weather, and I will tell you, it's a dangerous place. And I was being told by Secret Service and a lot of other law enforcement, sir, it's really dangerous here. I think it's time to leave. You wouldn't believe the things that I saw at that border. She's the border czar. Now she wants to deny that, but she's the border. In any event, she was in charge of the border. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border so unsafe as this one. 20 million people have poured into our country, many of them from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylum, and record number of terrorists. And other countries are releasing their prisoners from their jails. They're emptying out their jails into the United States of America because of her incompetence and her bad border policies. She is a horrible, horrible person to run this country. We won't have a country if she gets elected.
Let me ask you this, sir. There has been a huge appeal and momentum for women voters. She's trying to pull the youth vote, the Hispanic vote, the black vote back in her direction. Polls show that she's having some success in that at this point. So what are you going to do? What's your strategy to rebuild the momentum that you had with those voters?
No, she's not having success. I'm having success. I'm doing great with the Hispanic voters. I'm doing great with black men. I'm doing great with women because women want safety. They want safety. And they don't have safety when they have somebody allowing 20 million people into our country, many of them very dangerous people. No, it's only in your eyes that they have that, Martha. We're doing very well in the polls. We're leading in most of the polls. And in the swing states, we're leading in almost every one of them.
Mr. President, let me interrupt.
The auto workers are voting for me because you're not going to have an auto industry if she gets elected. They're going to all electric cars. All electric cars are going to be made in China. And you're not going to have, you literally will not have an auto industry. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed of themselves. They sold the workers down the tubes.
Two quick things as we wrap up here, Mr. President. Tomorrow, do you expect to be endorsed by Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? And are you making a specific effort in Georgia to make up, if you will, with the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp?
Well, I just saw Brian on a very good man. Did you ever hear of a man named Sean Hannity? And he was interviewed by Sean Hannity. And he was very nice, and he said he wants Trump to win, and he's going to work with me 100%. And I think we're going to have a very good relationship with Brian Kemp. And that was on just before you people went on with that speech that we just listened to.
And RFK Jr.?
It just happened. And as far as RFK, I've had a great relationship with him over the years. I respect him. He respects me. I have no idea if he's going to endorse me. I know he's got a news conference. We happen to be in the same state. Arizona will be in the same state, but in quite different parts of the state. But it's possible we will be meeting tomorrow, and we'll be discussing it. He said, look, he was treated very unfairly by the Democrats. He would have beaten Joe Biden in a Democrat primary. I have no doubt about it. And they made it absolutely impossible for him. They made it that you have to get 60, 70% of the vote just to get in. And you know what?
President.
In the end, the Democrats did the same thing to Joe Biden. They threw Joe Biden out of the party.
And that's
they
why
did
we
the
saw a
same
different
thing
night
as they did to RFK.
Mr. President, thank you so much for the time. We appreciate that live feedback.
All right, that was former President Trump reacting to the address from Kamala Harris at the DNC last night. Speaking, of course, there with Fox News, so we do appreciate them providing that interview to us here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more coverage here on your top stories, breaking news, and live events coming up in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 6:40 on the East Coast and 3:40 on the West Coast. Do want to check in with some of our different Fox affiliates across the country, as we do have an update to a very disturbing story that we've been covering out of Orange County, Florida. That is the Orlando area. Stephen Stearns accused of sexually abusing and killing 13-year-old Maddie Soto. New documents obtained by our Fox 35 Orlando team this week show the teen's mother may have known about alleged abuse. In a fiery conclusion to an Orange County Sheriff's Office incident report, a detective writes that Jennifer Soto continuously protected Stearns. Stearns was charged with the teen's murder back in April and is also facing dozens of charges related to sexual abuse, like battery, molestation, and child porn-related crimes. No one else has been charged in Madeleine's case as of now. Marie Ettinger with Fox 35 Orlando breaking down the latest.
The new reports say Maddie's teachers and peers knew something was wrong. They just didn't know what. The mother told detectives at first she was hyper vigilant and wouldn't trust her boyfriend, Stephen Stearns, alone with Maddie. But in time, she gave in and told deputies she let the two of them spend time alone.
So it doesn't make sense.
New records show just how troubled Maddie Soto seemed to those around her.
She said that when she turned 13, she would run away. I don't know why.
Friends told detectives about Maddie seeming pretty sad and about her having a meltdown days before her death.
Occasionally she would start crying. Yeah. You think that happened about once a month?
Probably. I can't really remember, but sometimes it would just happen.
It wasn't just Maddie's peers who thought something was wrong, though. A counselor told detectives Madison would have sleepy days where she came in, put her head down, and did nothing. And he suspected she may have been depressed. Another counselor noted Maddie had talked about Stearns before, saying he was weird and made her uncomfortable, and said her grades improved after December when Stearns left their home. New photos from deputies show doodles in the teen's math notebook depicting oral sex on one page and summertime sadness written in another, with another quote saying, "I've got my eyes on you." A girlfriend of Stearns told deputies she stopped talking to him after a conversation she recalled where Stearns told her he was sleeping next to Maddie and woke up with an erection. Stearns' own father told deputies he'd spent a lifetime lying to his parents.
Before I left the house the other night, I turned to my wife and I said, "Do we really know Stephen? Can we honestly say we really know?"
But that's the man Maddie's mom let sleep next to her, unsupervised, time and time again.
Of course, it would be weird anywhere else. A little girl sleeping with a man that's not her dad. It sounds weird, but I trusted him enough to let that even happen.
In a fiery conclusion to an Orange County Sheriff's Office incident report, a detective writes Jennifer Soto continuously protected the man accused of sexually abusing and killing her daughter, saying when questioned why she prioritizes Stearns over her daughter, at one point she referred to, quote, the sex stuff as not evil. The detective writes, it appeared to me she had already accepted the victimization that was happening, and her emotion appeared fictitious. Stearns has a status hearing October 14th. In the studio, Marie Ettinger, Fox 35 News.
Marie, thank you so much for that report there. Again, a very disturbing story. We will make sure to keep you updated as we do get more information. 6:44 on the East Coast and 3:44 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, breaking news, and live events. We do have this live image inside the United Center, which looks a lot different than it did over the past several days as cleanup is officially underway after the DNC, all of it concluding last night with the acceptance speech from Vice President Kamala Harris as she accepted the party's nomination for president in 2024, taking on, of course, Donald Trump in November. We are going to have continuous coverage of that all throughout the morning, but of course we'll bring you other live and breaking stories as we do get them. 6:44 on the East Coast. We're going to head to a quick break, but we'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 647 on the East Coast, 347 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. You are taking a live look outside the United Center there over in Chicago as the DNC coming to an end here. Vice President Kamala Harris officially accepting the Democratic Party's nomination for president. During night 4 of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, some big names took the stage, but it all led up to a speech from Harris where she said she was ready to take on former President Trump in November. Now, up next is going to be those debates. Trump and Harris will go head-to-head on Tuesday, September 10th at 9 p.m. Eastern Time in Philadelphia. As the vice presidential debate, that is set for October 1st, just a month before the election. Senator J.D. Vance and Governor Tim Walz will face off in New York City. We'll have coverage of all of this as we do get closer to those debates. In the meantime, do want to check in with our Fox 5 New York team as they have extensive coverage of night 4 of the DNC.
The Democratic presidential nominee, Kamala Harris, will be back in the nation's capital today.
And comes after she made history on the final night of her party's convention. Good Day's Robert Moses joins us now with what she had to say in her big night. Good morning, Robert.
Dan and Tashani, good morning to you. As a prosecutor, Kamala Harris would begin her arguments in court by identifying herself, Kamala Harris, for the people. Well, for the people remains her motto today, she says, but it means something different. She promises that if elected, she will represent all of the people, even those who don't vote for her.
I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
Having dispensed with the night's first order of business, Vice President Kamala Harris, a career prosecutor, did what she has done countless times before. She prosecuted a case. But this one is unlike any that has ever crossed her desk. This time, she argued against electing the 45th President of the United States again.
In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails.
The vice president tied former President Donald Trump to Project 2025, a sprawling conservative blueprint for a future Republican administration that he has tried to disavow.
Simply put, they are out of their minds.
The vice president spoke for about 40 minutes, a much shorter address than the more than 90-minute speech former President Trump delivered at the Republican National Convention. Vice President Harris accused the former president of displaying autocratic tendencies.
I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump.
To which the former president replied on Truth Social, the tyrants are laughing at her. She's weak and ineffective. Vice President Harris defended Israel's right to defend itself and said she and President Joe Biden are working on a deal to release the hostages and end the suffering in Gaza. She promised to reprise the border security deal that the former president helped scuttle and enact a middle-class tax cut to benefit more than 100 million Americans.
Our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans.
100,000 red, white, and blue balloons had just fallen from the rafters at the United Center when former President Trump called into Fox News to react to the speech.
She is a horrible, horrible person to run this country. We won't have a country if she gets elected.
And former President Trump will be back on the trail today. He speaks in Las Vegas this afternoon, then in Glendale, Arizona tonight. His campaign has teased a special guest appearing with him in Arizona. The speculation is that guest will be Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is expected to drop out of the presidential race and endorse him. Kennedy has already filed paperwork to withdraw from the race in Arizona. Tashani?
All right, Robert, thank you.
A big thank you there to Robert Moses with our Fox 5 New York team for breaking it all down. Again, that 4-day convention now officially over in Chicago, and cleanup is underway. Now, as he was mentioning, we do expect that we are going to hear from RFK Jr. later on today, speaking in the Phoenix area. And then about 5 hours later, former President Trump is speaking in the same general area, and we are told he will have a special guest. So as Robert said, there's a lot of speculation that that special guest could be RFK Jr. You can watch both of those speeches right here, live, raw, and uninterrupted on Live Now from Fox. Now, a bit earlier, we did play for you an interview that Fox News did with former President Trump after Kamala Harris's speech. We also have one they conducted with Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, getting his reaction. Do you want to play that for you now?
Our next guest was a major advocate for President Biden's reelection. On Tuesday, he delivered the final delegates of the convention to his fellow Californian Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's welcome California Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom.
Good to be with you. That's a hell of a few weeks, those two clips.
That's an evolution. You were one of the last high-profile defenders.
Yeah.
You stuck in there.
That's how I was raised. You don't turn your back on someone who's had our back, and you go home, as my dad used to say, with the one who brought you to the dance. So I believe in the character and decency of Joe Biden and his administration, so I was proud to do that.
You know, you're one of the up-and-coming stars. You're already a star in the Democratic Party. Why are you not speaking at this convention?
I spoke on the floor. It's what I was asked to do, and I'm doing everything I'm being asked to do, and you'll see me plenty out on the campaign trail for both the president and with the vice president himself.
There's a lot of feeling of enthusiasm coming, every night. It's, the people in this hall are fired up. But taking this to the campaign trail, if you look at the latest polls, the direction of the country, right direction 25.3%, wrong track 64.8%. Why? Why is it on the wrong
Man, we've been polarized and traumatized. The last 3.5 years have been difficult. The last 5, 6, 7 years.
That's a Biden-Harris administration.
The Trump administration, COVID. I mean, the challenge
against an incumbent that is a Biden-Harris.
We had 14.8% unemployment in April of 2020. We lost 154,000 manufacturing jobs during the Trump years. We're just coming out of this recession. We're finally taming inflation. We're finally.
You hear what you're saying. You're erasing the last 3.5 years.
No, I'm saying I think it's more directional. I think it's been a challenging time for this country for many, many years, even before Biden and Harris were elected.
And they couldn't get it done to change the tide.
My God, I mean, we're the envy of the world. Don't take my word for it, Wall Street Journal, in terms of economic growth.
But we're not the envy of the domestic wrong track, right track.
I know. Same time, we've seen record number of jobs, 11 times more jobs created by the Biden-Harris administration, even with the adjustment today of 818,000 jobs.
Which is a little weird, don't you think?
That means 14.9 million jobs since they got into office. That is, Brett, 11 times more than the last 3 Republican administrations combined. The lowest black unemployment, Hispanic unemployment, the lowest unemployment for women in our lifetime, an American manufacturing policy, an industrial policy that's worker-centered, that's advantaging red and rural districts of this country more than it is even blue.
And I appreciate all those stats, but what I'm saying is that when I listen to these speeches, it sounds like you're running against an incumbent, Donald Trump. But it's not the incumbent Donald Trump. It is Biden-Harris in the White House.
Yeah, but right now you feel the fresh air of progress. You just do. You can't deny that. And there's a stale air of normalcy, a stale air of the past represented in Donald Trump. And I mean this sincerely. I know this tough audience that's going to take it from me. He's derivative of himself. He's less interesting. I'm less interested. He's not as entertaining. He seems way off his game. For some time now, ever since his convention speech, something just seems off.
But for the people that say he gets it done, and it's not hope and change and touchy-feely stuff, it is substance and policy, what do you say to them? There's some people that think there should be more meat on the bone on this policy. If you go to the Harris website, there is no policy listed on the website.
Well, I'm happy to compare and contrast policies coming from the Trump campaign that have the form and substance of fog. This is a convention. This is about why and what. Karl Rove said it best today. In an op-ed he wrote, says there's plenty of time for policy details. It's the Biden-Harris administration as it relates to the IRA and the CHIPS and Science Act, as it relates to policies to bring down the cost of prescription drugs, all extraordinarily popular programs with the American people. We have seeded tremendous amount of economic opportunity across this country, and she has the opportunity tonight to turn the page on the past to your point, legitimate point, and talk about a compelling future where everyone feels included.
What about her past? When she ran in 2019 for president, she had a lot of policies, specific policy ideas that now we only have paper statements that they are saying that's completely different. Banning fracking, where she is on Medicare for all, immigration, all of these things are a 180. Is she going to explain that to us tonight?
Well, she's been part of the Biden-Harris administration. She's been in office
exactly for the last three and a half
years. So she has a record of accomplishments that I'll put up. I mean, come on, compare the accomplishments of this administration on infrastructure to the 4 years of the Trump administration.
But Governor, who is
compare
she?
And contrast.
If you were running for president, wouldn't you say what you were for specifically? And if it differed dramatically from where you were just a few years ago, you would explain to people why you changed.
And she's been our nominee for how many minutes?
30 days.
Okay.
I mean, how about an interview? One interview.
How about getting through the convention? How about having the former roll call event with the 482 votes that we put her over the top from the state of California? How about a little grace under the circumstances of this remarkable moment in U.S. history? And let's have a real conversation. You want an economic policy to compare and contrast? We know what Trump's is. A 10% tax on the American people on $3.1 trillion of goods, a 60% tax.
Okay, you're talking about tariffs. He hasn't laid down an all across the board tariff. He hasn't done that yet, and that's not true. Here we go. Kamala Harris from California. I want to go down that road because you know her. She backed the Freedom Fund that put murderers, rapists back on the street, still up and running. Harris promoted the bail fund in June 2020 that helped Black Lives Matter rioters out of jail, but only a fraction of the more than 41 million actually went to freeing rioters. That's from Minneapolis. Then she also did Prop 507 in California, which is coming under a lot of criticism.
Which is 507? I know a lot of propositions. I've never heard of 507.
The writing of how the prosecution for small crimes.
Oh, Prop 47.
47, I'm sorry.
Yeah, which is, by the way, the 10th toughest threshold in the United States of America, meaning you can steal up to $950 of goods and it will be charged as a misdemeanor. You can steal $2,500 in the state of Texas. Why you're not focusing on those other 40 states is beyond me. 10th toughest felony threshold in the United States of America.
That's a fact. That she was a tough prosecutor in California is going to
You remember her primary for president? She was attacked from the left for being too tough, for being prosecutor, for having a prosecutorial mindset. So look, I mean, all these things, this is all fair game. But at the end of the day, she's got a record of accomplishments as being part of the Biden-Harris administration. We've seen inflation tamed down to 2.9%. No one's denying the inflation scars. No one's denying what's happened around the world, with a few exceptions around the globe as it relates to the impacts of COVID in supply chains, a war in Ukraine, and the impacts that's had on the global economy. But no country has done better, and no investments have been made comparable anywhere in the world as profound and meaningful as the industrial policies that have been seeded by the Biden-Harris administration.
This theme of this convention, a lot of it is about freedom. You have criticism of Governor Tim Walz and how he handled COVID-19. Obviously, you took criticism about how you handled COVID-19, that there was a real crackdown on people's businesses and how they dealt with things. How do you say that was freedom?
Well, I mean, in health, wealth, and education, states like California outperform states like Florida. They laid claim to be freedom states, even though they're banning books, banning speech in the boardroom and the classroom, banning women's rights, right to choose. I mean, you want to compare and contrast, pretty easy. We believe in bodily autonomy. We believe in the freedom to love, freedom to go to school without fear of being gunned down. We care more about our children than the National Rifle Association. I'll take this debate head on any day of the week on freedom. And don't forget, I was doing ads a couple of years ago on this saying, how in the hell are we losing the debate on freedom? And with respect, during COVID, Donald Trump himself was out there promoting a lot of these policies, supporting this policy. I don't think that. I know that because I was working.
He was not supporting going after people and having neighbors snitch on neighbors.
Well, no one, that wasn't about, but as it relates to the concerns
Walz's case, it was. All right, I'm going to leave you with this.
Another,
the Republicans are going to focus on immigration. You know this, immigration and the border.
Yes, sir.
San Diego becomes the latest hotspot in the border crisis. The percent of change increase in California. It's dropped dropping in the Texas sectors. It's up in San Diego of illegal immigrants. The flow of illegal immigrants, how many have come over under this administration, Biden-Harris. It is a major, major issue for a lot of America.
Well, it's a major issue for me as we had a chance to do something substantive by adding 1,500 new border agents, 4,300 new asylum officers, 100 new judges, $650 million for the border wall, and Donald Trump killed it because he wanted it as a campaign issue. He wanted to demagogue it. I don't disagree with you. I'm the border state governor with the largest land port in the Western Hemisphere. I was just down there again last week in cartel tunnels, not just above around the walls. I put 394 National Guard men and women on the border to address the issue of
Why is it not working?
It has been working.
It's
California,
clearly not.
You guys haven't been running screaming headlines most of the last 4 years. California has done our best to put a lid on this, but it's a federal responsibility, a federal framework. And since the executive order, border crossings are down below where they were during the Trump administration. I hope someone here would give a little grace to the accomplishments of the Biden administration and the EO.
We've done that. We've talked about the lowering numbers, but if you look at where they were 3 years ago, it's still up again.
Yeah, and under Trump, it was higher than under the Obama administration.
And we appreciate you coming on and taking tough questions. Is there any little part of you that wants to be on that stage tonight accepting this nomination?
No, there's
just a little bit.
No.
Just a little bit.
No, I don't need the stress in my life. I like my kids. I like spending time with them. I was able to bring them to school, first day of school on Monday. That's the joy that I'm experiencing, not just the joy that's expressed in the convention. I'll be in the front row. You'll see me applauding a friend of almost 30 years. We knew each other before we were both in politics. It's a point of deep pride, and what an honor it is to be here as governor, representing a great state despite all our challenges. And it's an honor to be here with you as the music.
They started the orchestra, Governor.
Settles in.
That's like the Oscars. We got to wrap it up.
Unbelievable fourth night,
Governor. We appreciate you coming in. Thank you.
A big thank you there to Fox News as they did speak with Gavin Newsom and provided us that interview right there. Taking a live look inside the United Center at this hour here, just past the 7 o'clock hour on the East Coast and 4 o'clock on the West Coast. Vice President Kamala Harris officially accepting the Democratic Party's nomination for president. During night 4 of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, we know that some big names took the stage, but it all led up to a speech from Harris where she said she was ready to take on former President Trump in November. Up next, of course, are going to be the debates. We know that Tuesday, September 10th at 9 p.m. Eastern. That is when Trump and Harris will face off in Philadelphia. It is possible there could be some more debates, but as of right now, that is the only one that is officially scheduled. Do want to talk more about all of this, including 4 days of the Democratic National Convention. Let's bring in Mark Shanahan, associate professor in the politics department at the University of Surrey, also an expert in American politics. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us.
Very pleased to be with you after what's been a pretty long night.
I was going to say, I know you haven't slept much, so we definitely appreciate it. Overall thoughts of Kamala Harris's acceptance speech there, a 40-minute speech. She touched on a lot of different topics. What were your overall thoughts?
It really was the highlights of a pretty positive 4 days. A month ago, the Republican Party really wanted this to be Joe Biden's wake, and it turned into more of a Kamala carnival, if you like. She managed last night to bind together her personal story with some policy outlines. We got a calling card for America, and this was the first time really that she'd been able to step out of the shadow of President Biden and really begin to tell America her story, who she is, what she stands for, and what she hopes to bring to America. It was an elegant speech. It was quite a short speech. It managed to really mix foreign policy ideas with economy ideas, so fighting for the middle classes, which perhaps we hadn't heard quite so much from her before. Treading a tightrope over Israel and Gaza, lots of support for Ukraine. But really, I guess for me, this was the first time I'd seen a very passionate Kamala Harris. And what it will have done is banished a lot of the missteps from when she last campaigned back in 2019, 2020 in the Democrat primary. The fumbling Kamala Harris then was not present last night.
Of course, we know the four-day event, so to speak, is now wrapped up there in Chicago. What were some of the defining moments aside from Kamala Harris's speech?
I think the final goodbye from Joe Biden. He stepped up to the podium. We had a lot more focused Joe Biden talking to a very, very supportive audience, able to begin to set his legacy. Still going after Donald Trump, still talking of Trump in those demagogic terms. Trump is the big existential enemy. After Biden left the stage, I think we saw a real change in emphasis. There were still attacks on the Republicans, still attacks particularly on Donald Trump, but it was much more pragmatic. There was call after call after call from speakers to get out there and do something. So whether this was the Obamas, where probably Michelle outshone Barack Obama, whether it was Coach Walz and the whole introduction of this new almost mythical average Joe American figure that is vice presidential candidate Tim Walz. There was also the feeling of both in Harris's speech and in many of the other speeches, trying to diminish Donald Trump, to move away from this big and fearsome monster as painted by Joe Biden to somebody who is beatable for the Democrats in a very, very, very tight race. They have to sell the story that Donald Trump can be beaten. And we did get that across the four nights.
I'm going to ask you a very difficult question here because there's a lot of different possible answers overall. But can you list for me some of Trump's overall strengths and weaknesses, as well as Kamala Harris's strengths and weaknesses? Again, I know a very involved question there.
Okay, if we had 6 hours, I'd probably do this justice. In a couple of minutes, one of the strengths and weaknesses of Donald Trump is what you see is what you get. We know Trump, he is a known quantity. We know what he stands for. His positions haven't really varied very much since 2016. We know where he stands on the economy, on crime, on immigration. We know, even in a very strange way, he is a very good communicator who connects with the public. None of those things change. They can be strengths. They may also prove to be his weaknesses. Perhaps he's not quite so nimble. He still seems to be fighting Joe Biden for this race a month after Biden dropped out. He is now coming across as far and away the older character. And he is also not brilliant at sticking to policy. When he is talking to an audience, he is far, far happier delivering the Trump show, going off into the asides, going off script, attacking those he sees as his enemies, which kind of loses the focus on the economy, on immigration, on the good things that he did in his presidency that he really needs to sell back to the American public. With Harris, something of an unknown character. Strengths, she's much younger, she's bringing real energy. Last night, we saw for the first time real passion in her delivery and a much more focused delivery. She's a prosecutor. She brings that kind of forensic strength, which will be really, really interesting to see when we get to the debate. She has got a decent record to stand on. It's difficult when you're vice president, because you have to stand foursquare with the president. But going back to California, she was a tough prosecutor. She's been attacked by the left on that in the past. Economics, we're beginning to see the story, but it's very broad brush at the moment. A weakness is that we haven't yet got that depth of policy idea. She's really got to get out and articulate that on the stump across the country. Possibly a strength, possibly a weakness. She is still very much an unknown quantity. A weakness for her is she's only got 2 and a bit months to make America vote for her.
And that actually leads me into my next question here, because we know that just about every time that former President Trump sees a camera or reporter, he walks up and he does talk to them. Kamala Harris at this point has gone, really since she made the announcement that she was going to run, for president, she has not done a news conference where she's answered questions from reporters. Do you think overall that could hurt her, as you said, someone who a lot of people don't necessarily know a lot about?
She's seeming to do okay at the moment, talking direct to Americans, so not having that filter of the media there. Obviously, she's being attacked by the Republicans for it because they would love her to be in front of some tough journalists and to stumble and to fall. We don't know if she would. She did in the past, so they are hoping that that record continues. Her handlers probably do want her to keep away from the media. She's rising in the polls at the moment. She's certainly got momentum in her sales. She will probably get a bounce from this last 4 days in Chicago. She will have to, at some point, sit down with the media, whether it is set-piece interviews or doing a press conference. But she's going to manage that, or her team is going to manage that very, very carefully. Trump has loved being the story for the last 9 years, to be saying something and then having the media and America react to whatever he has to say. He's going to have hated this last 4 days where he's not been the story. He's got to regain that momentum. I know last night he was calling into Fox and to Newsmax, but that kind of media interest probably didn't do him any favors last night. And he's got to get back to what he does well.
And if Kamala wants to do her first interview with me via Zoom, I'm totally okay with that. Consider that an invitation, you know, because why not? I do want to talk about polling, because we did see when Kamala took over and, you know, we were told that she would be the nominee for president, Biden kind of stepped aside. We saw her poll numbers jump over what we saw for Biden. Do you think that is going to hold? Because, again, polls are not everything. They just tell a bit of the story. But do you think that the numbers that she's seen going up are going to stay up, or could they drop after a little while?
The honeymoon period probably comes to an end now. I mean, she gets that final big boost last night in Chicago. That will probably maintain into the weekend. Her polling numbers almost certainly will go up over this next day or two. But at this stage, before Labor Day, before that big debate, polls are largely meaningless. We haven't really got the comparison between candidates. We've not got them talking on the stump, out in the swing states, around the country, addressing the policy issues that people want to hear about. What are they going to do for average Joe and Jess America's wallet? What are they going to do in maintaining America's position in the world? What are they going to do at the border? Once we get clarity and something to really compare, and the debate is going to be crucial in that, then the polls matter more. At the moment, it's very, very speculative. Those polls will change every day. We don't really start looking at the themes that emerge from them until well after Labor Day.
My last question here before I let you go and, you know, get some sleep. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., there are reports circulating as he is expected to speak later on today that he could announce that he is kind of stepping away from the election. He's dropping his bid there to be president. Do you think that's going to have any sort of impact, if that does happen, on the race between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump?
It will have a minor impact. His polling numbers were terrible. He was down at 3-4%. That 3-4%, if they vote, and that's questionable, will probably go in part, or in the greater part, to Donald Trump. Tim Walz came out and described the Trump-Vance ticket as weird. Maybe RFK's support makes them a little bit weirder. So there might be a gain of some votes. There might be a loss of some reputation. I, of course, am just really disappointed to see a Shanahan coming off the national ballot, even though she is no relative.
I was going to say, is she secretly related?
I wish.
All right, Mark Shanahan, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us and break down the latest political headlines here. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
I guess for me, the highlight of the whole convention was Tim Walz emerging, this new character of Coach Walz. Now, vice presidents don't change elections. They don't win elections. Maybe sometimes they lose them. You look at Sarah Palin with John McCain. J.D. Vance seemed to be a very smart pick, but perhaps the reality isn't living up to the good idea on paper. It could turn out that the Harris-Walz ticket is stronger, and he may well yet be a benefit for her. He's certainly going to be a character to watch over the next 2 months.
All right, Mark, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And you are taking a live look here inside the United Center over in Chicago as cleanup efforts now do take really hold at this point, because there's a lot that went on around the city, a lot of preparations that went into this, and now they do have to work to take all that down. We're going to have continuous coverage here with the help of our Fox 32 Chicago team, as well as our Fox 5 New York team and other affiliates across the country. Let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour here at 7:17 on the East Coast and 4:17 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and the time is 7:19 on the East Coast, 4:19 on the West Coast. It is Friday, August 23rd. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We do have this shot inside of the United Center over in Chicago there as cleanup now underway. You can see folks are down there working to clear everything out after the DNC wrap last night with Kamala Harris officially accepting the Democratic nomination for president. We have been checking in with our Fox Chicago team as they've been covering this from each and every angle. Do want to send you over to their coverage right now.
The culmination of the DNC came with Vice President Kamala Harris claiming the nomination for president.
She took the podium. She promised an America for everyone, is how she phrased it, and she shared several personal stories.
I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So my mother, our mother, Kamala Harris, had one of her own, and I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down smiling.
Harris talked about her parents, talking about her mother from India and her father from Jamaica. She said she moved a lot during her childhood and was raised in a working-class neighborhood by a trusted circle of friends and family. Harris painted herself as a realist, promised a new path forward, and she also addressed the war in Gaza.
I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
She also vowed to protect Social Security, Medicare, and the Affordable Care Act. Vice President Harris will face former President Donald Trump on the ballot in November. We will have more from the Trump campaign in just a moment.
Final night of the DNC brought out thousands of protesters wanting to have their voices heard. Most of the protests were centered near Union Park. Demonstrations started in the afternoon and went late into the night. Chicago Police Superintendent Larry Snelling has a lot of praise for how police have kept everyone safe.
And it shows that when you have some type of contact and collaboration with those who are organizing, that you can have a peaceful First Amendment gathering.
There have been arrests throughout the week, but the protests have been overwhelmingly peaceful. Well, the cleanup is underway now this morning as the delegates start heading home.
Joni is live, where crews have been working all night to try to return Chicago back to normal as soon as possible. Joni, what are you seeing out there?
Hi, Anthony, Anita. Well, we're at the confluence of hotel rooms and convention space, and so there are some airport pickups happening and people who have been working all night to get the city back to normal. This is how things happen so quickly. That's Cermak. It was blocked by pylons, no traffic, just a little while ago, but now it's free and open, and that's the way we like to see it. However, there is still there are remnants of what was going on here, including the fencing that's still up there. They're working, though, around McCormick Place. The Secret Service special security restrictions are lifting in Chicago, and the city can soon return to normal summer activity. Crews started breaking down the fences at 6 last night. They want to reopen streets to traffic and restore parking to neighbors whose routines were disrupted days before the DNC officially began. Miles of chain link and heavy iron fences marked security zones for McCormick Place and United Center. They hope to reopen the ramp from I-55 to Lakeshore Drive today. City officials say it's too early for a victory lap, but most operations for this event went as planned.
What we've learned here is that preparation is everything. Two things you need for success: opportunity and preparation. We had the opportunity to respond to the Democratic National Convention, and we were prepared for it. And that preparation came through training, and our officers just worked with a level of pride that was just unbelievable.
And so Chicago moving forward, Cermak open at Indiana. That includes the Wintrust Arena, the Marriott Marquis, and McCormick Place. So you can get to those places now. And over on the west side at the United Center, I am hearing that they are starting to remove concrete barriers. So all that progress is happening. Reporting live in the South Loop, I'm Joni Long. Back to you.
Progress that residents are happy for sure. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump taking his campaign to Arizona near the U.S.-Mexico border. Immigration is considered one of the biggest issues in the upcoming presidential election. The Grand Canyon state is an important swing state with 11 electoral votes up for grabs. During his visit, Trump took a swipe at Vice President Kamala Harris, referring to her as comrade and claiming that she wants to open borders.
I call her comrade because she is a radical left Marxist. She wants open borders. She wants our country. I don't understand why anybody would want it, but she wants our country to be open to the world's criminals so they can come in and rape and pillage and do whatever they have to do.
Later today, Trump and his running mate, J.D. Vance, will continue to campaign in Arizona with a rally in the Glendale community that's expected to have a big announcement attached to it.
We'll be following developments there at 6:09. Time to check back in.
All right, a big thank you there to our Fox 32 Chicago team. We'll be checking in with their live coverage all throughout the day as the DNC did wrap up just last night. with Kamala Harris officially accepting the Democratic nomination for president. As you heard there, we do expect to hear from former President Trump later on today. You can watch that speech in full right here on Live Now from Fox. There has been a special guest that has not been named so far. The actual release for the event just says there will be a special guest. Now, we are told there's the possibility it could be RFK Jr., who is expected to drop out of the race and endorse Trump in the near future. 7:26 on the East Coast, 4:26 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over Haifa in Israel. Want to get to the latest out of the Middle East now, as the Hamas terror group is considering assassinating Israel's quote-unquote abroad to avenge the death of leader Ismail Haniyeh, rather than launch a direct attack on Israel. The report from Israeli TV media does cite multiple Palestinian sources. Israel has not claimed responsibility for the killing of Haniyeh, who died in an explosion while in Tehran for the inauguration of Iran's new president. However, Iran and Hamas have both vowed to avenge Haniyeh's death, threatening a major attack on Israel, leaving Israelis on high alert for weeks now. Do want to bring in Ruthie Bloom, a former advisor at Prime Minister Netanyahu's office and an award-winning columnist and senior contributing editor at the Jewish News Syndicate, to discuss more about all of this. Thank you so much for taking the time, Ruthie, to be here with us today.
It's always good to be back, Josh. Thank you.
All right, so first off, the big question I do want to talk about is this latest report here that Hamas is considering the idea of assassinating, so to speak, Israelis who are, quote unquote, abroad. What do you make of that? Has that been the plan possibly from the get-go here? Just kind of break down for me your overall thoughts on that.
First of all, their threats have been ongoing since the assassination of Haniyeh in Tehran, which, again, as you pointed out, Israel has neither taken credit for nor denied taking credit for. And another assassination that happened a few hours before that in Lebanon. These threats have been ongoing, that any minute now, either Hezbollah, Iran, or Hamas is going to retaliate for these hits. Okay, so we know that, and we're prepared. Having said that, global terrorism, particularly that orchestrated by Iran, has always targeted Israelis and Jews outside of Israel. So that's nothing new. And I do know that all the embassies, for example, Israeli embassies, are on high alert. And by the way, we just saw outside of the Democratic National Convention, 2 miles away at the Israeli consulate, there were violent demonstrations, anti-Israel demonstrations. And those things always can escalate into some kind of deadly violence, I would say.
And yeah, what I'm looking at right now is just some of the video there from last night over in Chicago. This is courtesy Brendan Gutenschwager, who's a journalist provided by Storyful. You can see the clashes there between the anti-Israel protesters as well as police there. We saw a lot of that throughout the Democratic National Convention. I do want to talk a little bit more about the ceasefire hostage release negotiations. We know that they are underway again over in Cairo. And I want to get your perspective as somebody who worked, you know, with Netanyahu's office there. What is Netanyahu unlikely to budge on when it does come to a deal?
Well, I can tell you without inside information, I can tell you based on what Netanyahu has said and has stuck with. And that is that Israel cannot cede control of the Philadelphia corridor that borders between Egypt and the Gaza Strip. Because aside from everything else, we discovered the massive tunnel structure between Egypt and Gaza, through which huge trucks could transport weapons and concrete for the construction of the massive tunnel infrastructure inside Gaza as well. The tunnels are the biggest problem we have because aside from the fact that hostages are being held in the tunnels, you know, that's a whole underground battlefield that we're fighting above ground and below ground.
And I do want to talk about another development that we did get from investigators here. Let me pop up this actual tweet that came in from Israel. You can see it on your screen there. As we did learn, investigators saying there were bullet holes found in all 6 of the hostages whose bodies were recovered from Gaza earlier on this week. There's already obviously a lot of concern over the health of the remaining hostages, as there are still more than 100 that are not home. Does this just kind of add to the concerns there about how many are still alive?
Of course it does. It adds to the concerns. And also, we know we're talking about bloodthirsty terrorists who, you know, the atrocities they committed on October 7th, they didn't stop on October 7th. They're continuing. And we know that, including sexual abuse and physical abuse and psychological abuse, etc. So the fact that these hostages were riddled with bullets is of no surprise. It is of great concern. And that's why Israel is even bothering to go to these talks and to negotiate. Though, you know, negotiating with terrorists is something that should never be done. But again, we want to rescue as many hostages as possible. Now, the trouble is that there are people in Israel and outside of Israel who seem to think that because the hostages are in danger, it's somehow Israel's fault for not bringing them home sooner. You know, the slogan is, bring them home now. Well, we're doing everything we can to bring them home, including endangering our soldiers every single day to do just that. And it is Hamas that is refusing to budge.
Going back to Chicago and the Democratic National Convention, there were questions, maybe concerns about how the delegates there, the people who were in the audience, would react, as we heard from the parents of Hirsch Goldberg Poland, who is the American still held hostage. He's kind of become the poster child for the Americans that are still there in Hamas captivity. But we saw people giving standing ovations. There was cheering. There were tears. Does that say anything overall about how the U.S. feels toward Israel?
Well, yes and no. What it does show is something we already know, that an overwhelming majority of Americans support Israel over Palestinian terrorists. Okay, we know that from every poll. And that includes Democrats, of course. What is tragic is that the family was surprised or concerned that that wouldn't happen. What is tragic is that we are talking about the fact that sympathy was shown to these people by Democrats. Don't you think that's pretty horrific? We should have expected that to be the reaction. And the only explanation I can give for it, well, two. One is that, of course, it's a true awful thing that happened to their son. But also there is this automatic sympathy with anybody who's a victim. And secondly, the parents of Hirsch did mention that, there is no competition between one pain and another. As long as you equate the suffering of the Palestinians in Gaza with the suffering of the hostages, you're on safe ground. And I find that very disturbing.
Ruthie Bloom, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and break all of this down for us. Is there anything else that you want to add about really any of this before I let you go?
Yes, I would like to make a comment about Vice President Harris's comment during her acceptance speech. And that was, she said, we will always support Israel's right to defend itself. Now, I think that every human being and every animal on the planet has the right to defend itself, himself, herself. That's a given. The fact that it is only used, that expression is only used in relation to the state of Israel, is also worrisome. Because the question is, how do you define defending itself? So far, we have seen the Biden administration do many things over the course of this war that prevented us from defending ourselves. Defending ourselves does not only involve running to bomb shelters and using Iron Dome missile interceptors. It also involves preemptive action, and it involves aggressive entrance into places like Rafah, which the Biden administration tried desperately to prevent us from doing.
Ruthie, thank you so much for providing insight and joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We love having you, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you so much again, Josh.
All right, I do want to take you back out to this live image that we do have over Haifa. This is in Israel right now as we get to some of the other headlines here. A heated statement at the United Nations in New York Thursday as Israel's ambassador to the agency, Danny Danon, referred to the Palestinian Authority envoy as, quote, a terrorist in a suit. The comments came during a Security Council meeting. Danon told Riyad Mansour regarding his failure to condemn the October 7th attack by Hamas, quote, Mr. Mansour, if you cannot condemn them, you are one of them. You do not represent the Palestinian people. Mr. Mansour, you are a terrorist in a suit. I do want to play that quick 2-minute clip for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Are still continuing and waging the genocide against our people.
I see the representative of the Palestinian Authority is still here. He has been sitting in that chair for 20 years. You have spent 2 decades in this place proposing resolutions which stir chaos, sow division, and avoid any hope. You have accomplished absolutely nothing but incite hatred and violence while claiming to be an advocate for peace. But I want to clarify an important point, and I demand an answer, Mr. Mansour. Who do you represent here today? Who you represent here today? Do you represent the Hamas terror organization? Since October 7th, you have delivered hundreds of speeches, yet you have never uttered anything even resembling a condemnation of Hamas. Correct me if I'm wrong. Anyone have heard any condemnation for the Hamas atrocities? Mr. Mansour, if you cannot condemn them, you are one of them. You do not represent the Palestinian people. Mr. Mansour, you are a terrorist in a suit. I demand you to condemn Hamas. If you do not condemn them, you are one of them.
All right, that was the Israeli ambassador to the UN speaking just yesterday during that Security Council meeting, again calling the Palestinian envoy a, quote, terrorist in a suit. The time now 7:41 over on the East Coast and 4:41 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories and breaking news from across the country and the world. Let's head to a quick break, but on the other side, we'll get right back into your headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 7:43 on the East Coast, 4:43 on the West Coast, and you are taking a live look inside a very different-looking United Center there in Chicago as the Democratic Convention now over and cleanup is underway. I believe it actually looks a lot different than it did even when we peeked inside maybe 30 minutes ago. So they're cleaning up fast. You can see them there on the stage taking everything down after last night when Kamala Harris did officially accept the Democratic nomination for president. Her speech about 40 minutes in length. And if you do want to watch it again, you can head to our YouTube page. Just go to YouTube and search Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, our Fox 5 DC team just wrapping up an interview with a political analyst to break down everything that happened at the convention.
On behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
Vice President Kamala Harris formally accepting the Democratic presidential nomination last night, wrapping up a week at the DNC in Chicago. But what can we expect from her and the rest of the party in the months ahead? Former Biden National Business Advisor and CEO of Public-Private Strategies, Rep Otto, is here to talk more about the polling and the impacts on this week. Rat, good to see you this morning. I appreciate you joining us. Listen, you worked for President Biden. You worked for Vice President Harris. The party was strong. The party in Chicago was strong. And I think it showed the unity of the Democratic Party. But now you got some work to do. So what happens next?
Well, look, it was an amazing few days in Chicago. There's a ton of energy. I think, the vice president was really focused on her message of introducing herself to voters, making sure that she's reducing costs for working families. And now, going forward, what we're going to see is we're going to see her and the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, crisscross across the country and continue to introduce themselves, hear from voters, talk about their plan to really strengthen working families in America.
There was a poll that came out, and make what you want of polls, and we've learned our lesson with polling to kind of be a little bit hesitant when it comes to believing them just at their face value. But despite the hype at the convention, there was a poll that showed in those key battleground states, it was at best still 50-50. So how much of the focus between now and November do you put on these battleground states as opposed to places where, you might know that you already have the votes?
Well, look, as you said, polls can go up and down, but I think also just give it a few days. I think we will see a significant bump from this convention. It was strong. There were a lot of really powerful stories, a great way to introduce the vice president and her running mate, Tim Walz. She talked a lot about what it means for working families and her plans to try to make life a little bit more affordable for them. And I think that will resonate with voters. Over the next few months, it's going to be really important. These, few key states, they really are going to help decide who the next president is. And so I think we'll see a significant amount of time really being spent by the campaign investing in these states, really hearing from voters and really taking their message to voters in these swing states.
So what do you think is the key message to get across to those who might still be undecided? Or maybe there were people that said, I didn't want to vote for Joe Biden, but maybe I would give Kamala Harris a chance. How does she convince them? Like, what do you use as that selling point to those voters?
Well, look, I think the big question here is, do you want to return to, what we had previously? Obviously, Donald Trump, was president previously. That was a challenging time for the country. And, while the last 4 years, there's been a lot of progress made, there's still more work to do. And I think what you will hear the vice president talk about is, hey, look, the last 4 years, we stabilized the economy. We have the lowest job rate that we've had in most recent history. But continue to also say to voters, we know there's more work to do. We need to make medicine more affordable. We need to make housing more affordable. We need to make groceries more affordable. I think that's the message that you'll hear the vice president focus on. I think that's a winning message with voters.
Yeah, obviously there have been some criticism in saying that, that while the honeymoon was here and was strong and the unity was present in Chicago, maybe the messaging, the specific plans weren't getting across. She did address some of that last night in her speech. What do you do moving forward now? Do you focus more on policy, diving into it deeper, maybe do more interviews or do some interviews now between now and November, or do you just kind of continue to ride this wave of we don't want to go back to the past?
Well, look, I think, the vice president has done a really important thing. She introduced herself and obviously Coach Walz to the country and just having folks understand who these people are. And, these are really important positions. Character is a huge part of it. And so we saw a lot of character contrast in this convention. I think the campaign should continue to do that. We did see some economic policy laid out briefly before the convention. I think we will see more policy come to the front. But what's most important is really for these two to listen to voters and what they need and want from their leaders and really talk about how they're going to make lives more accessible and more affordable for working families. I think that will be the key message that we'll see over the next few weeks.
Yeah, it's key indeed. Rhett, I appreciate you joining us this morning. Rhett Buttle, who has worked with President Biden and Vice President Harris in the past. Thanks so much. It's good to talk to you this morning.
Big thank you there to our Fox 5 DC team for allowing us to break into their coverage. We have Fox affiliates all over the country, so we love to check in with them for the stories that they are working on. Now, it's important to note that up next, we do have debates. Trump and Harris will go head-to-head Tuesday, September 10th at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. That's going to happen in Philadelphia. As for the vice presidential debate, that is set for October 1st, just a month before the election. Senator J.D. Vance and Governor Tim Walz will face off in New York City. We'll bring you coverage leading up to all of that. The time now 7:49 on the East Coast and 4:49 on the West Coast. Do want to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more news to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are once again taking a live look inside the United Center as we take you through everything that happened at the Democratic National Convention over the last 4 days. Our Fox 10 Phoenix team sent a crew over to Chicago. We had so many different affiliates there. Want to check in with John Hook there again with our Fox 10 Phoenix team.
The Democratic National Convention in Chicago is in the books. The one disappointment for folks, there was no Beyonce, there was no Taylor Swift, but they got a heavy dose of Kamala Harris tonight as she kind of reintroduces herself to the country and tries to assuage fears that she's way too far left. And she did a pretty good job of that tonight. There were chants of USA, USA throughout the hall. It was kind of an Americana speech in a lot of ways, a hardscrabble upbringing. Her mother, her guiding light, her sister took the stage tonight. It felt very Americana. Kamala Harris making the case why she should be president.
Our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know I promise to be a president for all Americans.
Kamala Harris led chants throughout this hall of "We will not go back, we will not go back." They have painted Donald Trump as a threat to democracy, an existential threat that they cannot tolerate seeing him return to the White House. That is the tie that binds this group of folks here in the United Center. That may not play as well to a wider audience in America, but they're making the case that Trump's unfit and that the country needs to turn the page on Donald Trump. That's really the underlying theme of all of this. Beyond that, and where they're going specifically to take the country over the next 4 years, we haven't seen a lot of that yet. We didn't see it tonight as well, but I suspect we're going to start to get it over the next 75 days. That's all we've got left on the calendar. Reporting from Chicago at the Democratic National Convention, John Hook, Fox 10 News.
John, thank you so much. And he did talk a little bit about Beyonce, Taylor Swift. There were questions about which of them would be the special guest. And we know TMZ did receive information that it was going to be Beyonce. However, it was not. So TMZ did go on Twitter and other social media to apologize. They posted this on X saying, to quote the great Beyonce, "We got to lay our cards down, down, down. We got this one wrong. We trust you, TMZ. We appreciate it. Of course, you know, we get it wrong occasionally, but, you know, no Beyonce and no Taylor Swift there." Now, we are playing some of the speeches once again from last night. You can watch all of them on our YouTube page. If you just head over to YouTube, search Live Now from Fox, and you can see all of them in full. I do want to play for you Gabby Giffords and Mark Kelly as they spoke very briefly at the Democratic National Convention just last night.
I was born in the great state of Arizona. I was born with grit. I grew up racing motorcycles, mucking stalls, and exploring the beautiful desert. I fell for an astronaut. For 5 years, I served in Congress from a swing district. Everybody called me a rising star. Then on January 8th, 2011, a man tried to assassinate me. He shot 19 people. He killed 6. Terrible, terrible day. I almost died. but I fought for my life and I survived. I learned to walk again, one step at a time. I learned to talk again, one word at a time. So many people helped me as I worked hard to recover, including a decent man for Delaware who always checked in. He still does. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you for everything. Joe is a great president. My friend Kamala will be a great president. She is tough. She has grit. Kamala can beat the gun lobby. She can fight gun trafficking. Kamala stood up to Wall Street and the drug company. She will protect abortion access. She will defend our freedom. She saved lives. Join me in voting for Kamala Harris.
All right, again, we are replaying some of the comments from just last night at the Democratic National Convention. We also heard from actress Kerry Washington.
And tonight, we hear from our next president, Kamala Harris. Now, as I stand here, I know that there are folks on social media already saying, go back to your TV show, shut up and act. But I am not here tonight as an actor. I am here as a mother, as a daughter, as a proud union member. Granddaughter of immigrants, as a black woman descended from enslaved people. I am here tonight because I am an American and because I am a voter and because we, the people, are stronger when all our voices are heard. Look, I know that I am the one standing on this stage, but I am not the lead character in this story. You are. All of you. You are the messengers. You are the fixers. Dare I say it, you are the Olivia Popes. You are the superheroes saving this democracy. It is you, not me, who have the greatest power to convince your loved ones to vote. So, just like Michelle Obama told us, let's do something. Let's make a video. Everybody take out your phones. Everybody take out your phones. We're gonna make a moment. Can somebody bring me my phone? I wanna capture this historic moment and share it with the people that we love. Guys, we're all going to take it together. We're going to post it to social media, text your friends, send this message out into the world. When I say when we fight, you're going to say? Are you ready? Okay, let's record. We're recording. You ready, Tony?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, ready? When we fight. When we fight. When we fight. Are you ready for Kamala Harris to win? Because when Kamala wins, America wins. We did it! We did it, Joe!
I don't get to stay?
No, you gotta go.
Bye, everybody.
Tony Goldwyn, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so listen. It's come to my attention that there are some folks who struggle or pretend to struggle with the proper pronunciation of our future president's name. So, hear me out. Confusion is understandable. Disrespect is not. So tonight, we are going to help everyone get it right. Here to help me are some very special guests. Thank you, ladies. Can you tell us your names?
Hello, everybody. My name's Amara. And my name is Leela, her little sister.
And what are you here to do?
To teach you how to say your auntie's name.
Okay. So how do you pronounce it?
First you say comma like a comma in a sentence. Then you say la like la 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 la.
Put it together and it's 1, 2, 3, Kamala. All right, so let's practice.
Everybody over here say comma. Everybody over here say la.
Together. For president.
All right, that was actress Kerry Washington there among the speakers for the final night of the Democratic National Convention. We brought you all of those speeches in full, uninterrupted, right here on Live Now from Fox. But if you want to watch any more of them in full, including the acceptance speech from Kamala Harris, you can head over to our YouTube page. Just go to YouTube and search Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, do want to check in live with our Fox 32 Chicago team as they break down the latest on what is now a cleanup effort there in Chicago.
A historic final night at the Democratic National Convention. Vice President Kamala Harris making history by becoming the first Black woman and South Asian American to accept a party's nomination.
Anita's in studio this morning with much more on this historic night.
Absolutely. The whole week was kind of building up to this moment to see if Kamala Harris could meet the moment. In her speech, she appealed directly to voters, discussing her middle-class upbringing and record as a prosecutor. She kicked off the night by honoring President Biden, of course, and then highlighted her potential policies. Not really going into details here, but she did focus on issues helping the middle class, fighting for health care, reproductive rights. The vice president also made a promise that she would be a president for everyone if elected.
I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power.
Remember, former Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger was on right before her. He was on the January 6th committee, so that's the tie there. Now, Vice President Harris will hit the campaign trail leading up to the November election, which is now 73 days away. She's also expected to have a debate with former President Donald Trump in Philadelphia on September 10th. Natalie?
And that's like 3 weeks away, you know?
Already.
Just around the corner. Cleanup crews are already hard at work around the United Center and McCormick Place.
Joni is live this morning with the latest on some of those cleanup efforts.
Good morning. You know, it took time to set up all that fencing, especially around United Center, where they had to repair and replace it after the protests happened. But the crews have been working all night, and they're really making some progress here in the South Loop. It looks like the streets are starting to reopen here around McCormick Place. Forklift drivers are lifting, they're moving fence materials while this work goes on here and around the United Center. OEMC reminds the public that the crews need room for structure removal removal. So there will be temporary street impacts while this is all going on. The restrictions are lifting. Already, it's easier for drivers picking up passengers who are heading to the airports now. They plan to have all the equipment removed by Monday. At the last update, officials said that the city's plan for this monumental event worked.
Just can't say enough about the partnership and the work that has been done in collaboration. Everybody in this city came together, stepped up, made this happen, and it helped us keep our city safe.
The priority here in the South Loop is to get that I-55 off-ramp open. That's supposed to happen at 3 o'clock today. At United Center, the priority opening streets like Damon, which was closed down, and also giving those West Side churches access by 6 a.m. Sunday morning. Reporting live in the South Loop, I'm Joni Lum. Back to you.
Thanks, Joni. Demonstrators took advantage of the final night of the convention. Hundreds gathered at Union Park near the UC last night. Police, though, were quick to step in when some tried to take over the streets in that area as crowds were leaving the United Center. We should learn today if anyone was arrested.
The Democratic convention could be coming back to the United Center. Governor Pritzker is reportedly lobbying for the next convention in 2028 to stay put right here in Chicago. Bloomberg says that Governor Pritzker and others have already started a behind-the-scenes push to host the next DNC. It won't be the first time that this has happened. Chicago hosted consecutive conventions in 1952 and 1956, where former Illinois Governor Aldie Stevenson was nominated.
While Vice President Kamala Harris was accepting the nomination, former President Trump made another stop in a swing state. He campaigned in Sierra Vista, Arizona, and he talked about immigration, making a stop at the border wall with border agents. Arizona is an important swing state with 11 electoral votes up for grabs. President Biden narrowly won Arizona 4 years ago. Former President Trump criticized Harris on border policy.
She wants open borders. She wants our country. I don't understand why anybody would want it, but she wants our country to be open to the world's criminals so they can come in and rape and pillage and do whatever they have to do.
Today, former President Trump and his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, will continue campaigning in Arizona. And today, independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is expected to end his campaign. A number of reports say he's considering endorsing former President Trump. RFK Jr. will also be in Arizona today. He's long been a critic of vaccines, becoming especially outspoken against vaccine mandates during the pandemic.
A woman who was shot at guaranteed rate.
All right, and of course, we'll have coverage of both speeches there from RFK Jr. later on today, 2 p.m. Eastern time, and also former President Trump is going to speak at 7 p.m. Eastern time. That is over in the Phoenix area. He will have a special guest, which many people say they believe is going to be RFK Jr. as he does endorse him. We'll keep you posted on all of that as it does happen. The time now 8:10 on the East Coast and 5:10 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over Phoenix, Arizona. Later on today, about 2 p.m. Eastern time, we expect to hear from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Now, there are reports circulating as he is expected to speak about the future of his candidacy. There are those reports circulating that he could actually drop out of the race, as well as reports that he could endorse former President Trump. Now, Trump is expected to speak at 7 p.m. Eastern time around the Phoenix area, and we are told he will have a special guest. All of that leading people to believe that special guest could be RFK Jr. You can watch both of those speeches right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do know that former President Trump was at the southern border in Arizona yesterday, and we did have J.D. Vance speaking on the border and immigration as well. Do want to play Senator Vance's comments for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Help us for change and let's rebuild America. Our highways and bridges are falling.
Are y'all? Wow. Well, let's let our sheriffs get up here. I'm proud to be flanked by a number of great law enforcement leaders in the state of Georgia because we're here today to celebrate law enforcement and to celebrate a president who has stood with law enforcement, and that's Donald J. Trump. Now, we ought to remember here that we have the best country in the world. We got the best workers in the world. We've got the best people in the world. We've got the most beautiful and most abundant natural resources in the world. But the one thing that we have got to do to fix this country is fix the leadership, because as much as we've got incredible blessing and incredible bounty, we have got a screwed up vice president calling the shots, and I think it's time to fire Kamala Harris, not to give her a promotion. Now, I don't know if you saw yesterday, but her VP nominee, Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, gave a little speech at the Democratic National Convention. I will say I appreciate the Democrats not being able to keep anything on time, because I think by the time that he spoke, everybody in the state of Georgia was already in bed. And if you weren't asleep at the beginning of the speech, you were sure as hell asleep by the end of the speech. Ain't that right? But look, it's interesting that they are running, trying to pretend to be tough on crime people. Kamala Harris says that she's now tough on crime. She's got religion. She found Jesus about being tough on crime, and she found it about a month ago when Joe Biden dropped out of the presidential race. Because the record of Kamala Harris and the record of her running mate is doing everything they can to make the lives of our law enforcement harder, to make it harder for them to keep our communities safe. Kamala Harris was the prosecutor in San Francisco, California. And if you think San Francisco, California has been well run from a tough on crime perspective, then I've got another thing to tell you. One of the most, by the way, a beautiful city, San Francisco, California, has been destroyed by the leadership of people like Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris wants to take San Francisco liberalism nationwide, and I think we are not going to let her. Georgia is not going to let her, and it starts right here in Valdosta. Now, let's just run through the contrast a little bit, the difference between Kamala Harris's record on law enforcement and Donald Trump's record. Now, Kamala Harris, she wanted to make sex crimes with minors a nonviolent offense, which means more of these sickos out on the streets of our country. Do we want that? Absolutely not. Kamala Harris wanted to defund the police. She said it on video. Do we want to defund the police? Kamala Harris wants to make it easier for soft-on-crime prosecutors to go after our law enforcement. Do we want that? So do we want Kamala Harris as the prosecutor-in-chief of this country? No, we want Donald J. Trump, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Now, as Kamala Harris was doing all those things, let's remember the record of Donald J. Trump. When Kenosha, Wisconsin, which I was at just a few days ago, Kenosha, Wisconsin was about to burn in a terrible riot, Donald Trump called the governor and affirmatively offered the help of federal officials to stop those riots and to save the city of Kenosha. Donald Trump believes that we ought to properly fund our law enforcement and make sure our police get the pay and the equipment that they need. Donald Trump believes that we ought to stop these soft on crime prosecutors. If the police bring in a bad guy, the prosecutors ought to throw him behind bars and keep him there. And most importantly, Donald Trump believes that we ought to make our law enforcement lives easier by closing down that southern border and getting the drug cartels out of our communities. Now, I have to say that Kamala Harris, given that she's so into soft on crime policy, she did select a good running mate in Tim Walz. They make quite a dynamic duo. If you remember the riots of summer of 2020 when $13 billion of damage was done to the city of Minneapolis, Tim Walz was the governor of Minnesota, and Tim Walz did everything he could to let those rioters burn down the biggest city in his state. And then Kamala Harris did everything she could to bail out the rioters out of prison, right? What a dynamic duo they make. A dynamic duo for people who don't like law enforcement, a dynamic duo for people who want to make our streets less safe. I happen to believe in a very common sense principle that we're going to back the blue and bring public safety back to Georgia and back to our country. Now, Tim Walz, I will say, I've been beating up on Tim Walz a little bit. You may have seen this, but Tim Walz loves to go around and say that he carried a weapon in war. That's what Tim Walz says. And of course, all of the veterans out there will know that Tim Walz never carried a weapon in war. The closest he went to a war zone was Italy, which last time I checked was not a war zone. But in Tim Walz's defense, he did let those rioters burn down Minneapolis, so maybe we should give Tim Walz a little bit of credit. Maybe the combat zone he visited was Minneapolis when he was the governor of Minnesota. But let's hear now from a great leader in Georgia law enforcement, and I just want to make sure I get Ashley's name right here, but we have a great sheriff in Ashley Polk who has made this community safer. Thank you. And I know he already offered a few words, but Sheriff, if you would, come up and just say a few more words about why we got to back law enforcement. Here's Sheriff Ashley Polk. Give him a round of applause.
Kind of a tough job to follow a real Marine that went to a real war with a real gun. I mean, tough act to follow. As I said earlier, I said, you couldn't find a better pair than we've got to save this country. They're very much pro-law enforcement, and y'all know how I feel about that, because we're there to work together with them. But we have got to get out and get these people elected, because it's the most important election I've ever been in my life. It's not even me on the ballot, but I want to. By the way, I did not recognize the person that can really get elected. Where's my wife of 57 years? That's who's always got me elected. Ginger, thank you for all you do. And you will be working for the party. But let's all get together and get out and work and carry your neighbors to the polls, and because this is the last chance to save America we'll ever have. If we don't do it this time, we're going to lose it. Thank y'all.
Well, thank you so much, Sheriff, and thanks to your lovely wife for doing what you do. And look, it's very simple here. We have an ability to make this country much safer than it is today. We just need better leadership. We need better leadership at the federal level in particular, because it's the federal government that opened up the southern border and let all these drug cartels bring the drug and crime into our communities. And we're here, of course, not far from where Laken Riley was born and raised. A beautiful, beautiful young girl who would still be alive today if Kamala Harris had done her job and not let these drug cartels come into our community. And I'm proud, and I know President Trump is proud, to have been endorsed by local law enforcement here in Georgia, but we also got some good endorsements in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Law enforcement knows that Donald J. Trump is the law and order candidate in this election, and you all have an incredible power to get out the vote, to drive people to the polls, and make sure he actually becomes the next president of the United States. So thank you all for everything that you're doing. Now, I want to take a few questions from the media, but before I take some questions from the press, I want to get a little bit personal here, because the sheriffs here did something for me that I've actually never seen. They took me in to the investigation room and showed me some of the stuff that they have interdicted over the last few months just here in this community. What, Valdosta is what, 50,000 people? Small town Georgia, you would not think is so close to the poison that the drug cartels are bringing into this country, but every town is a border town and every state is a border state because of the policies of Kamala Harris. Now, you've got sheriffs behind me who are doing everything they can to keep our communities safer, but they need a federal government that makes their job easier and not harder. And I got to tell you, I've got 3 little kids. I've got a 7-year-old boy, a 4-year-old boy, and a 2-year-old girl. And what they showed me were boxes of candy that looked like nerds, looked like Sour Patch Kids, looked like Snickers bars, and they're boxes of candy that are actually dangerous drugs. And why did the drug cartels manufacture them like that? Because they wanted to hide them from law enforcement. And we know what's going to happen is if a pack of that candy finds its way into our communities or into our playgrounds, some kid, through no fault of their own, is going to pick up a piece of candy and it is going to take their lives from them. And I don't want that to be my child, and I don't want it to be your child either. And that's why we have to fight to change leadership in this election. Think about how sick you would have to be to manufacture drugs that look like children's candy, and think about how sick Kamala Harris has to be to let those people do business in our country instead of throwing them the hell out of our country, which is exactly what we should be doing. This is a disgrace, ladies and gentlemen. This is a disgrace born of our own failed leadership, and we can do so much better. You know, one of my favorite speeches at the RNC convention, well, my most favorite speech was my wife's speech. I thought she did a hell of a job. Thank you. But beyond my wife's, one of my most favorite speeches, and it was a sad speech. She had a beautiful young mother talking about her handsome young kid, and he was maybe 14 years old. And this kid lost his life because he took something that he shouldn't have taken, but it was laced with fentanyl. And I remember watching this mom speak. And I remember thinking to myself that don't we want our kids to grow up in communities where they can make the mistakes that all kids make and they can learn from it rather than have it become a death sentence? Because we all know, we either have kids, all of us were kids at one point in our life. We all know that kids are going to get into stuff that parents and grandparents don't want them to get into. That's just a part of growing up in this country. But when I grew up, even though I grew up in a poor family, though I grew up in a neighborhood that wasn't always easy, I knew that if I made a mistake, the people around me had that mistake would take my life. And that's what the policies of Kamala Harris have taken from our children and taken from our neighborhoods. We have got to get back to the kind of country where kids can make childhood mistakes and the Mexican drug cartels are not going to be there to take advantage of them. And I think that's what this election is ultimately about. We know that kids aren't always going to be perfect, but let's build the kind of Georgia. Let's build the kind of country where our kids can learn and grow. We're going to do it together, but only if you get us across the finish line in Georgia. This is one of the most important states in the union. It always has been, but especially in this election of 2024. So my request is very simple. Do everything you can. Get your friends and family and your neighbors to the polls. Remind that person who sometimes votes but sometimes doesn't that it's their time to get to the polls in 2024 and vote for Donald Trump. If you got a little extra time, thank you. If you got a little time, go down to the GOP headquarters, knock on some doors, make some phone calls. The people who determine whether Donald J. Trump becomes the next president, it's not the media, it's not the dishonest leadership of the Democratic Party, it is us. Donald Trump is the people's president, but only if we do the work to make it so. God bless you guys. Let's get to work. We got 75 days to make Donald J. Trump the next president, and we're going to do it together. God bless you.
All right, that was Senator J.D. Vance as he was speaking on a variety of topics there, speaking about the border, but also support for law enforcement. He was speaking over in Valdosta, Georgia, and we brought that to you in full as it did happen just yesterday here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to a quick break now at 8:26 on the East Coast and 5:26 on the West Coast. We'll be right back with more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:29 on the East Coast and 5:29 on the West Coast. While the Democratic National Convention wrapped up its final day in Chicago, former President Trump was at the southern border in Arizona. He toured the border, then spoke to a crowd of reporters alongside family members of several people who were allegedly killed at the hands of illegal immigrants. John Torres is the president of Security and Technology Consulting at Guidepost Solutions. He previously served as acting director of the U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, joining us live now to discuss that visit. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us this morning, John.
My pleasure, Josh. Always good to be here.
All right, so first off, I do want to talk about the overall significance of Trump making that visit to the southern border there in Arizona on the same day that Kamala Harris is accepting the Democratic nomination for president. Do you think there's any sort of correlation there?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. As we get down under 75 days now till Election Day, we are seeing some of the races tighten, especially in Arizona, which has now become a battleground state where I believe President Trump, former President Trump, had a significant lead over President Biden. And as we saw that switch over to Vice President Harris, the races tightened in Arizona. And so clearly, President Trump now wants to focus on what his strengths are, and one of his strengths has been border security.
We know that Kamala Harris has been called the border czar a lot over the past, I would say, month or so. It's been kind of highlighted by the Trump campaign. What does a border czar really mean?
Sure. So first of all, the border czar is not a cabinet position, and it's not a position that is congressionally confirmed. But having said that, they really serve as an advisor to the president on all things related to the border, especially border enforcement, and looking at ways to reduce illegal immigration and disincentivize people from coming to the United States illegally. So with that, you have the responsibility as the czar to coordinate with all of the law enforcement agencies that have some sort of responsibility over the border. So when you think of the border, and especially border enforcement, first agency you think of is the United States Border Patrol, or the overarching agency, which is Customs and Border Protection. So you have the Border Patrol agents in green who are responsible for enforcing the laws in between the ports of entry. And then you also have their customs officers, the inspectors, who then also inspect and detect people who are coming to the United States at a port of entry, whether it's a land port, seaport, or airport. But then you have other agencies like ICE, who have special agents and officers who are responsible for enforcing immigration laws, not only at the borders, but in the interior of the United States and in the major cities. And they have the primary responsibility for taking people into custody and removing them or deporting them back to their original country. But what most people also don't think of is you have DEA, who has responsibility for enforcing drugs, as well as Homeland Security investigations, who focus on drug smuggling and drug trafficking internationally. Then you have the FBI, who also has Title VIII immigration authority to investigate smuggling, trafficking, and especially terrorism involving foreign nationals. And then you have the Coast Guard, whose primary mission is to protect the United States off the coast of our borders. And so there's a lot of agencies at play here, and the border czar brings them all together to coordinate enforcement. And then on top of that, work with our international partners to create disincentives so people don't come here to the United States.
I want to talk about Trump's trip yesterday, because a lot of the efforts toward the border have really focused on Texas and the effects there. But as we know, Trump did go to a specific county there in Arizona. Why do you think he made that choice? Is that area not being covered enough?
Over the years, you've seen immigration shift, illegal immigration shift. Many years ago, California was a main focus. And then you saw that shift to Arizona when I was in the government in the early 2000s. And as the government implemented programs, enforcement options, you saw immigration then shift over to Texas. And we've really seen Texas being the main focus over the past 4 or 5 years, with numbers exploding over the last 3 years. But having said that, let's not forget that Arizona has become a key battleground state in the election this year. And so President Trump wants to go, I'm sure, wants to go down to Arizona to highlight his strengths and point out that he is a strong border enforcement president.
Where do you think that the border does rank when you're talking about voters in November? We know a lot of folks have talked about the economy and the significance of that, but where do you think the border does rank there on, I guess, the order of issues that the people care about here in America?
I think it consistently ranks in the top 3. Depending on when the poll is taken, it could rank either 1, 2, or 3. Obviously, the economy is critically important. But when you look at border enforcement, especially when it's having impacts in the major cities or in the heartland, then it rises up into the top 3. It's not just a border issue anymore. I know many people on the southern border, especially in South Texas, that have complained about the flow of people across their properties and how it impacts the resources that they have locally. And now you are seeing that where the governor of Texas has sent people to the major cities, and that has become a major issue, especially when you look at the tax dollars that they have to spend to maintain, house them, take care of them, and provide them health care.
In the last 2 campaigns of former President Trump and now the third one, there's been a lot of focus on the border. And this might be a tough question to answer, but why do you think that Trump is focused there on the border?
I think that Trump focuses on the border because if you think back 9 years ago when he rode down the escalator and announced his candidacy the first time, he made the border a major issue on that day for him. And many people behind the scenes and in the communities have seen how that impacts them. It's not just looking at let's let everybody in the country and they can provide resources and help us with jobs that Americans don't want to do. That's not always necessarily the case. What you end up with, in addition to the local border issues that we're seeing the communities deal with, you now have crime because it's related to people problems. The more people that come across the border, and as we talked about, over the past 15 years, it was usually less than 1 million, sometimes down to 500,000 people crossing the border illegally. But in the last 3 years, that number has jumped over to 2 million. 2.5 million last year and this year counting. And so while that has finally stemmed the tide of, this administration has stemmed the tide of people crossing the border, when you have that many people crossing the border, that brings people problems, and people problems include crime. And let's also not forget that, it only took 19 foreigners to come to the United States to commit the terror attacks of 9/11. And so people see that and they want the government to protect them. That is why I think President Trump focuses on that.
And my last question for you is another tough one. Everything kind of included here in what we've discussed, but what actually needs to be done, in your expert opinion, to fix the border crisis? Is there anything that can be done?
Sure, there's plenty that can be done, and we've done that over the years, especially when we ended catch and release the first time back in 2006 and 2007. First of all, you have to re-implement the Remain in Mexico policy. What I mean by that, for people that don't understand it, is that when immigrants are coming from other countries and pass through Mexico, they come to the United States to claim political asylum. And we know many of those asylum claims, upwards of 85%, are really economic asylum versus political asylum. But even with that, if they're passing through another state where they can obtain safe harbor, why are they not just staying in those countries if it's truly a political asylum claim? And the reality is they want to come to the United States. And so that was one of the first things that President Biden stopped with the executive orders on his first day in office, which sent a strong message to immigrants around the world saying, hey, the doors are open, basically. And we know that immigration, especially illegal immigration, is going to take the path of least resistance. So if you just walk in the front door at that point, they're going to do that. Another thing that you could do is work very closely with foreign governments to incentivize them to enforce laws at their own borders. So if they're letting people come into the southern border of Mexico and passing through to go to our southern border, then we want to work with them so that they are not just being used as a territory for pass-through for immigrants coming to the United States. And we've done that in the past, and there are programs that we've implemented in the past. Obviously, it's not easy. If it was easy, it would already be done. But those are a couple of things that you can do. Another thing is you want to allow the ICE agents and officers to enforce all immigration laws and not just focus on immigration, illegal immigrants who are the worst of the worst. In other words, some of the policies implemented recently forced them to only focus on criminals, and not just any criminal, but those who are aggravated felons and the worst of the worst. And what that means is, sure, you're already here illegally, so ICE could arrest them and send them back. But the focus, because of resources and policies, are that you should only focus on the worst, meaning that you have to now wait until they commit a crime against someone else who's already here in the United States, someone in the community, an American citizen, for example. And then once they commit a heinous crime or an aggravated felony, okay, now they become a focus for ICE to go pick up and arrest after they've already committed another crime against somebody here. To me, that's not good public safety policy. If you really want to protect the public, you should not wait until someone gets hurt before you take an action when you already have the ability to take that person into custody. And then ultimately, you want to increase the enforcement budgets for those agencies that are responsible for enforcing immigration law, including increasing detention and transportation budgets. If you don't have sufficient resources to tackle immigration laws, you're sending the wrong message that ICE and or CBP or whoever is not able to focus on immigration enforcement. And so the door becomes wide open. And really the message is sent that, come one, come all.
All right, John Torres, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us and break it all down for us. Obviously, you have the experience, so we definitely appreciate it. Is there anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
It'll be an interesting election. That's all.
Well, that is a true statement. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure, Josh. Thank you.
All right, everybody, and speaking of the election, you can see this live image outside the United Center as cleanup is officially underway inside, taking everything down after the DNC wrapped last night with Kamala Harris officially accepting the Democratic nomination for president. We're going to have coverage on that all throughout the day, as well as other top stories, breaking news, and live events. Let's head to a quick break now at 8:41 on the East Coast and 5:41 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Some video we've been showing you throughout the morning. This was obtained from a journalist, Brendan Gutenschwager, via Storyful, and it was last night over in Chicago. As you can see, those protesters, the Gaza War protesters who are clashing with Chicago police. We know there were some arrests that were made, and we are working to get some more information. We know there have been different updates that have been provided daily by Chicago police. So if we do get one of those again today with kind of an overview of everything, we'll bring that to you live right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, do you want to check in with our Fox 32 Chicago team? They spoke with an expert here to break down all of the protests and the security that was enforced there to make sure everyone did stay safe.
Chicago police and the Secret Service worked together to keep the peace among the thousands of demonstrators that descended on our city for the Democratic National Convention. And joining us now with a look at how they managed to do all this is former Secret Service agent Michael Verdon. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
You've been a great comrade this entire week. So we see the barricades, they're coming down. What are the Secret Service and Chicago police, though, now doing behind the scenes?
So I think it all began it's a good word, behind the scenes. Way back 12 months ago, Secret Service had a community outreach program along with the Chicago Police Department, and they worked with the organizations that had protests and demonstrations. They also worked with the local businesses and the local residents. They canvassed the neighborhoods around the United Center and around McCormick Place to kind of prepare them for this event. And so they educated people in the area about what was going to occur. And I think them working with the groups that protested really de-escalated a lot of potential violence.
And speaking of that, during the OEMC press conferences that we've been airing each day around 11 o'clock here on Fox 32, one of the things that the superintendent mentioned were these marshals, that these protest groups had hired these marshals to work in tandem with the police department to kind of corral the protesters. And that was something I didn't even know about. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, that's a new dynamic. I wasn't aware of it either, but they were wearing vests. They were wearing like bright vests. The gentleman who went up on the train platform with the flag, they were there interacting with him before law enforcement. They were in between law enforcement and that protester, and they talked him off the platform. There was no violence, etc. So I think whatever that was, they should keep doing.
You know, the Chicago Police Department, it's been reported, has spent $50 million in police overtime on this event, $75 million just in the security itself. How do you square that with everyday Chicagoans who say they don't feel safe in their own city, and yet all of this effort has been put into this one 4-day event?
Yeah, so that's the return on investment, right? I guess in post-event, it was a relatively safe convention, no extreme violence when it comes to the protest. They were concerned about what happened in Minneapolis in 2020. That's kind of like their blueprint now. We don't want to repeat what happened in 2020 after the George Floyd.
In Chicago in 2020.
Yes, correct. It's a great point. So you have to invest money. Unfortunately, they invested money. They kept the community safe, and that's going to have to be the rebuttal. But to your point, it needs to continue also as far as violence in Chicago goes.
What other tactics we talked about the marshals that those protest organizations had hired to kind of keep the peace. What other tactics did you see that you're like, oh, that's new, and it seemed to have worked?
Well, I think one thing was with technology, they have a mobile field force. And every officer had a body-worn camera. So when there was an arrest made or a complaint filed against the Chicago Police Department, that's being documented. So was it excessive force? Well, let's go review the videotape. So I think that's an improvement with technology. So it could be an unfair complaint, or it could be a valid complaint against the officer, or it could be a valid arrest, back and forth. So the camera doesn't lie, right? So I think that the review of those body cams is going to be important.
Another point that you made earlier in the week was the intense intelligence that has been going on behind the scenes this entire week of gathering information from the dark web, from social media sites. Can you talk about that? Yeah, so that worked to a T. It looks like it's called the Joint Intelligence Center, and you have all the players, FBI, Secret Service, Chicago Police, and about 15 more agencies in one location. So if they get some information like, hey, there's a protest, some of these protests were not permitted
They were just basically spontaneous, like the one at the Israeli consulate that became violent. But the intel on that protest allowed the Chicago police to react appropriately with the proper amount of numbers as far as deployment of personnel.
Michael, thanks so much for coming in again. Again, we truly do appreciate your time this week. You've been a valuable resource.
The presidential race is officially set now, with Kamala Harris accepting the Democratic Party's nomination. Now there's just 73 days left before the November election. Joining me this morning is political analyst Tom Sarapin and former Illinois Republican Party Chair Pat Brady. Thank you both for being here this morning.
Yes, good morning.
Now we know that these conventions are essentially just huge pep rallies. How do you feel that Kamala did making her case to win come November?
I thought she did a nice job. I thought the Democrats did a nice job. She introduced herself to the country. She was likable. She kept her speech tight. It wasn't 93 minutes. And all in all, I think the Democrats had a pretty good week. And the big winners, in my opinion, were law enforcement. I mean, Chicago law enforcement really kept things under control. The superintendent, Tom Dart. So all in all, pretty good week.
And Kamala did her best to try to appeal to both sides of the aisle. Do you feel like she did enough to maybe kind of sway those independent voters?
You know, Barack Obama and Michelle Obama actually did the best job. I thought she made the effort, but every time she took 2 steps forward, she took 3 backwards in her speech. You know, there was a point where they talked about, you know, crime victims, gun violence, etc. Well, every shooting is significant. We had several last night. It's terrible. But probably the most significant political event when it comes to, you know, shooting is the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, and then the killing of a volunteer firefighter and putting 2 other people in the hospital. That's democracy not working when their candidates are being shot at. They missed that point. They didn't mention it at all. I didn't understand that. That would have reached out to that side of the aisle, you know, on those kinds of issues. I thought they played the rhetoric game. They did a nice job, and they had a very good week, and she did a nice job. She's a beautiful, smiling politician that's got to show some stuff. But there are a lot of people, like my good friend and others, that think, well, you know, there's only 70 days left. She doesn't need to show anything. Just show up, don't make any mistakes, and you win.
And when in those 70 days, she's going to get taxed a little bit more on her policies for both the border and the economy. Where do you think she needs to sell herself to some of those undecided voters in those 2 specific areas?
Well, she's already done it somewhat. I think because Trump's been kind of flailing the last month, I think she was able to kind of redefine herself on both those issues. She had a swing and a miss on the inflation thing with that wage and price controls on groceries, but she came out pretty strong on the border. But I think last night one of the reasons that her speech was successful is
she failed at the border.
Well, I'm not arguing with that, but we're talking about going forward. She needs to say what she's going to do and separate herself from Biden. That being said, I think she's got to get this back on her playing field, and I think those are the issues she talked about last night, or the issues she's strong on. You didn't hear a lot about the issues she's weak on, so I think she was successful in that. But she's going to have to do some interviews at some point, and they got a debate in 3 weeks.
Now, we're getting to the debate next. That's kind of the next big thing that everybody's kind of waiting to see. What do you think that each candidate needs to do between now and that first debate?
Well, you know, she's got a free ride till after Labor Day. She's even said, and she announced to the media, that we're not going to do any kind of interviews until the end of the month of August. And then you're into Labor Day, and then it's the following week, and then you have the debate. So all she needs to do is do exactly what my good friend says here. Stay out of trouble. Really don't talk too much. She's running against herself. She's vice president of the United States. She can make things happen today. She can close the border today. She can do a lot of things today. I mean, and the Democratic Party wants her to show leadership. So all she has to do, though, from her point of view as a campaign guy, is stay out of trouble and stay clean. And then when you get into the debate, don't get into a Donnybrook. Stay on message. Stay on message. You lose debates. You don't win them.
And on the other side, what do you think that former President Trump needs to do between now and that September debate?
Get back on message. He's really flailed the last 4 weeks. You can't do personal attacks. I mean, they went after Tim Walz's son. Did horrible stuff, so he needs to get back up on message. But the thing is, his vulnerabilities, he's standing at the border yesterday in Arizona as if that's a big photo op for him. But you know, remember, he was going to build a wall and Mexico pay for it. And believe me, that wall he built like 20 miles and Mexico didn't pay for it. So he's got his own feelings. But they've got to figure out a way to go after her, and they just haven't so far.
And if you listen to the Republicans, the Democrats built a wall in Chicago, and it worked. You know, we had peace. I think our superintendent of police is the star of the week. He was out there on the street. He was working the streets. His guys love him. and they believe in him now. We've got a police superintendent that I think we can all be very, very proud of, and I thought he did a heck of a job.
We've heard that.
A big thank you there to our Fox 32 Chicago team. We have been taking their coverage all throughout the last several days as the Democratic National Convention now officially over, with Kamala Harris accepting the nomination for president. Do want to take you out to this breaking news that we are covering. This is an aerial view from Fox 31 over in Denver, and specifically this is Boulder, Colorado. You can see really the aftermath of a train collision there. Here is what we know so far via Fox 31. Two trains there in Boulder colliding, leaving behind obviously a very messy scene there. Just after 10:30 p.m. last night, the Boulder Police Department posted on Twitter that two trains collided near Pearl Parkway, if you are familiar with the area. That is close to 48th Street and another avenue nearby. The area is north of the Boulder Community Health Hospital. Now, police said the conductors did have minor injuries, but no additional information had been released about those injuries. Boulder police have not said what factors may have led to the crash, but they did say that a bridge was damaged and fuel from the trains leaked into the Boulder Creek. Xcel Energy was also on scene working to fix a power line that was impacted by all of this. Because of that collision and the cleanup, we are told that part of the parkway there is going to be closed not just for today, but for several days. Valmont Road nearby is also blocked while crews continue to clean up that scene. Officers, no question, urging people in that area to avoid that area for now if they can. As we do get more information and a possible news conference, we'll bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more news to get to in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are approaching the 9 o'clock hour on the East Coast and the 6 o'clock hour on the West Coast. Right now, you're taking a live look outside the United Center. The camera turned off inside as cleanup is officially underway following the Democratic National Convention that wrapped last night. Connor Hansen was there inside and filed this report with a breakdown.
In the most important speech of her political career so far, Vice President Harris made an appeal directly to voters on the final night of the Democratic National Convention. A historic night at the DNC, Vice President Kamala Harris making history by becoming the first black woman and South Asian American to accept a party's nomination.
I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
Harris kicked off the night by honoring President Biden.
When I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude.
She then pivoted to appeal directly to voters, getting personal about her middle-class upbringing and record as a prosecutor.
My entire career, I've only had one client, the people.
Harris also laid out her vision for America, focusing on issues like the economy, health care, and reproductive rights.
A strong middle class has always been critical to America's success, and building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency.
The vice president delivered her speech to a packed house of Democratic supporters, but she tried to reach her message past political barriers.
I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self.
Now that both parties have finished their conventions, the focus shifts to the first debate between former President Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris that will happen on September 10th. In Chicago, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much, and we'll definitely keep you updated as we get closer and closer to that debate. Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will address a crowd later today over in Phoenix, and his campaign describes today's speech as being, quote, about the present historical moment and his path forward. That's fueling a lot of speculation that RFK Jr. will actually drop out of the presidential race and endorse former President Trump. Kennedy's running mate spoke on a podcast earlier this week saying the campaign was considering a move to, quote, join forces with Trump to limit the election chance for Kamala Harris, who, as you know, accepted the Democratic Party's nomination last night in Chicago. Kennedy's speech in Phoenix at 2 p.m. Eastern Time is just 5 hours before Trump will hold a rally in neighboring Glendale at 7 p.m. Eastern, where Trump's campaign teased a special guest will attend. A lot to discuss and break down here, so I do want to bring in Dr. David Cohen, a professor of political science and the director of the Applied Politics program at the University of Akron. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I do have to ask you, as all of these reports are starting to circulate here, is this any surprise, really, to hear that RFK Jr. might actually drop out of the race?
No, I don't think it's a surprise. I mean, I think there's been speculation literally for months. You might recall during the Republican convention or right before it, he was on the phone with former President Trump asking for a job in exchange for his endorsement. And apparently, based on reports, he did the same thing with the Harris campaign. And so he understands that he has absolutely no path forward to win, zero chance. And, he's essentially looking for a job at this point.
And this announcement is supposed to take place later on today. Again, a lot of reports coming in about that. Any significance of the timing, considering the DNC just wrapped up yesterday?
Yeah, I think this is very strategic. If indeed he is going to drop out and endorse Trump, I think it's something that has been coordinated with the Trump campaign. And it's, designed to blunt the enthusiasm and momentum from a very successful Democratic national convention that just happened. And, it's smart politically in terms of the timing. I'm not sure that it's going to have the designed effect, which is to, blunt that momentum and prevent the Harris-Walz campaign from getting probably a significant convention bounce in the polling.
And RFK Jr. has the Kennedy name, no question, but he selected a running mate with no real name recognition. Now, overall, does any of that really matter right now in this day and age in politics?
It matters if he were a major party candidate. He is an afterthought. He is a third party candidate with, like I said, no chance of winning. Nobody cares who his running mate is at this point. I think probably the overwhelming majority of Americans have no idea that he even has a running mate, nor do they care. And it has absolutely no impact on the race who his running mate is.
And what I was going to ask is, do you think it could potentially have any sort of impact on the race itself? Will RFK Jr. leaving the race impact either Trump or Harris in any way?
Now, that's a great question. It is possible. Recent polling has shown that actually his presence in the race is hurting Trump much more than it's hurting Harris. And so the Trump campaign has been desperate to get him out because I'm sure their internal polls are probably showing the same thing. If that is indeed the case, it's possible he can move the needle a little bit. And when we're talking about an extremely close election, anything that could help, even just a percentage point or two, could make a difference potentially in a battleground state, which could tip the election.
And when we talk about RFK Jr. and the reports of him actually exiting the race, those also include him officially endorsing former President Trump. We know that he is going to speak today, and just around the corner, you have former President Trump speaking a few hours later and saying that he will have a special guest. So there's a lot of questions about whether that is RFK Jr. Now, if he does actually endorse Trump, does that hold any significance overall?
I think certainly the Trump campaign desperately wants him to endorse. That could only help Trump. But again, the question is, how much will it help him? I think the fact that he is making this announcement in Arizona and that Donald Trump is also in Arizona, I think there is something to read into that. I think that's more than just a chance encounter.
What do you think it is that kept RFK Jr. from doing better in the polls and being a real contender for president?
Well, first of all, he's a third-party candidate. Remember, he started out as a Democrat. He was trying to challenge Joe Biden in the primaries, and then he decided to run as an independent. I think he thought, based on his family name, that he would immediately be popular, and he would have that built-in name recognition, and people would flock to him. The fact is, he's not a very good candidate. He's kind of a creepy weirdo. You've heard some stories come out about him lately. I mean, I think it was just last week he was bragging about putting a dead bear cub in his trunk, driving around, and then dropping it in Central Park. And it was a big mystery for years. And he bragged about it, to Roseanne. And so I think people kind of look at this guy and realize he's not a serious candidate at all, and we simply are talking to him because he's a Kennedy, not for any other reason.
My last question for you here: what do you think his future holds? Do you think he has a future in politics?
Well, I believe Donald Trump said publicly that he would consider giving him a role in his administration should he win. If that were the case, he'll probably have some low-level role in the administration, maybe some obscure ambassadorship somewhere. And if he does endorse Trump and Trump loses, I don't think Robert Kennedy is going to have any role in politics in any significant manner whatsoever.
All right, Dr. David Cohen, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and help kind of break all this down for us. Is there anything else that you want to add about really any of this before I let you go?
Just in terms of the election in general, I know, I'm pretty sure your viewers understand this, but I mean, this is the most unprecedented election that we've seen in our lifetimes. The fact that you had a candidate drop out and then was replaced, and 4 weeks later had a convention to nominate them. It's a fascinating time to be an American, and I hope everybody's registered to vote.
All right, Dr. David Cohen, thank you again for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, and I do actually want to take you out to our Fox 10 Phoenix team. They are covering all of this, including Trump's event, which is not expected to get underway until 7 p.m. Eastern time outside of Phoenix, but there's already people, it seems, lined up and ready to go. So let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport getting about 4/10 of an inch of rain, but that South Scottsdale area getting close to 2 inches. Arcadia getting over an inch. And then that Papago Park right there near the zoo getting close to 8/10 of an inch of rain. So coming up, we are expecting a fairly nice weekend on tap. We'll have that for you coming up in my full forecast in just a few minutes, Des.
All right, the final night of the DNC wrapping up with Vice President Kamala Harris accepting her party's presidential nomination. The former prosecutor making history by becoming the first black woman and first person of South Asian descent to accept the Democratic nomination for president. Harris kicked off the night by honoring President Biden and leaning on her past experiences. She also laid out her vision for America, focusing on issues like the economy, healthcare, and reproductive rights.
I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self.
Arizona was well represented on stage. Senator Mark Kelly and former Representative Gabby Giffords offering their support to Vice President Harris and calling for the party to unite around her. Now that both parties have finished their conventions, the focus now shifts to the first debate between Harris and former President Trump. That will happen on September 10th.
And as Democrats wrapped up the convention in Chicago last night, former President Trump now here in Arizona.
He'll be holding a rally this afternoon. That's after visiting the border yesterday. Dominique Newland joining us live with all the details. Dom, when we visited with you last time, I think you said there were already people lining up out there.
Oh, yeah, guys. People have been lined out. I've been speaking with since last night. Some living here. A woman I spoke with, Chandler. Others coming from California and other nearby states. So I want to give you a look at the line now. I think it's only getting longer this morning. People camped out in their lawn chairs. You can see a lot of the Trump flags as well as American flags up. Also some makeshift tents with vendors selling Trump merchandise as well. Now, this rally will be here at Desert Diamond Arena in Glendale. This is the same place that Vice President Kamala Harris and Tim Walz talked to a crowd of about 15,000 people just a couple of weeks ago. So even though people are lined up this morning, the doors, they won't be open until 11 a.m. So they still have a lot of time to be out here, with Trump scheduled to speak at 4 o'clock later on this afternoon. Now, there will also be appearances by several other Arizona Republican candidates. This is Trump's second appearance in the Valley since June, when he held a rally at Dream City Church in Phoenix. And ahead of today's rally, the Republican nominee was in southern Arizona yesterday, where he visited the border in Cochise County. And while checking out conditions, Trump criticized the Biden-Harris administration's handling of immigration and says the situation would be worse under a Harris presidency.
Wants open borders. She wants our country. I don't understand why anybody would want it, but she wants our country to be open to the world's criminals so they can come in and rape and pillage and do whatever they have to do.
So if you are going to the rally today, Glendale police, they are asking for you to be careful out on the roads. There's many officers currently out here this morning. So on your screen, you can see the route that they want drivers to take in order to park. That's going to the gray and yellow lots as a sign. They're asking everyone to slow down, be cautious, as they're expecting a lot of people to be out walking here near the roadways. As you can see, a lot of people who are already camped out on these chairs have been since last night. And so once again, these doors opening at 11 a.m., but a lot of people traveling from all over to see the former president speak today. Guys.
All right, thanks so much, Dom. We'll be checking in with you throughout the morning. Appreciate it. Before we head to break, we're going to take a quick look at...
All right, a big thank you there to our Fox 10 Phoenix team. They've been keeping us updated there on the different events that are going to be held by former President Trump today. I believe he has a stop at 3 p.m. Eastern time, and then will speak at 7 p.m. Eastern time. We also expect to hear from RFK Jr. around 2 p.m. Eastern time. You can watch all of those different conversations right here on Live Now for Fox. I do want to take you back to this breaking news that we are following out of the Denver area with the help of Fox 31. We know that 2 trains have collided in Boulder, leaving behind a very messy scene. These are aerial shots that are coming in live, raw, and unfiltered right now. We know that just after 10:30 p.m. local time last night, the Boulder Police Department posted that 2 trains had collided near the Pearl Parkway. This is actually north of the Boulder Community Health Hospital, if you are familiar with that area. Boulder police have not said what factors may have led to the crash, but they did say that a bridge was actually damaged and fuel from the trains leaked into Boulder Creek. Xcel Energy also on the scene working to fix a power line that was impacted by all of this. Now, because of that collision and cleanup, we know that part of the parkway is going to be closed not just for today, but for multiple days. And it appears that a nearby road, Valmont Road, is also blocked for crews who are cleaning up the scene. We know that there are reports that the conductors did suffer minor injuries. We are waiting to get an update on their condition and, of course, the cause of all of this. If there is a news conference, anything of that nature, we'll make sure to bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour now at 9:14 on the East Coast and 6:14 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:16 on the East Coast and 6:16 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next 44 minutes to bring you all of your top stories, breaking news, and live events. We've been covering extensively the Democratic National Convention in Chicago over the past 4 days. We know it did come to a close last night as we saw Kamala Harris essentially accept there the Democratic nomination for president. I do want to pop up this live image right here outside of the United Center. We did have a camera inside, but that has now been shut off as cleanup is officially underway. Now, after the convention did kind of end there, we did have Fox News speak exclusively with former President Trump via phone. I do want to play that quick interview for you right now.
Joining us now by phone, the 45th President of the United States, former President Donald Trump. Mr. President, thank you for joining us. You were truth socialing along this speech. What is your first reaction to it real time tonight?
Well, the biggest reaction is why didn't she do the things that she's complaining about? All of these things that she talked about, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do everything. But she didn't do any of it. She could have done it 3.5 years ago. She could do it tonight by leaving the auditorium and going to Washington, D.C. and closing the border. She doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border and created the safest border we've ever had in the history of our country. She could have done all of these things, and she could still do them. She's got 4.5, 5 months left. She can go there right now. She can do all of the things, many of the things that she's talking about and complaining about. It was a lot of complaining. She didn't talk about China. She didn't talk about fracking. She didn't talk about crime. She didn't talk about 70% of our people are living in poverty. She didn't talk about housing, really.
the trade deficit. She didn't talk about child trafficking that she's allowed to happen because she was the border czar and she presided over the weakest border in the history of our country. It's an invasion. I was there today, as you know, Brett. It's an invasion of our country taking place at our border, our southern border. It's a total invasion. And now it's starting at our northern border also, through Canada. And she didn't talk about any of that because she talks, but she doesn't do. It's no action. But, you know, look, other than that, it was a nice-looking room.
Mr. President, Martha McCallum here. She said that she is promising middle-class tax cuts, and she says that if you are elected, it will cost Americans $3,900 more a year in increased taxes. She's tying all of that to this Project 2025. That's where that number is coming from. What do you say to that?
Well, she knows I have nothing to do with Project 25. They throw it out. A group of people got together. They did a thing. I haven't even seen it. I don't want to see it. I told them specifically, I don't want to see it. People know where I stand. I lower taxes. She's raising taxes. She's going to give a tax increase of 4 to 5 times what people and companies are paying right now. The country will go into a depression if they do it. She didn't talk about interest rates. I mean, the interest rates are now getting close to record rates. People can't do business. Nobody can borrow money. People can't go to the American dream and buy a house because they can't afford the interest rates. And even if they could, the money isn't available. She didn't talk about any of that. Now, if she got in, look, she's a Marxist. She always was. She always will be. She's going to leave the border open. I was there today, and the Border Patrol, as you know, gave me total endorsements and all of that. I've gotten endorsed by almost every major police group in the United States. But she is a Marxist with open borders. She's not going to have any fracking in Pennsylvania. She's going to close down the oil and gas industry, and our country is going to go bust. She didn't talk about the $35 trillion which I was going to start paying off with liquid gold that we have right under our feet. We were going to start paying off debt, lowering taxes still further. And, you know, she wants to raise the taxes on corporations. What they're going to do is pick up and move to another country, like the pharmaceutical industry moved to Ireland and they moved to other places. Many of these industries will just they're international companies. If she raises taxes like she wants to do on companies, there go those jobs. I'm more interested in the jobs than the companies. But there go those jobs. And what's going to happen, Martha, they're going to pick up, they're going to move to another country. They're going to pick up and move to another country where they're going to be promised taxes at half the numbers that she's talking about and more than that.
Mr. President, on the issue of immigration, Vice President Harris, like many Democrats in this hall throughout this week, have used the bipartisan Senate bill and your efforts to lobby Republicans not to move forward with that, to use the issue in this election as part of this speech. She said she will sign that bipartisan bill. She, to your point, doesn't talk about executive orders that could have been launched in the beginning of the Biden administration. But how do you respond to that? And are you ready to debate Kamala Harris on September 10th, given what you heard tonight?
Well, number one debate on September 4th at Fox, and she turned it down. Because, as you know, Brett, I was willing to debate with you and Martha. I was going to debate on September 4th. She turned it down. And I'm willing to debate on, I don't like ABC. I think ABC is probably the worst of the group. But I'm willing to do ABC. I was willing to do CNN with Joe Biden, and you saw what happened there. I mean, CNN does not treat me or Republicans very good. But I was willing to do it because it was the only way I could get to debate him and ask him how that turned out. But look, I am willing to debate, and I think we should do much more than one debate. But you know better than anybody, I'm ready, willing, and able because I told you yes, and she turned you down.
And on the immigration issue?
On the immigration, it's very simple. The bill was horrible. It would have allowed millions of people to pour into our country. It would have been horrible. It was a horrible bill. It was a joke. She doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border. I had the safest border in the history of our country. I closed it up. As president, now she'll have to get Joe to do it, but she could probably have a lot to do with that, right? Now Joe's missing. He's on a beach in California. But you know what? All she has to do, or all he has to do, is say, I want to close the border. The border is closed as of now. They don't need bills. They don't want to close the border. I stood at the border today in 100-degree weather, and I will tell you, it's a dangerous place. And I was being told by Secret Service and a lot of other law enforcement, sir, it's really dangerous here. I think it's time to leave. You wouldn't believe the things that I saw at that border. She's the border czar. Now she wants to deny that, but she's the border. In any event, she was in charge of the border. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border so unsafe as this one. 20 million people have poured into our country, many of them from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylum, and record number of terrorists. And other countries are releasing their prisoners from their jails. They're emptying out their jails into the United States of America because of her incompetence and her bad border policies. She is a horrible, horrible person to run this country. We won't have a country if she gets elected.
Let me ask you this, sir. There has been a huge appeal and momentum for women voters. She's trying to pull the youth vote, the Hispanic vote, the black vote back in her direction. Polls show that she's having some success in that at this point. So what are you going to do? What's your strategy to rebuild the momentum that you had with those voters?
No, she's not having success. I'm having success. I'm doing great with the Hispanic voters. I'm doing great with black men. I'm doing great with women because women want safety. They want safety. And they don't have safety when they have somebody allowing 20 million people into our country, many of them very dangerous people. No, it's only in your eyes that they have that, Martha. We're doing very well in the polls. We're leading in most of the polls. And in the swing states, we're leading in almost every one of them.
Mr. President, let me interrupt.
The auto workers are voting for me because you're not going to have an auto industry if she gets elected. They're going to all electric cars. All electric cars are going to be made in China. And you're not going to have, you literally will not have an auto industry. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed of themselves. They sold the workers down the tubes.
Two quick things as we wrap up here, Mr. President. Tomorrow, do you expect to be endorsed by Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? And are you making a specific effort in Georgia to make up, if you will, with the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp?
Well, I just saw Brian on a very good man. Did you ever hear of a man named Sean Hannity? And he was interviewed by Sean Hannity. And he was very nice, and he said he wants Trump to win, and he's going to work with me 100%. And I think we're going to have a very good relationship with Brian Kemp. And that was on just before you people went on with that speech that we just listened to.
And RFK Jr.?
It just happened. And as far as RFK, I've had a great relationship with him over the years. I respect him. He respects me. I have no idea if he's going to endorse me. I know he's got a news conference. We happen to be in the same state. Arizona will be in the same state, but in quite different parts of the state. But it's possible we will be meeting tomorrow, and we'll be discussing it. He said, look, he was treated very unfairly by the Democrats. He would have beaten Joe Biden in a Democrat primary. I have no doubt about it. And they made it absolutely impossible for him. They made it that you have to get 60, 70% of the vote just to get in. And you know what?
President.
In the end, the Democrats did the same thing to Joe Biden. They threw Joe Biden out of the party.
And that's
they
why
did
we
the
saw a
same
different
thing
night
as they did to RFK.
Mr. President, thank you so much for the time. We appreciate that live feedback.
A big thank you there to Fox News for providing that interview. Again, they spoke via phone with former President Trump right after the DNC did wrap last night. The time now 9:28 over on the East Coast and 6:28 on the West Coast. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to coming up in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look outside of the United Center there over in Chicago, Illinois. Last night did end the DNC day 4 as we heard from Kamala Harris officially accepting the nomination from the Democratic Party for president. I do want to talk more about the whole situation going on in Chicago because there was a lot of activity this week. Let's bring in Raymond Lopez, the alderman of Chicago's 15th ward there to discuss. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Good morning from Chicago.
All right, so first off, I do want to ask you about security because there were a lot of questions about that. We do know that we saw protests and things of that nature. So overall, tell me your thoughts on how police did when it comes to security.
Well, I think that we have to give a huge hat tip to our local Chicago police officers, as well as all of the outside law enforcement and federal partners that came in to ensure that the Democratic National Convention went off without a hitch. Excuse me. Many of our guests were quite surprisingly pleased with how well things went in the city of Chicago. And I think it's a testament to what happens when you allow law enforcement to do its job correctly and constitutionally. You know, we saw a couple dust-ups, particularly in front of the Israeli consulate, and then again last night at some of the parties hosted by delegates and politicians throughout Chicago at the wrap-up. But our police were able to squash them quickly, decisively, and without incident. And they deserve high praise for their efforts this past week and in the months leading up to it.
And I do want to put up this video here. You were talking about some of those Gaza war protests that took place. This is actually from last night within Chicago there, courtesy Brendan Gutenschwager with Storyful there. What you can see are some of the clashes between Chicago police and the protesters. Now, I did want to ask you, were there any concerns for folks who were at the DNC or the people of Chicago as a whole as all of this was kind of going on?
You know, I think we had a little bit of trepidation going into the convention. You know, our concerns were that we were hearing reports of up to 100,000 individuals descending upon the city of Chicago. Clearly, that number never materialized because that was causing concerns, not just at the convention, but in the neighborhoods where community residents were concerned that 911 calls were not going to be answered as quickly should something happen major at any of these locations requiring more officers to be pulled. But I want to say again, you know, our officers did a wonderful and commendable job learning from the tactics that we saw employed by outside agitators following the murder of George Floyd in 2020. They didn't take the bait this time. They allowed the agitators to do their thing and actually arrest them accordingly whenever they broke the law.
I want to talk about an incident that did happen earlier on this week, reported that either maggots or crickets were put in food that was meant to be served to some of the delegates there at a nearby hotel. What do you make of all of that, and what does that say about the situation that went on? Obviously, the good news is that hotel staff, folks there, were able to prevent anyone from actually eating it. But what does all of that say to you?
You know, individuals are trying to make their point in any way they can, whether they're protesting in the streets, throwing bottles at cars, or in this case, getting into hotels or in the convention areas where they're able to try to contaminate food, not necessarily to poison someone, but to disgust someone. And oftentimes these agitators are from out of town, and in many cases out of the country, just coming here to make a point because they think this is their moment to shine. And thankfully, while no one was sick, I think it does show that there were some areas of concern that we need to look at moving forward, that we can't just assume that everyone who is given credentials has access to people is there for the right reasons. I was at an event with the Jewish community, and we had nearly a dozen people try to break into that event, all of which had credentials to be in the building, but were trying to use it for their political moment.
I want to talk about something a little more positive here. Can you kind of break down for me the long and short-term impacts for Chicago when it comes to a big event like the DNC?
Well, I gladly take any occasion in which we can showcase the great city of Chicago. I think God was smiling on us because I don't know where this beautiful weather came from in the middle of August to be on my city, but the humidity was low, the sun was high, and everyone really enjoyed the true depth and breadth of the beauty of this great city. In the short term, we put on our best foot moving forward. We didn't have riots. It wasn't 1968 as some people were hoping. And we highlighted the best that we are for those who came here and, again, for our community. In the long term, I hope this helps to encourage other individuals to bring their conventions back to our city, to invest in our city, and to use Chicago for what it is, the most American of American cities.
And I lived in Naperville for a little while, so I can attest to the fact that summers there, yeah, it's hot. So it's good when you have great weather like that. So what would you say to the Democratic Party about why they should do their convention in Chicago again? Because there's already talk that Pritzker is trying to make the case for Chicago in 2028.
I think that bringing conventions like this and bringing 50,000 people or more to Chicago is a wonderful thing. But I think politically it's a mistake to try and force it into the city of Chicago back to back to back for your own political purposes. And I think he likes having the limelight here where he can play a larger role as he did in this case. We need to take our convention outside of blue states, outside of blue cities, and show the rest of the country who we are, what we truly stand for, particularly as we see a rise, hopefully, of Democrats who remember what it's like to be in the middle, to work from the center and go from there. I think that we make a mistake if we just stick with our own strongest bases, because you don't win by avoiding people. You win by adding and multiplying new members, new people, new ideologies into your platform that makes sense to the larger citizenry.
Could you ever see the Republican National Convention being held there in Chicago?
Well, I would love to see, in a perfect world, I would love to see the RNC here, and I'd love to see the DNC in Dallas or somewhere in Florida, because I think to what I just said, you have to go and show other people who you are, show them what you're proud of, give a chance to have a conversation in a city that's not necessarily your own, and talk about what you want to see happen in this country. We heard from two presidents yesterday, former presidents this week, Barack Obama and Bill Clinton. Both say that it's incumbent upon the Democratic Party to reach out to people you don't agree with, talk to those who don't necessarily support you right now, hear them, listen to them, and respect them. And you can't do that if you're in your own little echo chamber. You have to do that by going out into the community, out into the country, and meeting new people who don't agree with you so that you could have those conversations. And I think that will help restore some of the sanity and functionality of politics, because right now we're just too busy screaming from the extremes as opposed to meeting each other in the center.
I want to ask you before I let you go here, what is one, let's say, misconception that you think people out there maybe watching right now have about the city of Chicago?
Well, I think that a lot of people think that Chicago is a war zone. And I think that oftentimes we know that we have public safety challenges, but Chicago is, as I said, the most American of American cities. We are the melting pot of everywhere, whether it's East Coast, West Coast, you name it. Everyone is here. And we have found a way to make that work. And I think that despite our challenges, you still have individuals who are still fighting to keep us as the greatest city in the world. And I believe that is why it's important for other parties to come here as well, to see and experience that firsthand, to get to know our people and enjoy the richness of all 77 communities. It's easy to paint us in one light, and Lord knows I've talked plenty about some of our challenges, but there are a great many things that we excel at, not least of which is the food, as anyone can attest to.
All right, Alderman, thank you so much for taking the time to be here and break it all down. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
No, I think this is going to be a very interesting election cycle. We're going to see if Kamala Harris can bring some specifics beyond love and joy. I think we're going to see if Donald Trump can stay on message and focus on the record and not the personality. Whoever can do what they need to do best is going to be the winner. And I think it's going to really matter in many states where it's within 1 or 2 percentage points who's going to become the next president of the United States.
All right, Alderman, thank you again for taking the time to join us this morning. I'm sure you're very tired, and now you can finally sleep.
My pleasure.
All right, everybody, do want to take you out to some breaking news that we are following right now. The information just coming in here from the Associated Press. Take a look at this video that we've shown you from just yesterday over in Porticello, Sicily. Italian rescuers bringing ashore the body of the final missing person who was on a super yacht that sunk off the coast of Sicily. The woman's body was detected Friday. That's according to the Coast Guard, and she has not officially been identified. But Hannah Lynch, the 18-year-old daughter of British tech giant Mike Lynch, is reportedly still unaccounted for. The Lynch family was aboard the boat, a 56-meter or about 184-foot British flagged yacht, which went down in a storm early Monday. Mike Lynch's body was recovered Thursday, and he had been celebrating his recent acquittal on fraud charges with his family and the people who defended him at trial in the U.S. His wife, Angela, was among 15 survivors, divers struggling to find the 6 bodies that were trapped in the yacht's hull about 50 meters or 164 feet underwater. Civil protection officials say they believe the ship was struck by a tornado over the water, known, of course, as a waterspout, and then sank very quickly. Obviously, there will be an investigation that is conducted here to figure out how something like this could happen. If there is a news conference or any additional information, we'll make sure to bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But again, Italian rescuers now confirming that they have brought ashore the body of the final missing person who was on that super yacht when it sunk off the coast of Sicily. It does appear that it could be 18-year-old Hannah Lynch, but that has not been confirmed as of yet. However, family members saying that as of right now, she is still unaccounted for. 9:41 on the East Coast, 6:41 on the West Coast. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to here on Live Now from Fox in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. And I do want to get back to this breaking news that we have been following out of Boulder, Colorado with the help of Fox 31 over in Denver. You can see these aerial images that are coming in showing a very messy scene as 2 trains in Boulder did collide. Just after 10:30 p.m. last night, the Boulder Police Department did post that 2 trains collided near Pearl Parkway, if you're familiar with that area, which is north of the Boulder Community Health Hospital. Police said the conductors did have minor injuries, but no additional information was released about that. Boulder police have not said what factors may have led to that collision, but they did say that a rail bridge was actually destroyed as a result of the impact. No city property damage besides some trees, and Xcel Energy was also on the scene working to fix a power line that was somehow impacted. Initially, Boulder police said fuel was leaking from the engine into Boulder Creek. However, moments ago, investigators said they believe the fuel was actually absorbed by sand that spilled from one of the cars. BNSF Railway has taken over that investigation, which is expected to last for several days. It does appear that several roads across this general area are going to be closed not just for today, but for several days as the situation is cleared and the investigation is conducted. We'll keep you updated on all of that as it does get underway. Do want to head to another story that we have been following all throughout the morning and really all throughout the week here as you take a live look outside the United Center over in Chicago. We did have a camera inside, but that camera is now gone as cleanup is officially underway following the 2024 DNC. Do want to send it over to our Fox 32 Chicago team. They have team coverage of the latest going on in Chicago.
Convention is over, but the cleanup efforts are in full swing this morning at the United Center and McCormick Place.
Joni joins us live now from the United Center with a closer look.
Hi there. There's so much work going on around United Center, and things are really changing. In fact, Madison, right down the front of United Center, it's open to some traffic. On the back end where all that security clog up was, and the lines were, and the cars were trying to get in, it's starting to open up, though there's still a lot of traffic over there because the work trucks are moving around. Changes everywhere but here. Washington and Wood Street. Remember, they put that additional layer of fencing up here. We have a streets and sanitation truck, and no work happening right now, though they did move some of the concrete barriers out of the way. Those fences are still in the parking area where residents had to give up their outdoor parking and make those sacrifices for the DNC. Today's priority for all the workers, though, get the major streets reopened. Crews began dismantling fences before DNC activities ended. OEMC officials say that today they're going to work on reopening that ramp from I-55 to Lakeshore Drive by 3 o'clock. Fences have been an inconvenience for the neighbors who are just trying to get to work and home. And while all this work is going on, there's still going to be some major detours and some traffic delays. Chicago officials are optimistic, though, that Chicagoans can have their city back soon.
I would like to say that we're going to go at it immediately, but we'll assess what's going on. And as soon as we have the green light, we'll start breaking things down, and we'll make sure that everyone can start getting back to their regular sleep schedules.
It is happening, and streets are reopening, both here and around McCormick Place. The priority over here is to get those major streets open, like Damon. It was closed down, and Jackson is somewhat open. But as I said, while these crews are moving around, there will be some traffic closures that are kind of rolling like when it first started here. Another priority, they'd like to get the streets open in time for church Sunday morning. Reporting live near United Center, I'm Joni Lum. Back to you.
All right, Joni, thank you for that report. Anthony Ponce here at the live desk. Vice President Kamala Harris officially accepted the Democratic Party presidential nomination last night. It all unfolded at the United Center on the final night of the DNC. While speaking, she pledged to be a president who moves the country forward. Harris still hasn't talked specifics about her policies, but she did hint at some issues that will be a priority for her administration if she is elected.
We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools.
Now that she has accepted the nomination, both parties have finalized their tickets for the election in November. Harris and former President Donald Trump will have their first debate on September 10th. Early voting, in person or by mail, starts on September 26th. It's almost here, Natalie.
Yes, it is. Thank goodness. Thousands of protesters with the coalition to march on the DNC came out for one last demonstration during the convention. You're looking at video from Union Park late last night. You could see about 200 people and a heavy police presence. The organized protest ended at around 8 o'clock, but things picked up again after protesters tried to take over the street. A few dozen arrests were made throughout the DNC, but things have stayed pretty peaceful overall. Things also remain pretty quiet in regards to the migrant situation here in Chicago this week. That's after Texas Governor Greg Abbott threatened otherwise, saying he would send more migrants to the city. A bus has not dropped new arrivals off in the city since June. Right now, there's more than 5,000 beds available across city migrant shelters. They could be filled, though, at any time.
In our extended coverage this week, we asked you if you think that hosting the DNC was worth it, the impact to the city of Chicago. And we hope you answered yes. That's because Governor Pritzker is reportedly lobbying for the next convention in 2028 to stay right here in Chicago. Bloomberg says that Pritzker and others have already started a push to host the DNC again. We're no strangers to the task. Chicago hosted consecutive conventions in 1952 and 1956, where former Illinois Governor Adlai Stevenson was nominated. And former President Donald Trump brought his campaign to the southern border. During a rally in Arizona yesterday, Trump attacked Vice President Kamala Harris in her efforts to control immigration. Arizona is going to be a very key important swing state this November with 11 electoral votes at stake. Trump's VP pick, J.D. Vance, held his own rally in Georgia yesterday where he also attacked Harris's performance on the border situation.
The reason why we have an open border is because Kamala Harris undid the policies of Donald J. Trump. We bring Donald J. Trump back, we bring those policies back, we will get border security, but you've got to have a president who wants to do this stuff.
Recent polls show that the border crisis is one of the major factors that would drive voters to the polls in November. Today, both Trump and Vance will hold a campaign rally together in Glendale, Arizona.
8:08, and Caitlin, Cody is standing by. What a beautiful...
All right, a big thank you there to our Fox 32 Chicago team for their live reports there. I do want to take you out to this image of Phoenix, Arizona, because as we said, we expect to hear from former President Trump a couple times today. He's going to hold a rally over at 7 p.m. Eastern time, and just 5 hours earlier at 2 p.m. Eastern time in Phoenix, we expect to hear from RFK Jr., where there are reports circulating that he is going to withdraw from the presidential race, and other reports saying he will actually endorse former President Trump. Now, at Trump's rally at 7 p.m. Eastern time, he has teased a special guest, but obviously has not said who it is. Many people guessing it could potentially be RFK Jr., but again, a lot of people last night were guessing that Beyonce would be at the DNC, and that didn't happen. So you never really know who a special guest is going to be until you get there. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the final one of the hour, but we'll have more live coverage coming up on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you to an aerial image that is coming in from our Fox 5 Atlanta team as a fallen deputy is being honored here. Again, this is out of Georgia. Family and friends gathering for a funeral service and a graveside service for Sheriff's Office Deputy Brandon Cunningham, expected to happen later today. And right now you can see he is being escorted to the funeral home. Deputy Cunningham's life was tragically cut short last Saturday when he responded to a domestic dispute call. Upon arrival, he and his partner were ambushed by 42-year-old James Atkins. That is according to investigators. The attack resulted in Cunningham's death and the wounding of Atkins' wife, a 52-year-old woman. Atkins later took his own life during a standoff with police. Cunningham's body scheduled to arrive here around 9:50 a.m. and it looks like it just did around that time here. You can see this aerial image from our Fox 5 Atlanta team once again. Visitation does start at 10 a.m. and runs until 1:30 p.m. with a funeral starting at 2 p.m. Again, you are going to see a lot of law enforcement that shows up, as always, to show their support for their fallen brother here. Again, and this is after being ambushed just last weekend. All right, I do want to head back out to this live image that we do have here. Let's pop it up for you as we continue our DNC coverage. The DNC wrapping up last night over in Chicago, and looks like that image just went to black. But I did speak with an expert a bit earlier on today who helped break down everything about what happened at the DNC. On the other side, Christy Mattina will be in the hot seat with everything you need to know. He joins us now live to discuss even further. Rich, good morning, and thank you so much for being here. I know you probably haven't had a lot of sleep, so we do appreciate it.
Not a problem, Josh. Not a problem at all.
All right, so first off, I do want to get your overall thoughts and reaction to that 40-minute acceptance speech from Kamala Harris.
Yeah, it was interesting. Her strategy in this was, you have to animate and galvanize the base, and she did that. But beyond that, she also, I think, wanted to try to go after those very, very elusive, very few actual persuadable voters. You could see that, for example, at one point she said, "You can trust me." She talked about the issue of the border. A lot of people thought that was kind of almost a bugaboo for her. She said directly about the border, something to the effect of, well, we say supported a bill. I think that's basically the talking point that's going to be that they supported a bill that was supported by a conservative Republican. Shouldn't mention his name. It was James Lankford of Oklahoma. So she said that they supported it and that Donald Trump was the reason that it did not pass. She defended veterans. She defended the military. Very, very interesting. Very much, I think, a typical center-left Democrat type of a speech. I think that she'll definitely get a bounce out of this. How much, my guess is between 3 and 5 points, and then we're going to go on to the debate. So then it's going to be kind of a blank slate after that.
And the DNC now officially over in Chicago. So what were some of the defining moments overall for you as you were watching the speeches and the different events that took place?
I think one thing that's very interesting is that on the terms of national security, the party is really becoming more muscular. They're becoming where the Republicans were basically from Dwight Eisenhower through Mitt Romney. I think that the Democratic Party specifically was always known as a little bit less interventionist party, but now Donald Trump kind of was very non-interventionist. Now they've become more interventionist. Every time you heard the word Ukraine, for example, there was a round of applause. Leon Panetta, very hawkish, former CIA director, former defense secretary, former OMB director in the Clinton administration, and chief of staff as well, former congressman in California, got up and spoke about the need for more national security. You saw Adam Kinzinger, very much a hawk. You might even call him a neoconservative, if you will, former congressman from Illinois and a Republican, got up and spoke about how he supports Vice President Harris for president. So very interesting. And I think the other thing that was interesting is that Vice President Harris addressed head-on what's really the elephant in the room, which was the war in Gaza between Israel and Hamas. She said, well, the United States will always support Israel and will always protect Israel. She also said that there needs to be some sort of a ceasefire, that the hostages need to come home. But she did address that because that is interesting, because there were basically protests out there and many on the left wing who would traditionally be allies, many of whom supported Joe Biden in 2020, are very incensed by the Biden and Harris administration, and what they believe is too supportive of Netanyahu and the Israeli government.
And you kind of already touched on this, but to have some big name Republicans like Adam Kinzinger speaking there at the DNC, what does that mean overall? Does that increase support on, let's say, the Republican side for a candidate like Kamala Harris?
Well, I don't think they're actually going to get many Republican votes. We're in a scenario where we're so bifurcated right now. Last time around, 94% of Republicans voted for Donald Trump, 94% of Democrats voted for Joe Biden. So there are very few actual Republicans they can get. What they can get is disaffected independents. And those independents, when they hear him speak, they know that it's essentially that the Democrats are looking for a big tent, that they're looking to spread, that they're looking to try to get as many independents in the Democratic column as possible. And that's what I think really the goal there was.
And I have to ask, because now we're looking ahead to the debate as we do see Kamala Harris take on Donald Trump on September 10th. How do you think that the debate between Harris and Trump is going to differ from what we saw with Trump and Biden?
It's really unpredictable because in the case of Joe Biden, we had seen him debate many times before in 2020. I think while he certainly underperformed, we generally knew what type of a debater he was. In the case of Vice President Harris, in 2000, she didn't even make it to 2020. In 2019, she had a few debates. In one of them, she actually took on Joe Biden over busing. And in the other one, she was, I think that Tulsi Gabbard really took her on over her past support for over people that have done marijuana who she said were in jail under her tenure as DA. And she didn't really have much of an answer for that. So my guess is she really is rusty and she really needs to prepare. From what I'm hearing, she already is preparing very much. But that would be the advice I would give, would be just to try to go back to, you know, the previous debates that she had back in 2016, watch her past performances and try to determine how well she, and try to determine how she's gonna debate Donald Trump. Donald Trump's obviously an interesting person to debate because he will very much go to the jugular. So the question for Vice President Harris is, do you go to the jugular back, or do you try to take the high road? My guess is that some sort of a happy medium.
Vance and Walz will take part in the vice presidential debate. I know it's kind of early on to really figure out, but what do we expect that to look like?
Yeah, that's interesting as well. In the case of of Senator Vance, he's only really been, not only has he only been elected to one office, he's only ran for one office. He ran for the United States Senate seat, and he participated in some debates in the primaries. In one debate, he said, basically, I don't care what happens to the Ukraine in one of the Republican primaries, but he really doesn't have that much experience beyond that one Senate race. In the case of Governor Walz, he certainly, when he was running for Congress, going back to 2006, and then he ran for governor, and he had two rather formidable opponents in 2018 and 2022, respectively. Be interesting to see how they kind of, will they be respectful? I think the thought process is that Trump and Harris will probably not shake hands, but will they shake hands? Will they be respectful? I don't know. Last time around, Vice President Mike Pence and Senator Harris and Vice Harris at the time, Vice President Pence and I think and Senator Harris at the time, that is, I think had a really relatively close debate, comparatively speaking, compared to what was going on at the presidential level.
With Tim Walz, I feel as though we've seen maybe a shift in his demeanor, the way that he's acted, some changes since he was selected as the vice president candidate there. I know that we had heard in the past he talked a little faster. It seems like he's slowing down when he's speaking. What sort of changes have we seen with Walz really since he accepted that nomination for vice president?
Yes, they're definitely working on him. You've seen a lot of change with him ideologically, too. If you go back when he first ran for Congress, for example, in his congressional district in southern Minnesota, he was basically a blue dog type Democrat. He was somebody who, for example, would get A ratings for the National Rifle Association. He's also somebody who I think has an appeal to rural voters who have been leaving the Democratic Party in droves. And he's somebody who I think and he's somebody who I think has probably changed a little bit. They're probably working a little bit on it. And he gave a very powerful speech. It was very short, only about 15 minutes long, but it was very powerful. He had all the football players from Mankato High School were all out there. Very good performance, I think, for him generally. And I think that the American people tend to generally like him. That's probably why he got the nomination, even though he probably didn't bring in a state. He may have shared up Minnesota, but it came down to him, Governor Shapiro. And a lot of people are wondering why Vice President Harris chose him. But I think partly we now know the reason.
All right, my last question here before I let you go. As far as the different issues that folks are discussing, voters, as we do approach November, we have the economy, immigration, and of course the border. What do you think is the single most issue that people are making their decision on as they vote in November and decide between Trump and Harris?
I think it comes down to the economy, and the economy comes down to one thing: are Americans feeling it? We have there's inflation in the country. Some on the conservative side will say that it's an inflation crisis. But on the other hand, the job numbers look pretty good. If you look at it from an aggregate, Americans are not feeling it yet. That's the problem. And it reminds me a little bit of 1992 with George H.W. Bush. Part of the reason he lost to Bill Clinton is that Americans believed that the country was in a recession. Actually, the country was in a very mild recovery at the time. So it's interesting in terms of the economic numbers. Do the American people feel it? And that's one thing that the Biden-Harris administration, in terms of messaging, have really tried to promote the economy as much as they possibly can. We'll see how Vice President Harris and Governor Walz try to promote any economic plans this time around as well.
For sure. All right, Rich Rabino, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us and break it all down. Anything else that you want to add really about any of this before I let you go?
Just the whole thing about Governor Walz, it was interesting the way he really appeals. I think he has a certain appeal to rural voters from the Great Society, the New Deal, the Great Society used to be very much Democrat. There was a time, even in 1976, for example, that about a third of conservative voters actually voted for Jimmy Carter. And Jimmy Carter, the former governor of Georgia, won every solitary southern state that year except for Virginia. So there's a time that Southerners, that rural voters that the Democratic Party appealed to them, but they've obviously left in droves. I think Tim Walz is somebody that potentially could bring back a few of them into the fold.
All right, Rich Rabino, political analyst who hasn't slept in about 5 days. Hopefully you can go get a nap right now. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. My pleasure.
He joins us now.
Thank you to my colleague, Josh Breslow. They're wrapping up the Democratic National Convention for us. My name's Christy Matino. Thanks so much for being here. Your time now is 10:07 here on the East Coast, 7:07 on the West Coast. In just a minute here, we are going to take you out to a live event in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, as Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell giving a high-profile speech at the annual conference of central bankers there. With inflation easing closer to the Fed's 2% target, the Fed is expected by many to cut its benchmark interest rate in September for the first time in 4 years. That did just kick off moments ago, so let's turn over there and listen in.
Economic Symposium. My name is Karen Dinan, and I'm going to be your moderator for today's sessions. As you heard last night from Jeff, the topic for the symposium is reassessing the effectiveness and transmission of monetary policy. So it's a super important topic, particularly right now. And we've got some great papers lined up for this morning. We've got 2 papers, and we also have a panel lined up for that. But before we get to any of that, I am delighted to say that we have Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell here to deliver opening remarks. So with that, let me welcome Jay Powell to the podium.
Thank you, Karen, and thanks to our host from the Kansas City Fed. It's great to be back here today. 4.5 years after COVID-19's arrival, the worst of the pandemic-related economic distortions are fading. Inflation has declined significantly. The labor market is no longer overheated, and conditions are now less tight than those that prevailed before the pandemic. Supply constraints have normalized, and the balance of risks to our 2 mandates has changed. Our objective has been to restore price stability while maintaining a strong labor market, avoiding the sharp increases in unemployment that characterized earlier disinflationary episodes when inflation expectations were less well anchored. While the task is not complete, we have made a good deal of progress toward that outcome. Today, I will begin by addressing the current economic situation and the path ahead for monetary policy. I will then turn to a discussion of economic events since the pandemic arrived, exploring why inflation rose to levels not seen in a generation and why it has fallen so much while unemployment has remained low. So let's begin with the current situation and the near-term outlook for policy. For much of the past 3 years, inflation ran well above our 2% goal, and labor market conditions were extremely tight. The FOMC's primary focus has been on bringing down inflation, and appropriately so. Prior to this episode, most Americans alive today had not experienced the pain of high inflation for a sustained period. Inflation brought substantial hardship, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials, like food, housing, and transportation. High inflation triggered stress and a sense of unfairness that linger today. Our restrictive monetary policy helped restore balance between aggregate supply and demand, easing inflationary pressures and ensuring that inflation expectations remained well anchored. Inflation is now much closer to our objective, with prices having risen 2.5% over the past 12 months. After a pause earlier this year, progress toward our 2% objective has resumed. My confidence has grown that inflation is on a sustainable path back to 2%. Turning to employment, in the years just prior to the pandemic, we saw the significant benefits to society that can come from a long period of strong labor market conditions. Low unemployment, high participation, historically low racial employment gaps, and with inflation low and stable, healthy real wage gains that were increasingly concentrated among those with lower incomes. Today, the labor market has cooled considerably from its formerly overheated state. The unemployment rate began to rise over a year ago and is now at 4.3%. Still low by historical standards, but almost a full percentage point above its level in early 2023. Most of that increase has come over the past 6 months. So far, rising unemployment has not been the result of elevated layoffs, as is typically the case in an economic downturn. Rather, the increase mainly reflects a substantial increase in the supply of workers and a slowdown from the previously frantic pace of hiring. Even so, the cooling in labor market conditions is unmistakable. Job gains remain solid, but have slowed this year. Job vacancies have fallen, and the ratio of vacancies to unemployment has returned to its pre-pandemic range. The hiring and quits rates are now below the levels that prevailed in 2018 and 19. Nominal wage gains have moderated, and all told, labor market conditions are now less tight than just before the pandemic in 2019, a year when inflation ran below 2%. It seems unlikely that the labor market will be a source of elevated inflationary pressures anytime soon. We do not seek or welcome further cooling in labor market conditions. Overall, the economy continues to grow at a solid pace, but the inflation and labor market data show an evolving situation. The upside risks to inflation have diminished, and the downside risks to employment have increased. As we highlighted in our last FOMC statement, we are attentive to the risks to both sides of our dual mandate. The time has come for policy to adjust. The direction of travel is clear, and the timing and pace of rate cuts will depend on incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We will do everything we can to support a strong labor market as we make further progress toward price stability. With an appropriate dialing back of policy restraint, there is good reason to think that the economy will get back to 2% inflation while maintaining a strong labor market. The current level of our policy rate gives us ample room to respond to any risks we may face, including the risk of unwelcome further weakening in labor market conditions. So let's now turn to the questions of why inflation rose and why it has fallen so significantly even as unemployment has remained low. There's a growing body of research on these questions, including Gowdy Eggerson's work, which we'll shortly discuss, and this is a good time for this discussion. It is, of course, too soon to make definitive assessments. This period will be analyzed and debated long after we are all gone. The arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic led quickly to shutdowns in economies around the world. It was a time of radical uncertainty and severe downside risks. As so often happens in times of crisis, Americans adapted and innovated. Governments responded with extraordinary force, especially in the United States. Congress unanimously passed the CARES Act. At the Fed, we used our powers to an unprecedented extent to stabilize the financial system and help stave off an economic depression. After a historically deep but brief recession, in mid-2020, the economy began to grow again. And as the risks of a severe extended downturn receded, and as the economy reopened, we faced the risk of replaying the painfully slow recovery that followed the global financial crisis. Congress delivered substantial additional fiscal support in late 2020 and again in early 2021. Spending recovered strongly in the first half of 2021, and the ongoing pandemic shaped the pattern of the recovery. Lingering concerns over COVID weighed on spending on in-person services, but pent-up demand, stimulative policies, pandemic changes in work and leisure practices, and the additional savings associated with constrained services spending all contributed to a historic surge in consumer spending on goods. The pandemic also wreaked havoc on supply conditions. 8 million people left the workforce at its onset, and the size of the labor force was still 4 million below its pre-pandemic level in early 2021. The labor force would not return to its pre-pandemic trend until mid-2023. Supply chains were snarled by a combination of lost workers, disrupted international trade linkages, and tectonic shifts in the composition and level of demand. Clearly, this was nothing like the slow recovery after the global financial crisis. Enter inflation. After running below target through 2020, inflation spiked in March and April 2021. The initial burst of inflation was concentrated rather than broad-based, with extremely large price increases for goods in short supply, such as motor vehicles. My colleagues and I judged at the outset that these pandemic-related factors would not be persistent, and thus that the sudden rise in inflation was likely to pass through fairly quickly without the need for a monetary policy response. In short, that the inflation would be transitory. Standard thinking has long been that as long as inflation expectations remain well anchored, it can be appropriate for central banks to look through a temporary rise in inflation. The good ship transitory was a crowded one, with most mainstream analysts and advanced economy central bankers on board. I think I see some former shipmates out there today. The common expectation was that supply conditions would improve reasonably quickly, that the rapid recovery in demand would run its course, and that demand would rotate back from goods to services, bringing inflation down. For a time, the data were consistent with the transitory hypothesis. Monthly readings for core inflation declined every month from April through September 2021, although progress came slower than expected. The case began to weaken around mid-year, as was reflected in our communications. And beginning in October, the data turned hard against the transitory hypothesis. Inflation rose and broadened out from goods to services, and it became clear that high inflation was not transitory and that it would require a strong response if inflation expectations were to remain well anchored. We recognized that and pivoted beginning in November. Financial conditions began to tighten, and after phasing out our asset purchases, we lifted off in March of 2022. By early 2022, headline inflation exceeded 6% and core was above 5%. New supply shocks appeared. Russia's invasion of Ukraine led to a sharp increase in energy and commodity prices. The improvements in supply conditions and the rotation in demand from goods to services were taking much longer than expected, in part due to further COVID waves in the United States. and COVID continued to disrupt production globally, including through new and extended lockdowns in China. Higher rates of inflation were a global phenomenon reflecting common experiences: rapid increases in the demand for goods, strained supply chains, tight labor markets, and sharp hikes in commodity prices. The global nature of inflation was unlike any period since the 1970s. Back then, high inflation became entrenched, an outcome we were utterly committed to avoiding. By mid-2022, the labor market was extremely tight, with employment increasing by 6.5 million jobs from the middle of 2021. This increase in labor demand was met in part by workers rejoining the labor force as health concerns began to fade. But labor supply remained constrained, and in the summer of 2022, labor force participation remained well below pre-pandemic levels. There were nearly twice as many job openings as unemployed persons from March 2022 through the end of the year, signaling a severe labor shortage. And inflation peaked at 7.1% in June 2022. At this podium 2 years ago, I discussed the possibility that addressing inflation could bring some pain in the form of higher unemployment and slower growth. Some argued that getting inflation under control would require a recession and a lengthy period of high unemployment. And I expressed our unconditional commitment to fully restoring price stability and to keeping at it until the job is done. The FOMC did not flinch from carrying out our responsibilities, and our actions forcefully demonstrated our commitment to restoring price stability. We raised our policy rate by 425 basis points in 2022 and another 100 basis points in 2023, and we've held our policy rate at its current restrictive level since July 2023. The summer of 2022 proved to be the peak of inflation. The 4.5 percentage point decline in inflation from its peak 2 years ago has occurred in a context of low unemployment, a welcome and historically unusual result. So, how did inflation fall without a sharp rise in unemployment above its estimated natural rate? Pandemic-related distortions to supply and demand, as well as severe shocks to energy and commodity markets, were important drivers of high inflation, and their reversal has been a key part of the story of its decline. The unwinding of these factors took much longer than expected, but ultimately played a large role in the subsequent disinflation. Our restrictive monetary policy contributed to a moderation in aggregate demand, which combined with improvements in aggregate supply to reduce inflationary pressures, while allowing growth to continue at a healthy pace. As labor demand also moderated, the historically high level of vacancies relative to unemployment has normalized primarily through a decline in vacancies, without sizable and disruptive layoffs, bringing the labor market to a state where it is no longer a source of inflationary pressures. A word on the critical importance of inflation expectations. Standard economic models have long reflected the view that inflation will return to its objective when product and labor markets are balanced without the need for economic slack, so long as inflation expectations are anchored at our objective. That's what the model said. But the stability of longer-run inflation expectations since the 2000s had not been tested by a persistent burst of high inflation. It was far from assured that the inflation anchor would hold. Concerns over de-anchoring contributed to the view that disinflation would require slack in the economy and specifically in the labor market. An important takeaway from recent experience is that anchored inflation expectations, reinforced by vigorous central bank actions, can facilitate disinflation without the need for slack. This narrative attributes much of the increase in inflation to an extraordinary collision between overheated and temporarily distorted demand and constrained supply. While researchers differ in their approaches and to some extent in their conclusions, a consensus seems to be emerging, which I see as attributing most of the rise in inflation to this collision. All told, the healing from pandemic distortions, our efforts to moderate aggregate demand, and the anchoring of expectations have worked together to put inflation on what increasingly appears to be a sustainable path to our 2% objective. Disinflation while preserving labor market strength is only possible with anchored inflation expectations, which reflect the public's confidence that the central bank will bring about 2% inflation over time. That confidence has been built over decades and reinforced by our actions. That is my assessment of events. Your mileage may differ. So let me wrap up by emphasizing that the pandemic economy has proved to be unlike any other, and that there remains much to be learned from this extraordinary period. Our statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy emphasizes our commitment to reviewing our principles and making appropriate adjustments through a thorough public review every 5 years. As we begin this process later this year, we will be open to criticism and new ideas while preserving the strengths of our framework. The limits of our knowledge, so clearly evident during the pandemic, demand humility and a questioning spirit focused on learning lessons from the past and applying them flexibly to our current challenges. Thank you.
All right, we were just listening in there as Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell announcing there that the Federal Reserve is prepared to start cutting its key interest rate from its current 23-year high. But Powell did not say when rate cuts would begin or how large they might be. We are going to continue to follow this for you here. Again, that was live out of Jackson Hole, Wyoming. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we're talking gas prices falling to the lowest that they've been in quite some time. That's just 2 minutes away. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to be talking about gas prices now. For the third straight week in a row, the national average is down 11.4 cents from a month ago, and the national price of diesel has fallen to 0.6 cents in the last week, the lowest level in 940 days. Gas Buddy says the lower costs are due to the summer travel demand fading away, as well as lower demand on other oil-consuming nations. But can we expect this trend to continue? And how is this impacting the oil and gas industry? To talk more about that, I want to bring in Jay Young. He's an oil and gas expert. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Hey, thanks, Christy. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate it. So we want to ask just why are we seeing these prices fall? I know I just listed 2 examples of maybe why, but can you expand for us?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, when you see geopolitical risks that are not there anymore, everything's around the globe that's pretty much taking care of itself, and oil prices go up and down because of the demand. I mean, supply and demand. Do we have more supply on the market than we have demand? Like you said, we're cooling off after the big summer push. So right now, we have the supply on the markets, but prices have come up the last couple of days. So I'd be aware here, going into September, October of what prices are going to do, or what gas prices are going to do. And then obviously you have the election coming up too. So there's, you never know during an election year what's going to happen. You have a lot of geopolitical risk. You have elections. You have strategic reserves. There's just so many different factors going in. But right now, we do not have the oil necessary in the United States that we do need. We need more oil to be produced here in the good old USA. We don't have it, and our demand continues to go up, and will continue to go up for the next few years. As I believe Goldman and the big boys are showing that oil demand is going to continue up for the next 3 to 5 years. So, we're still need oil in the United States, and this election, that's a whole episode by itself.
Yeah, let's talk about the election. I wanted to ask you a bit about that, because Trump said if he wins, he wants to, quote, drill, baby, drill. That's what he and Vance have been saying on the campaign trail. Now, Harris, on the other hand, has historically been anti-fracking, although she's trying to backtrack that a bit now. Are you able to touch on this for us, these two very different policies, and how they would affect gas?
Yeah. I mean, we saw $147 oil during Obama, and we saw, oil prices go up and with Biden. So, obviously during Trump, he was $30, $40 a barrel. So you do see oil prices go way down. So it's better for consumers, better for gasoline prices, when Trump was here. And right now, I mean, we're going to see prices continue to, stabilize until the election. After that, I don't think Trump's going to have the drill, baby, drill. He does want drill, baby, drill, but he's not going to have it like he had before. There's just not the capital necessary in the United States to continue on. And plus, our refineries in the United States is a whole different story. Our refineries are up to capacity. We need more refineries. We need to increase the capacity per refinery, and we also need new refineries, which is hard since we haven't had a new one in over 20 years. We do need more refineries. But we are exporting oil right now because we can't simply refine the oil, and we need that heavier crude coming out of Canada and Mexico. So you do have that political risk, but also too, you're right, Christy. I mean, we're going to see prices continue to go up under Harris and their administration. They do not like fracking. They do not like, I mean, I know she's backtracking, but she gets in office, she'll do just like Biden and, continue to, hurt the oil and gas industry from doing what it loves to do, which is just like us at King Operating, we love to drill, baby, drill.
And we're talking about these prices being the lowest they've been, right? But why don't people feel that? Why don't people feel like this is the lowest that they've been?
Yeah, well, we're at 75 today. It was down 71. Now it's up to 74, 75 today. And, gasoline prices will come down or have come down the last few weeks. But we are going to see prices, you'll see gasoline prices nudge back up pretty soon because we do have higher oil prices. And two, like I said, geopolitical risk, anything that happens anywhere, you're going to see prices, start to go up again. So that's one aspect. Second is, supply and demand. We don't have the supply necessary, as I've always mentioned, and we will not have that because of the Biden administration. Trump, in the other way, says, "Hey, let's go, let's drill, baby, drill." And I do believe that to some extent, but he only has so much capital to get the prices a lot lower. That would be very hard to do. I mean, the private institutions, the teacher certificates, people of that caliber, they're not going to be drilling. They don't want to put the capital to work in the oil and gas industry. Trump made them do it. He was very pro drilling and drill, baby, drill, and he had all these different institutions put all this money into oil and gas, and then COVID hit, and it really killed a lot of that capital. So they lost a lot of money, and I don't believe financial institutions will come back in the Trump administration and want to just jump back in the oil industry.
In recent years, the oil industry has become more efficient. In other words, it doesn't necessarily take as many rigs to produce the same amount of oil. So how low can prices go for it still be attractive to drill?
That's a good question, because when prices do go down, you do see drilling costs go down. It may cost you $12, $15 million to drill a 2.5, 3 mile long lateral in today's world. But if prices do come down, not as many people drill, so the drilling prices will come down too. So that's one answer to your question, but also too, it could still be at $50 to $60 a barrel, and it still be very, very profitable for oil and gas companies. 30, 40 in these shale, because it costs so much more to drill wells in the shale, S-H-A-L-E, in the shale with the fracking, that those prices would need to come down considerably, and they just don't do it. It's just so hard and so expensive to produce that much oil that's the biggest problem. A lot of oil projects that you see around the country are not necessarily that expensive to drill, which is like what we do. But then you see it, so you see these prices that may cost you $3 million or $3.5 million to drill a normal well, where right next door, if it's a shale well, it may cost you $7 or $8 million because of the size of the frac and the cost. So that, which is taking over the industry in the past, the last 10 years, we've seen, crude production in Midland by itself go from 1 million to 6 million barrels of oil in the Permian Basin, only because of shale fracking. And if prices do come down, you'll see a lot of companies retreat. With a lot of the big acquisitions that you've seen with Exxon and Pioneer and Endeavor, you've seen a lot of those consolidations, and if prices do start to come down, then you will see a lot of people that will not be drilling as many wells.
One other thing we wanted to ask you here is we just did have this breaking news before you came on. The Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell saying that they are prepared to start cutting interest rates. In terms of inflation, in terms of a broader picture here, how could this potentially impact gas?
Yeah, a good question, because when interest rates do come down, it's cheaper to borrow money, and if it's cheaper to borrow money, people will put that money to risk as long as oil prices stay up. So you could see a little bit more. Now, with the big problems that I see in regards to production and the supply side of economic supply and demand is a lot of these consolidations in these companies, and you're seeing Exxon, who there's a lot of people on their board that do not like oil and gas drilling. It's kind of weird. You see Exxon and people on their board do not like oil and gas drilling. Well, why are you on that board? But anyway, different question. But with a lot of different consolidations, you're not seeing as many rigs go on the market, and you're not seeing that. But if they do have the money, and if oil prices do stay up with interest rates cutting, then we'll borrow a lot more money and we'll do a lot more drilling. So yeah, you're seeing a chance or a hope that with interest rates going down, that you will see a lot more companies coming into the market.
Jay Young, appreciate your insight on all of this, as I do know you are 4 decades, your family is in this industry. So is there anything else that you'd like to add, any insight you may have into this conversation?
Well, I mean, Christy, we talk about politics, we talk about what's going to happen with oil and gas prices, and it's a good guess from anybody, really. I mean, because there's so many different factors that can happen. And the best thing to do is just, hey, put some of your portfolio into oil and gas, because I do feel like it's going to be it's a good sector, it's a good investment, it's going to be something that we'll see for a long time, and we're not going away anytime soon. And yeah, you're right, 4 generations. My great-grandfather had 12 kids, and out of 12 kids, everybody was in the oil business. So it's a great business, and it's family reunions were real fun back then. It's kind of weird that, I know people have family reunions, they're talking about a lot of different things, but hey, we talked about the oil business, which was a lot of fun, great industry. And Chris, you need to come down to Texas. I'll take you on a rig and we'll see how to frack a well or drill a well, and we'll go through the whole area. It's a fascinating business, something that we really do need in the United States. It's not going away anytime soon, and that's what people are. Some people that are, I'm trying to be nice, green, tree huggers, people that do not want the oil and gas industry. Hey, I'm sorry, the demand is there, and the demand is going to stay there for a long time. So we can't do anything about that. So, hey, let's stay in this industry. Let's be careful with the industry and what we're doing, but it's going to be here for a long time.
Appreciate you joining us here, Jay, on Live Now from Fox, and it will be interesting to see how these prices continue to change. As you mentioned, we do have an election coming up. Thanks for being here with us.
Absolutely. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
You too. All right, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, lots more live events to take you out to. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Did want to take you out to this live look there in Chicago. As you can see, the United Center no longer filled. We did have a shot inside of there, but the convention has wrapped up last night as Vice President Kamala Harris accepted her party's presidential nomination. In a 40-minute speech at the United Center in Chicago, as you can see on your screen, she said in her speech she will be a president for all Americans. Harris also repeatedly mentioned former President Trump and warned Americans against reelecting him. She also mentioned the Israel-Hamas war after large pro-Gaza protests took place outside of the DNC this week. Harris said she supports Israel's right to defend itself, saying she and President Biden are working around the clock to reach a ceasefire deal. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen has been on the ground there all week for us, and he's going to tell us a bit more about last night as the convention wrapped up.
In the most important speech of her political career so far, Vice President Harris made an appeal directly to voters on the final night of the Democratic National Convention. A historic night at the DNC, Vice President Kamala Harris making history by becoming the first black woman and South Asian American to accept a party's nomination.
I accept your nomination
Harris kicked off the night by honoring President Biden.
When I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude.
She then pivoted to appeal directly to voters, getting personal about her middle-class upbringing and record as a prosecutor.
My entire career, I've only had one client, the people.
Harris also laid out her vision for America, focusing on issues like the economy, health care, and reproductive rights.
A strong middle class has always been critical to America's success, and building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency.
The vice president delivered her speech to a packed house of Democratic supporters, but she tried to reach her message past political barriers.
I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self.
Now that both parties have finished their conventions, the focus shifts to the first debate between former President Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris that will happen on September 10th. In Chicago, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Thank you to Connor Hansen there. We do have to sneak in one more quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we do have some news on Trump to take you out to. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Did want to bring you this news here as we are getting this in from Fox News here. Several members of the U.S. Secret Service Pittsburgh field office have been reportedly placed on administrative leave following the July 13th assassination attempt against former President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. A different group of United States Secret Service agents specifically assigned to Trump's detail remain operational. But this is some news that we are just getting in here from Fox News. Again, several members of the U.S. Secret Service Pittsburgh field office have reportedly been placed on administrative leave. We did want to just bring you that quick update here. We do need to sneak in one more break this hour, but when we come back, we do have an interview with Fox News and former President Donald Trump on his opinions on the DNC last night and Vice President Kamala Harris's speech. That's just 2 minutes away. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The Democratic National Convention wrapped up in Chicago last night, and Fox News spoke to former President Donald Trump on his thoughts on Vice President Kamala Harris's acceptance speech of her party's nomination, as well as the DNC as a whole. We do have that interview. We want to play that out for you here right now on Live Now from Fox.
Joining us now by phone, the 45th President of the United States, former President Donald Trump. Mr. President, thank you for joining us. You were truth socialing along this speech. What is your first reaction to it real time tonight?
Well, the biggest reaction is why didn't she do the things that she's complaining about? All of these things that she talked about, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do everything. But she didn't do any of it. She could have done it 3.5 years ago. She could do it tonight by leaving the auditorium and going to Washington, D.C. and closing the border. She doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border and created the safest border we've ever had in the history of our country. She could have done all of these things, and she could still do them. She's got 4.5, 5 months left. She can go there right now. She can do all of the things, many of the things that she's talking about and complaining about. It was a lot of complaining. She didn't talk about China. She didn't talk about fracking. She didn't talk about crime. She didn't talk about 70% of our people are living in poverty. She didn't talk about housing, really. The trade deficit. She didn't talk about child trafficking that she's allowed to happen because she was the border czar and she presided over the weakest border in the history of our country. It's an invasion. I was there today, as you know, Brett. It's an invasion of our country taking place at our border, our southern border. It's a total invasion. And now it's starting at our northern border also, through Canada. And she didn't talk about any of that because she talks, but she doesn't do. It's no action. But, you know, look, other than that, it was a nice-looking room.
Mr. President, Martha McCallum here. She said that she is promising middle-class tax cuts, and she says that if you are elected, it will cost Americans $3,900 more a year in increased taxes. She's tying all of that to this Project 2025. That's where that number is coming from. What do you say to that?
Well, she knows I have nothing to do with Project 25. They throw it out. A group of people got together. They did a thing. I haven't even seen it. I don't want to see it. I told them specifically, I don't want to see it. People know where I stand. I lower taxes. She's raising taxes. She's going to give a tax increase of 4 to 5 times what people and companies are paying right now. The country will go into a depression if they do it. She didn't talk about interest rates. I mean, the interest rates are now getting close to record rates. People can't do business. Nobody can borrow money. People can't go to the American dream and buy a house because they can't afford the interest rates. And even if they could, the money isn't available. She didn't talk about any of that. Now, if she got in, look, she's a Marxist. She always was. She always will be. She's going to leave the border open. I was there today, and the Border Patrol, as you know, gave me total endorsements and all of that. I've gotten endorsed by almost every major police group in the United States. But she is a Marxist with open borders. She's not going to have any fracking in Pennsylvania. She's going to close down the oil and gas industry, and our country is going to go bust. She didn't talk about the $35 trillion, which I was going to start paying off with liquid gold that we have right under our feet. We were going to start paying off debt, lowering taxes still further. And, you know, she wants to raise the taxes on corporations. What they're going to do is pick up and move to another country, like the pharmaceutical industry moved to Ireland and they moved to other places. Many of these industries will just they're international companies. If she raises taxes like she wants to do on companies, there go those jobs. I'm more interested in the jobs than the companies. But there go those jobs. And what's going to happen, Martha, they're going to pick up, they're going to move to another country. They're going to pick up and move to another country where they're going to be promised taxes at half the numbers that she's talking about and more than that.
Mr. President, on the issue of immigration, Vice President Harris, like many Democrats in this hall throughout this week, have used the bipartisan Senate bill and your efforts to lobby Republicans not to move forward with that, to use the issue in this election as part of this speech. She said she will sign that bipartisan bill. She, to your point, doesn't talk about executive orders that could have been launched in the beginning of the Biden administration. But how do you respond to that? And are you ready to debate Kamala Harris on September 10th, given what you heard tonight? Joining us now by phone.
Well, number one debate on September 4th at Fox, and she turned it down. Because, as you know, Brett, I was willing to debate with you and Martha. I was going to debate on September 4th. She turned it down. And I'm willing to debate on, I don't like ABC. I think ABC is probably the worst of the group. But I'm willing to do ABC. I was willing to do CNN with Joe Biden, and you saw what happened there. I mean, CNN does not treat me or Republicans very good. But I was willing to do it because it was the only way I could get to debate him and ask him how that turned out. But look, I am willing to debate, and I think we should do much more than one debate. But you know better than anybody, I'm ready, willing, and able because I told you yes, and she turned you down.
And on the immigration issue?
On the immigration, it's very simple. The bill was horrible. It would have allowed millions of people to pour into our country. It would have been horrible. It was a horrible bill. It was a joke. She doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border. I had the safest border in the history of our country. I closed it up. As president, now she'll have to get Joe to do it, but she could probably have a lot to do with that, right? Now Joe's missing. He's on a beach in California. But you know what? All she has to do, or all he has to do, is say, I want to close the border. The border is closed as of now. They don't need bills. They don't want to close the border. I stood at the border today in 100-degree weather, and I will tell you, it's a dangerous place. And I was being told by Secret Service and a lot of other law enforcement, sir, it's really dangerous here. I think it's time to leave. You wouldn't believe the things that I saw at that border. She's the border czar. Now she wants to deny that, but she's the border czar. In any event, she was in charge of the border. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border so unsafe as this one. 20 million people have poured into our country, many of them from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylum, and record number of terrorists. And other countries are releasing their prisoners from their jails. They're emptying out their jails into the United States of America because of her incompetence and her bad border policies. She is a horrible, horrible person to run this country. We won't have a country if she gets elected.
Let me ask you this, sir. There has been a huge appeal and momentum for women voters. She's trying to pull the youth vote, the Hispanic vote, the black vote back in her direction. Polls show that she's having some success in that at this point. So what are you going to do? What's your strategy to rebuild the momentum that you had with those voters?
No, she's not having success. I'm having success. I'm doing great with the Hispanic voters. I'm doing great with black men. I'm doing great with women because women want safety. They want safety. And they don't have safety when they have somebody allowing 20 million people into our country, many of them very dangerous people. No, it's only in your eyes that they have that, Martha. We're doing very well in the polls. We're leading in most of the polls. And in the swing states, we're leading in almost every one of them.
Mr. President, let me interrupt.
The auto workers are voting for me because you're not going to have an auto industry if she gets elected. They're going to all electric cars. All electric cars are going to be made in China. And you're not going to have, you literally will not have an auto industry. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed of themselves. They sold the workers down the tubes.
Two quick things as we wrap up here, Mr. President. Tomorrow, do you expect to be endorsed by Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? And are you making a specific effort in Georgia to make up, if you will, with the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp?
Well, I just saw Brian on a very good man. Did you ever hear of a man named Sean Hannity? And he was interviewed by Sean Hannity. And he was very nice, and he said he wants Trump to win, and he's going to work with me 100%. And I think we're going to have a very good relationship with Brian Kemp. And that was on just before you people went on with that speech that we just listened to.
And RFK Jr.?
It just happened. And as far as RFK, I've had a great relationship with him over the years. I respect him. He respects me. I have no idea if he's going to endorse me. I know he's got a news conference. We happen to be in the same state. Arizona will be in the same state, but in quite different parts of the state. But it's possible we will be meeting tomorrow, and we'll be discussing it. He said, look, he was treated very unfairly by the Democrats. He would have beaten Joe Biden in a Democrat primary. I have no doubt about it. And they made it absolutely impossible for him. They made it that you have to get 60, 70% of the vote just to get in. And you know what?
President.
In the end, the Democrats did the same thing to Joe Biden. They threw Joe Biden out of the party.
And that's
they
why
did
we
the
saw a
same
different
thing
night
as they did to RFK.
Mr. President, thank you so much for the time. We appreciate that live feedback.
Well, number one.
Okay, we are going to take you out to some breaking news here that we are getting in from Fox News. Multiple Secret Service agents put on leave following Trump's assassination attempt. They were put on leave nearly 6 weeks after that happened there in Butler, Pennsylvania. What we know right now, at least 5 members of the Secret Service have been placed on administrative leave following that July 13th assassination attempt against former President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. Again, this is coming from our partners over at Fox News. 1 member of Trump's personal protective team and 4 members of the Secret Service's Pittsburgh field office, including the special agent in charge, have been placed on leave. This news comes as the elite agency investigates the security failure which led to Thomas Matthew Crooks firing off several shots from a nearby building. As you remember, one bullet grazed Trump's right ear while firefighter Corey Comparator was fatally struck. Rally goers James Copenhaver and David Dutch were also injured. They were shot. Former Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigned over the incident. Again, just getting in this news. If you are just tuning in here to Live Now from Fox, this breaking news, at least 5 members of the Secret Service have been placed on administrative leave following the July 13th assassination attempt against former President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. We are going to continue to monitor this here for you on Live Now from Fox. Again, we were just getting that into our newsroom here. Any latest developments, we will bring them to you. We are also going to head back to our coverage of the Democratic National Convention as Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom of California also spoke with our Brett Baer at Fox News in reaction to the DNC and Vice President Kamala Harris's reactions. Let's turn over there and listen in.
Major advocate for President Biden's reelection. On Tuesday, he delivered the final delegates of the convention to his fellow Californian Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's welcome California Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom.
Good to be with you. That's a hell of a few weeks, those 2 clips.
That's an evolution. You were one of the last high-profile defenders.
Yeah.
You stuck in there.
That's how I was raised. You don't turn your back on someone who's had our back, and you go home, as my dad used to say, with the one who brought you to the dance. So I believe in the character and decency of Joe Biden and his administration, so I was proud to do that.
You know, you're one of the up-and-coming stars. You're already a star in the Democratic Party. Why are you not speaking at this convention?
I spoke on the floor. It's what I was asked to do, and I'm doing everything I'm being asked to do, and you'll see me plenty out on the campaign trail for both the president and with the vice president himself.
There's a lot of feeling of enthusiasm coming, every night. It's, the people in this hall are fired up. But taking this to the campaign trail, if you look at the latest polls, the direction of the country, right direction 25.3%, wrong track 64.8%. Why? Why is it on the wrong
man, we've been polarized and traumatized. The last 3.5 years have been difficult. The last 5, 6, 7 years.
That's a Biden-Harris administration.
The Trump administration, COVID. I mean, the challenge
against an incumbent that is a Biden-Harris.
We had 14.8% unemployment in April of 2020. We lost 154,000 manufacturing jobs during the Trump years. We're just coming out of this recession. We're finally taming inflation.
You hear what you're saying. You're erasing the last 3.5 years.
I'm saying I think it's more directional. I think it's been a challenging time for this country for many, many years, even before Biden and Harris were elected.
And they couldn't get it done to change the tide.
My God, I mean, we're the envy of the world. Don't take my word for it, Wall Street Journal, in terms of economic growth.
But we're not the envy of the domestic wrong track, right track.
I know. Same time, we're seeing record number of jobs, 11 times more jobs created by the Biden-Harris administration, even with the adjustment today of 818,000 jobs.
Which is a little weird, don't you think?
That means 14.9 million jobs since they got into office. That is, Brett, 11 times more than the last 3 Republican administrations combined. The lowest black unemployment, Hispanic unemployment, the lowest unemployment for women in our lifetime, an American manufacturing policy, an industrial policy that's worker-centered, that's advantaging red and rural districts of this country more than it is even blue.
And I appreciate all those stats, but what I'm saying is that when I listen to these speeches, it sounds like you're running against an incumbent Donald Trump. But it's not the incumbent Donald Trump. It is Biden-Harris in the White House.
Yeah, but right now you feel the fresh air of progress. You just do. You can't deny that. And there's a stale air of normalcy, a stale air of the past represented in Donald Trump. And I mean this sincerely. I know this tough audience that's going to take it from me. He's derivative of himself. He's less interesting. I'm less interested. He's not as entertaining. He seems way off his game. For some time now, ever since his convention speech, something just seems off.
Okay, but for the people that say he gets it done, and it's not hope and change and touchy-feely stuff, it is substance and policy, what do you say to them? There's some people that think there should be more meat on the bone on this policy. If you go to the Harris website, there is no policy listed on the website.
Well, I'm happy to compare and contrast policies coming from the Trump campaign that have the form and substance of fog. This is a convention. This is about why and what. Karl Rove said it best today in an op-ed he wrote, says there's plenty of time for policy details. It's the Biden-Harris administration as it relates to the IRA and the CHIPS and Science Act, as it relates to policies to bring down the cost of prescription drugs, all extraordinarily popular programs with the American people. We have seeded tremendous amount of economic opportunity across this country, and she has the opportunity tonight to turn the page on the past, to your point, legitimate point, and talk about a compelling future where everyone feels included.
What about her past? When she ran in 2019 for president, she had a lot of policies, specific policy ideas, that now we only have paper statements that they are saying that's completely different. Banning fracking, where she is on Medicare for all, immigration, all of these things are a 180. Is she going to explain that to us tonight?
Well, she's been part of the Biden-Harris administration. She's been in office
for the last three and a half
years. So she has a record of accomplishments that I'll put up. I mean, come on, compare the accomplishments of this administration on infrastructure to the 4 years of the Trump administration.
But Governor, who is
compare
she?
And contrast.
If you were running for president, wouldn't you say what you were for specifically? And if it differed dramatically from where you were just a few years ago, you would explain to people why you changed.
And she's been our nominee for how many minutes?
30 days.
Okay. I mean,
how about an interview? One interview.
How about getting through the convention? How about having the former roll call event with the 482 votes that we put her over the top from the state of California? How about a little grace under the circumstances of this remarkable moment in U.S. history? And let's have a real conversation. You want an economic policy to compare and contrast? We know what Trump's is. A 10% tax on the American people on $3.1 trillion of goods, a 60% tax.
Okay, you're talking about tariffs. He hasn't laid down an all across the board tariff. He hasn't done that yet, and that's not true. Here we go. Kamala Harris from California. I want to go down that road because you know her. She backed the Freedom Fund that put murderers, rapists back on the street, still up and running. Harris promoted the bail fund in June 2020 that helped Black Lives Matter rioters out of jail, but only a fraction of the more than 41 million actually went to freeing rioters. That's from Minneapolis. Then she also did Prop 507 in California, which is coming under a lot of criticism.
Which is 507? I know a lot of propositions. I've never heard of 507.
The writing of how the prosecution for small crimes.
Oh, Prop 47.
47, I'm sorry.
Yeah, which is, by the way, the 10th toughest threshold in the United States of America, meaning you can steal up to $950 of goods and it will be charged as a misdemeanor. You can steal $2,500 in the state of Texas. Why you're not focusing on those other 40 states is beyond me. 10th toughest felony threshold in the United States of America.
That that's a fact. That she was a tough prosecutor in California is going to
You remember her primary for president? She was attacked from the left for being too tough, for being prosecutor, for having a prosecutorial mindset. So look, I mean, all these things, this is all fair game. But at the end of the day, she's got a record of accomplishments as being part of the Biden-Harris administration. We've seen inflation tamed down to 2.9%. No one's denying the inflation scars. No one's denying what's happened around the world, with a few exceptions around the globe as it relates to the impacts of COVID in supply chains, a war in Ukraine, and the impacts that's had on the global economy. But no country has done better, and no investments have been made comparable anywhere in the world as profound and meaningful as the industrial policies that have been seeded by the Biden-Harris administration.
This theme of this convention, a lot of it is about freedom. You have criticism of Governor Tim Walz and how he handled COVID-19. Obviously, you took criticism about how you handled COVID-19, that there was a real crackdown on people's businesses and how they dealt with things. How do you say that that was freedom?
Well, I mean, in health, wealth, and education, states like California outperform states like Florida. They lay claim to be freedom states, even though they're banning books, banning speech in the boardroom, in the classroom, banning women's rights, the right to choose. I mean, you want to compare or contrast, pretty easy. We believe in bodily autonomy. We believe in the freedom to love, freedom to go to school without fear of being gunned down. We care more about our children than the National Rifle Association. I'll take this debate head on any day of the week on freedom. And don't forget, I was doing ads a couple years ago on this saying, how in the hell are we losing the debate on freedom? And with respect, during COVID, Donald Trump himself was out there promoting a lot of these policies, supporting this policy. I don't think that. I know that because I was working.
He was not supporting going after people and having neighbors snitch on neighbors.
So no one that wasn't about. But as it relates to the concerns,
Walz's case, it was.
But
all right, I'm going to leave you with this. Another,
COVID,
the Republicans are going to focus on immigration. You know this, immigration and the border.
Yes, sir.
San Diego becomes the latest hotspot in the border crisis. The percent of change increase in California. It's dropping in the Texas sectors. It's up in San Diego of illegal immigrants. The flow of illegal immigrants. How many have come over under this administration, Biden-Harris? It is a major, major issue for a lot of America.
Well, it's a major issue for me as we had a chance to do something substantive by adding 1,500 new border agents, 4,300 new asylum officers, 100 new judges, $650 million for the border wall, and Donald Trump killed it because he wanted it as a campaign issue. He wanted to demagogue it. I don't disagree with you. I'm the border state governor with the largest land port in the Western Hemisphere. I was just down there again last week in cartel tunnels, not just above, around the walls. I put 394 National Guard men and women on the border to address the issue of fentanyl.
Why is it not working?
It has been working.
It's
California,
clearly not.
You guys haven't been running screaming headlines most of the last 4 years. California has done our best to put a lid on this, but it's a federal responsibility, a federal framework. And since the executive order, border crossings are down below where they were during the Trump administration. I hope someone here would give a little grace to the accomplishments of the Biden administration in the EO.
We've done that. We've talked about the lowering numbers, but if you look at where they were 3 years ago, it's still up significantly.
Yeah, and under Trump, it was higher than under the Obama administration.
And we appreciate you coming on and taking tough questions. Is there any little part of you that wants to be on that stage tonight accepting this nomination?
No, there's
just a little bit.
No.
Just a little bit.
No, I don't need the stress in my life. I like my kids. I like spending time with them. I was able to bring them to school, first day of school on Monday. That's the joy that I'm experiencing, not just the joy that's expressed in the convention. I'll be in the front row. You'll see me applauding a friend of almost 30 years. We knew each other before we were both in politics. It's a point of deep pride, and what an honor it is to be here as governor, representing a great state despite all our challenges. And it's an honor to be here with you as the music.
They started the orchestra, Governor.
Settles in.
That's like the Oscars. We got to wrap it up.
Unbelievable fourth night,
Governor. We appreciate it.
All right, that was Governor Gavin Newsom there speaking to Bret Baier, but we did have this breaking news that we did want to continue to bring you here right now. At least 5 Secret Service agents have been put on leave in relation to the Trump assassination attempt. This is breaking news that we are getting into our newsroom here via Fox News, our partners there. Again, 5 members of the Secret Service have been placed on administrative leave following the July 13th assassination attempt against former President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. 1 member of Trump's personal protective team and 4 members of the Secret Service's Pittsburgh field office, including the special agent in charge, have been placed on leave. This news comes as the elite agency investigates the security failure which led to Thomas Matthew Crooks firing off several shots from the nearby AGR building. 1 bullet grazed Trump's right ear, as you remember, while firefighter Corey Comparator was fatally struck. And another people, rally goers, James Copenhaver and David Dutch, were also shot and injured. Former Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle has resigned over this incident. Again, this is breaking news that we are just getting in here, but we are also seeing some tweets that we did want to bring you as well in relation to this news. This is from Chad Pergam with Fox News. He has some reaction from House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer on these United States Secret Service officials being placed on leave in connection with the Trump shooting. Quote, there must be accountability at the Secret Service for its historic failures that led to the attempted assassination of President Trump. We're also hearing from Josh Hawley there in Congress. He says, I called for this weeks ago. The delay is inexplicable and inexcusable. We're also hearing from Ryan Schmelz with Fox News as well. He's saying at least 5 Secret Service agents have been put on leave following the assassination attempt. 4 of the agents are from Pittsburgh, including the special agent in charge. 1 is from Trump's personal protective team. Again, we are going to continue to monitor this here on Live Now from Fox, but we did just want to hit this one more time here. If you are just tuning in to Live Now from Fox, this news here that 5 members of the Secret Service have been placed on administrative leave in relation to the July 13th assassination attempt against former President Trump in Butler. This is breaking news. We are just getting these details in as we learn them. We are going to try and speak with some live interviews here in just a little bit to try to figure out a little bit more about this developing information. Again, 1 member of Trump's personal protective team and 4 members of the Secret Service's Pittsburgh field office, including the special agent in charge, have been placed on leave. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We will continue to cover this when we come back and bring you more details. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to follow this breaking news as multiple Secret Service agents have been put on leave here in relation to former President Donald Trump's assassination attempt. At least 5 members of the Secret Service have been placed on administrative leave there. And we are continuing to learn more information here as this is developing just into our newsroom. And for that, we do want to bring in Bobby McDonald. He's a former Secret Service agent, and he's with the University of New Haven. Thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. Nice to be with you.
All right, this is breaking news. As we were just saying here, these agents put on leave. Can you just break down for our viewers what we know right now? What are the new details in this?
Well, let me first say I think that it's long overdue. This is something that probably should have been done immediately after the incident. These agents were involved in the advanced preparation, and the agents as well on the former president's shift involved in a catastrophic incident that, quite frankly, could have been a lot more catastrophic than it was. So anytime law enforcement is involved in an incident like this, they should immediately be put on administrative leave, taken out of the operational aspect of their positions, get some counseling if needed, get some help if needed, get some rest, be able to develop their reports in a timely fashion with pertinent information that just happened recently and can be remembered quickly and recalled in their minds before stories change or different aspects are able to develop in the story and not be able to be put down on paper right away. So I think it's terrific that they've been put on administrative leave. If they are exonerated of any wrongdoing, terrific, no harm, no foul. But they certainly should have been taken out of the game a little bit quicker after this incident was happened on July 13th.
And again, we are learning these details as this unfolds. I guess I'd like to ask your initial reactions to this and your thoughts.
Well, I think it's allowing the investigation to move forward. Again, it would be great if we could get a little bit more information a little bit quicker so that the public can continue to digest, Congress can continue to digest, and the Secret Service can continue to digest to figure out, again, what happened here, how it happened, why it happened, and more importantly, how do we fix the problems that we had within the agency so that it certainly doesn't happen again as we move into the home stretch now after the 2 conventions and into the election season, which will be coming up in November.
I want to follow up on something you just said, when we will get new information. When do you think we will?
I hope there's no stonewalling going on. I hope the Secret Service has opened its books. I hope it is transparent, that it is cooperating with the investigation, that it is making available to the FBI and to Congress to be questioned about what happened here, how it happened, why things potentially happened. What are they doing to fix the communications issues that have been addressed here? How are we going to continue to get better and better and better in a no-fail mission that failed on July 13th? So again, I'm very hopeful that the Secret Service is doing all that it should be doing with opening its books up to make sure that everybody can see inside in a transparent fashion, and we can all find out exactly what happened here, and more importantly, why it happened.
As this continues to unfold, what should the focus be? What questions here are still unanswered?
I think the focus here needs to be making all assets available to all protectees of the Secret Service based upon intelligence situations at the time. I think we have to be prudent in how we protect our protectees. We have to make sure that we're giving them every possible intelligence analysis, and figuring out how to give them the 360-degree protection coverage that they need, the assets they need, the magnetometers, the sharpshooters, the drones, the armored limousines. All of those things play into the advanced process and are allowed to be available during a protective visit. The Secret Service, again, skinned its knee on July 13th. They cannot allow that to happen again, and they have to make sure that they are continuing to dot their I's, crossing their T's, and making sure, double-checking, triple-checking that their protective apparatus and protective platforms are airtight.
Going forward, we do have this election coming up here. What needs to be implemented, or what can we expect to see in the next few months here as this does continue to unfold, this investigation?
Well, I think the methodologies that the Secret Service uses are tried and true and work very well when implemented properly. In my opinion, I don't think they were implemented properly on July 13th, and I think that's where the train left the station on us, and we've been able to not get it back on its tracks once it went off. So I think if the methodologies are followed to a T, are tried and true and allowed to play out, the Secret Service is going to be able to have its protective mission and its no-fail policy move forward. I don't believe that they're going to make any major changes in things. I think they will tweak things a little bit. I think that the supervision process and the blessing off on security plans has changed a little bit since July 13th. And I think we'll see that continue to change to make sure nothing slips through the cracks as it did with this young man on top of that roof.
I guess what extent do we not know? Right? How much information in this investigation is being withheld from the American public? There's more to the story here, right?
I think we're missing some pieces of the puzzle, and I'm not sure that every bit of information should be disclosed to the public with respect to the methodologies and practices that are in place. But again, there is so much information already out there with witnesses seeing the young man on the roof, with cell phone videos, with things of that nature. I think that there are some pieces of the puzzle here that could be put out or given to Congress so that they can digest those and, again, figure out how to move forward with the agency, whether it's funding, whether it's personnel, whether it's more assets. It's not just all about money. It's not just all about people. It's about putting the whole platform together to make sure that it's working properly.
I know initially the hope here was to have a report out by the end of this year. Do you think that's possible at this time?
I would hope that they are working 24/7 to get that report out. That report needs to be out in a timely fashion. The Secret Service requires its agents in a investigative case to put out reports in a timely fashion. They should be making sure that they are getting that report out in a timely fashion. Granted, it may take a little bit of time, but when I heard during the testimony 60 days or whatever elongated period is going to be, that's just unacceptable.
Bobby, any more insight that you have here? Obviously, with your experience, you know, you have a bit more insight than a lot of us. Is there anything that you'd like to add to the conversation that you think I may have missed?
Well, I think we don't want to forget that the Secret Service lost one of the patrons at that event that day and had 2 people injured. I also want to remember that the men and women of the Secret Service since that day, through the 2 conventions and now into the campaign season, as well as with the UN General Assembly coming up in September in New York, is working very hard to do the very best they can. I think they're having a management issue and a leadership issue that they need to be addressing. They have a supervision issue that they need to be addressing. But I'm hoping that the men and women of the Secret Service will continue to do what they do very well day in and day out. Again, they didn't do it very well on July 13th, but will continue to work hard on the behalf of the American people to protect our nation's leaders the very best that they can.
And one more question for you here. When this report does come out, when we do get all this information on what exactly went wrong, what change do you think we could see come to the Secret Service?
Again, I don't think it's big changes. It may be a change in leadership. It may be a change in how supervision is conducted. The methodologies are there. They just have to be worked on and implemented properly so that the communication is good, that all of the bases are covered with respect to the, as I said, the 360-degree coverage of our protectee, and just do what they know how to do, but do it well and make sure that it's airtight. That's the key here. The protective platforms and advanced process needs to be airtight. It needs to be proactive on the front end so that we don't have to be reactive on the back end.
Bobby McDonald, thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox on such a short notice as this is developing and breaking. We appreciate you taking the time.
You're very welcome. Have a great weekend.
You too. All right, we are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. As we continue to learn details on this, you can count on Live Now from Fox to bring you the latest. We will step away for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We do continue to follow this breaking news for you. Multiple agents put on leave amid a Trump probe. At least 5 members of the Secret Service have been placed on administrative leave following that assassination attempt against former President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. What we know right now as this is developing is 1 member of Trump's personal protective team and 4 members of the Secret Service's Pittsburgh field office, including the special agent in charge, have been placed on leave. We are going to continue to monitor this for you here on Live Now from Fox. As we continue to learn any developments, we will, of course, bring them to you. For right now, though, we do have a live event that is going on. The DNC is holding a press briefing after they wrapped up the final day last night in Chicago. We are going to turn over to that live event and listen in.
There's a hangover over an abundance of hope and joy. My friends, we just went through something. We just went through something. I don't think ever in my life have I experienced so much happiness and joy and togetherness. And wasn't our MVP stellar last night? Wasn't she amazing? I'm just overjoyed by how great these last few days were. And it's one of those testaments, and I'll talk a little more later, about when you get family back together again. When you have a family reunion, you sing a lot, you dance a lot, you cry a lot, and you sing some more. And some of y'all drink a little too much. But it was just a magical, magical 4 days. And I want to thank everyone. But I specifically want to, and I know there's more in my remarks later, but I can't wait until later on to do this, because you got to give people their flowers right now. I specifically would love for you all to join me in a standing applause to the amazing DNC convention chair, Mignon Moore, y'all, my sister did her black job. She did that black job. Mignon, from the bottom of my heart, I cannot thank you enough for all of your hard work and efforts. Thank you, Mignon. And don't sit down yet, because I also want you to give your flowers, our flowers, to Alex Hornbrook, the DNC Executive Director for the convention. Alex is not big on a lot of flashy words. He doesn't like to get up front, but this guy knows how to get stuff done. Alex, thank you so much for all that you have done. And I just want to thank all of the staff, the DNCC convention staff and the DNC staff, for pouring your heart and your soul into getting this done over the course of these last 4 days. And our caucus chairs and council chairs, man, they were shining. They were shining on that big stage. Thank you all. Thank you for all that you have done. So good morning. And I hereby call this meeting of the Democratic National Committee to order. Now, I'd like to call to the stage my friend and DNC Vice Chair, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, to guide us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand, if you can.
I just told Chris I hadn't been asked to do this since 5th grade, so I'm really excited. All right, please join me in saying the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
It is now my pleasure to introduce Pastor Wayne Griffith for our opening invocation. Pastor Griffith is an assistant pastor for Pastor Care at Waterfront Church in D.C. and served as a standing committee member on the 2024 Convention Rules Committee. Pastor, thank you for joining us today.
Good morning, and let us pray together. Lord, we honor and thank you for this morning and for allowing us to experience another day. For this is the day that you have made, that we shall rejoice and be glad within it. Lord, we thank you for this powerful moment in time that we are living in with the prospect of electing the first woman president of these United States. We're thankful for democracy. We're thankful for the freedom stated in our Constitution. We pray this morning your blessings upon this body. Bless their deliberations, their dialogue, and their decisions. And when we lead from this mountain of joy, this mountain of celebration, remind us that for 73 days, there is a period of dedication, dedicated to the hard work to be done down in the valley. And as we leave Chicago, empower us to labor in the streets of our cities, our suburbs, and rural areas of our beloved country. Finally, may we arrive home safely without delay or distraction. Unto thee we ask you these blessings and our peace according to your will. And when we get back home, may we remember we are not going back, for when we fight, we win. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Griffith. So folks, while I can't get this party started quite like DJ Cassidy, I hope you will still join me in a big round of applause for the superstar of the Democratic Party and our roll call, our fantastic secretary, Jason Ray, for a determination of the quorum.
Well, good morning, everyone. All right, well, good morning. I was really actually hoping DJ Cassidy would be here, because otherwise a quorum call is kind of, it's kind of quiet, so. But good morning. I want to start by just thanking and welcoming our 74 new DNC members whose term is starting today. So if you are one of our new DNC members whose term is starting, please stand up so we can just recognize you all. Welcome to the DNC family. I also, at this meeting, we wanted to also make sure to invite those whose terms were ending. So if this is kind of your last meeting with us, just please stand so we can recognize you and thank you for your service to the DNC. So thank you so much. You all have contributed such an important amount of time and effort into being a member of this party, so we thank you. And, I just want to thank my team and everyone involved. I know we'll have time, and we thanked Alex and Yana. We'll hear more from them. But I just want to thank, before we get too far, because I know folks are going to have to leave and catch flights to get home, but the Office of the Secretary team for their fantastic work over the last several months in certifying every single one of our convention delegates and participants. They shared with me a couple pieces of demographic information that I wanted to share this morning. And I think as you looked around the convention hall, you could see that our convention hall looked like America in every sense of the way. Half of our convention participants, of course, identified as a woman, 419 identified as AAPI, 1,307 identified as African American, 738 as Hispanic, 145 as Native American, 772 as LGBTQ, 499 as a person with a disability, 293 as veterans, and 1,034 as youth. So it really shows the diversity of our party in that. But Mr. Chair, even though I think that we are tired a little bit this morning, I am pleased to report, as you look around this room, we do indeed have a quorum of DNC members present today.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Folks, thank you. I'm now delighted to introduce DNC member and Native American Caucus Vice Chair Ryan Ramirez, who serves as CEO of the Port Madison Enterprises, which is the economic development arm of the Saquamish tribe. Ryan is an enrolled member of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians in Belcourt, North Dakota.
Bonjour, Niji. Hello, my friends. One thing I would like to take a moment of privilege on is just to say this DNC convention was the first ever time that we've had a Native American caucus, and I'm extremely proud of the work that we've been able to do to make it a caucus. So thank you to Jamie, and thank you to all the DNC members that helped make that come to fruition. The DNC wishes to acknowledge that we gather today together to state values on lands that have been stewarded throughout many centuries by the ancestors and descendants of tribal nations who have been here since time immemorial. We honor the communities native to this continent and recognize that our country was built on indigenous homelands. We pay our respect to the millions of indigenous people throughout history who have protected our lands, waters, and animals. While we meet in Chicago, we are recognizing and honoring the traditional homelands of the Anishinaabe, also known as the Council of the Three Fires, Ojibwe, Ottawa, and Potawatomi nations. We acknowledge that many of the tribes who consider this their area, their traditional homelands, including the Miami, Ho-Chunk, Menominee, Sagamfox, Peoria, Kashkashkiwi, Kickapoo, and Mishukuktu. Democrats continue to support tribes as they advocate for the United States to uphold treaty and trust responsibilities. We applaud that in 2024, under the Biden-Harris administration, the Prairie Band of Potawatomi Nation reclaimed their ancestral homelands, becoming the first federally recognized tribal nation in Illinois in 175 years, when the United States Department of Interior placed 130 acres of reservation in nearby DeKalb County into trust. Thank you, Democrats.
Thank you, Ryan. Members, I'm delighted to introduce a special guest this morning, Mayor Brandon Johnson for this great city of Chicago, Illinois. Mayor, I want to thank you for the warm welcome to this city. We've had a fantastic time enjoying your engaging sights, delicious food scene, and vibrant cultural experiences. Plus, the weather this week has been nothing short of amazing.
We are just listening in there as the Democratic National Convention has wrapped up, but they are holding a press conference just giving a recap on the past few days of events there in Chicago. We are going to go to a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we will head back to that, as well as this breaking news here about 5 United States Secret Service agents placed on leave in regard to Trump's assassination attempt. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take you back out to a live event in Chicago, a press briefing as the Democratic National Convention wrapped up last night. They are giving a recap and the latest. So let's head back out to Chicago and listen in.
Thank you, Ryan. Members, I'm delighted to introduce a special guest this morning, Mayor Brandon Johnson for this great city of Chicago, Illinois. Mayor, I want to thank you for the warm welcome to this city. We've had a fantastic time enjoying your engaging sights, delicious food scene, and vibrant cultural experiences. Plus, the weather this week has been nothing short of amazing. You know, I've heard the members and many staffers talking, and it sounds like you're going to be seeing a lot of faces. You guys made a lot of new fans of the city of Chicago this week. And we're so grateful for your partnership and for your support for this historic convention. And I don't know if you all know this little known fact. Chicago has hosted more Democratic conventions than any other state, any other city. Now, I have jokingly, one of the things I am going to do as part of my legacy is I believe that we have to start the process of choosing our conventions a lot earlier because these cities need more time. And I jokingly said to the mayor, I said, now, are y'all going to put in a bid for the 2028 convention? And I'm half serious because it's just been so amazing. Mayor, please come and give us a few words this morning. And thank you again for your friendship and your hospitality.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Harrison. You know, I will say I'm so impressed with Democrats, but I'm so impressed though, with the daughter of this wonderful city, Mignon Moore. And for her, I told her, for her to have done everything that she's done and showed up in all red with makeup, that's impressive. Because y'all almost caught me in my Marriott robe this morning. I wasn't trying to get out the bed, but I'm so glad though that the family reunion was here in Chicago. And I'm so glad that we're honored because in my culture, I'm gonna say something real racially insensitive like I always do. In our culture, family reunion, everybody can't bring the macaroni and cheese. Chicago, we brought the macaroni and cheese, y'all. To this amazing state, Governor Pritzker, I appreciate his leadership. Can we just acknowledge Governor Pritzker of the state of Illinois? Of course, you know, Christy George, Kiana Barrett. These are 3 black women, you all, who are at the forefront of this convention. So history just continues to be made. My final note is, you know, to the volunteers and to the people of Chicago who made this historic event possible. But one thing that I do appreciate about what's happening with the leadership of Vice President Kamala Harris and a fellow social studies teacher like myself, Governor Walz, is that we're not just changing the complexion of the country with all the stats that were just read off about the diversity of our delegates, but we're also changing the direction. And that's really what this moment requires. So many people tuned in this week, not because they were just curious about the performance. They were curious about our politics and our value system and how we're going to ensure that every single American, as Vice President Kamala Harris said, whether you are a weirdo or a Democrat, she's going to serve you. God bless you, Democrats. Love you all.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And those folks are a little weird. Once again, good morning and hello to everyone. You know, it is an honor to be joining you for our 2024 DNC meeting. And first, I do want to join Jason in thanking our departing DNC members for your incredible years of service, for your hard work and commitment to our party, values, all so important. You should be very proud of yourselves and very proud of your service to the Democratic Party. I would also like to welcome the new members as well. We're excited to have you on our team, and we can't wait to see what's in store for your journey here. We can't wait to celebrate with you all at the next DNC meeting after the inauguration of the 47th President of the United States, Kamala Harris. But before I begin my remarks, I want to honor a friend. I want to honor a stalwart of the DNC, a giant, someone who we all love so much, who could not be with us for this convention, could not be with us for this meeting. Many of you know that Marvin Turner passed away last week. Marvin for 19 years, Marvin Turner was at every single meeting, every single convention. He had an unwavering dedication, unwavering service to his organization and to its members. He was a cornerstone of the DNC. Always make me feel like I was at a DNC meeting when I would sign in, and there he was, our Marvin, looking all marvelous, sharp from head to toe. I've been looking at the picture of the last time that Marvin and I were together in St. Louis. Again, looking as marvelous and as fabulous as Marvin can look. And he always used to call me my chairman. He dedicated his life to uplifting this party, to advocating for democracy, and serving the American people. He knew every single member, and he kept in touch with every single member. And if I ever needed anything, and I know Jason feels the same way, if we needed to know when somebody's birthday was or something else was going on, Marvin always knew.
We are listening in there as the Democratic National Convention is holding a press briefing as those events did finish up last night in Chicago there. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we will continue those live remarks. We also have some other live events going on to bring you. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino. Thanks for being with us here for the past hour or so. It's 11:56 on the East Coast, 8:56 on the West Coast. We are going to head back out to Chicago as we were showing you before the break here. The DNC is holding that final press briefing. Let's head back out there.
And having worked with him, my thoughts and prayers are with his family. And you know his family. We're all of the members right here in this room. I want to pause, and I know our secretary who worked with Marvin was a part of the secretary's office at the DNC, had some remarks.
You know, I've known Marvin for almost 20 years, my entire time on the DNC, and he was an irreplaceable member of our team. And all of you, I know I would hear from many of you, and as the chair said, anytime we needed to have a pulse on what was going on, Marvin knew. Marvin knew everything that was going on from everyone, and I know that he thoroughly enjoyed the conversations that he had, the relationships he built, but more importantly, the family that was created here, and that he was an irreplaceable part of that, and I will always and forever hold Marvin dear in my heart.
You know, one of the first calls I got was from Bill Owen, but the call I got before Bill Owen was from Donna Brazile. But Bill, I know Marvin was very close to you as well, and I'm going to let you give some remarks. And then Donna and Mignon. I know how much, Donna, I know how much Marvin meant to you. So Bill, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Fellow DNC members, Marvin Turner was affectionately known as Governor to all of us longtime members. He was a mentor to each and every new member. And to all the new members today, I'm sure Marvin is up there watching over us. And I just ask that we stand or have a moment of silence in honor of this longtime dedicated Democrat, dedicated staff member of the Democratic National Committee, and thank you all to all the staff who have worked with him. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll take a moment. Donna, would you like to say something? Bill.
Fellow Democrats, I had 8 brothers and sisters growing up. Full house. We always made room for others. I had 2 older sisters, but no older brother until I met Marvin Turner. Marvin wasn't just a member of this staff. He embodied everything that we stand for as Americans and as Democrats. Marvin was someone who not just greeted us with his love, his kindness. Mr. Chairman, he was always clean, beautiful. I mean, the brother could dress. There were days that when you saw Marvin, all he wanted to do was to find some way to help you, some way to lift you up. Part of the tradition, I believe, of being a Democrat is that we care for one another. We care for one another. And Marvin so loved all of you that he cared about making sure that every officer, every chair, every leader knew exactly who you are I'll never forget when I served as chair, I would get this huge stack of envelopes, and I thought I had to kiss some ass and get some more money out of people. It was not about ass kissing. Marvin wanted me as chair, and I'm sure Jamie and Debbie and Terry and Howard and everyone that he served under and worked with, he wanted us to send you a birthday card. Marvin also comes out of the Jackson campaign. For those of you who know anything about our long years, our decades of making sure this party reflected its commitment to the American dream, Marvin was also there to ensure that we never forgot our way. I knew that Mignon was busy here, and I didn't want her to worry, because you see, Marvin was our brother. He was a member of our family. And Mignon said, check on Marvin. Regina Thomas, another member of our family, we checked on Marvin. So, in Marvin fashion, he gets to Georgetown Hospital, where I've been for over 22 years, the school, not the hospital. Nobody want me to be a doctor, a nurse. But actually, I learned a little bit about myself. I said to Marvin, Mr. Chairman, when he got in there, I said, Marvin, what the hell are you doing here? I said, don't you know we got a convention in almost 2 weeks? Come on, man, get on out of here. So I said, let me cut up this food. And I said, I put some Tabasco on it. Marvin was a better cook than me, and you can't be a better cook than me. And he ate a little bit, he said, I'm good. And I said, guess what? Marvin, you're gonna put a woman in the White House, you better get your ass out. Come on, man. I mean, Jamie, I cheerlead every damn day. In fact, I went there so much, they thought I was his wife. Because he was my brother. He fought. But God, cancer is such a wicked disease. Marvin would have loved to have been here. He would have loved to have seen all of you and celebrated with all of us. But more importantly, Marvin would have done the Lord's work this past week at the Bank of Justice and making sure that we all got in. We got in safely. And Marvin would have been there every night looking good. So, sisters and brothers, in Marvin's spirit, I hope that you all leave here and don't grow tired or weary. Because the Bible says in due season, we will reap a harvest if we don't give up. Marvin didn't give up. He just went to a better place so that he could look over us, that he could fight with us. And his spirit will live on in the work that we do over the next 74 days. My heart's still heavy because I lost my older brother. I lost a friend. And whenever I call Marvin, no matter what time of the day or night, over 20, I've known Marvin Mignon, 30 years, maybe 40. Damn, I'm old. But he never, ever said no to anything I ever asked him to do. Ever. And it was my great joy and honor to be a part of his life, to be a member of his family. And we're going to give him a great homecoming, a celebration. And while some of you will not call out your names, just as Marvin did, and we will celebrate and remember a great American hero. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you all can, please join in us. Please join us in a moment of silence to honor our brother, our friend, a magnificent Marvin Turner. Thank you. I'll miss you, Marvin. But Marvin would be disappointed if we allowed our joy to be dissipated at this moment, because he was all hope and joy. And that's what this week was, my friends. This week was a show of hope, joy, enthusiasm, transformation, and patriotism. We showed the nation that we are united as one party with one goal, and that's to elect Democrats up and down the ballot. Our convention was triumphant, and I can proudly say I am honored to be your chair every single day this week, and this week especially. You know, we illustrated our vision for the future, and we let voters know exactly what 4 more years of Democratic leadership will look like. Because that D that's on some of our lapels, it just doesn't stand for Democrats. It stands for deliver. Democrats deliver. So what would 4 more years look like? It will look like affordable health care for every American. It will look like more student loan forgiveness. It will look like common sense gun laws and putting our children above the NRA. It will look like reproductive rights and personal freedom. It will look like hope. And that's our dream for the American people. While our opponents are the party of despair, we are the party of hope. Hope that we can overcome adversity. Hope that better days lie ahead. Hope that anytime we're knocked down, we get back up stronger and wiser. Folks, I won't lie to you. As much as this week was a celebration, this election will not be easy. And I know you all have been working hard, and I know you may be tired. And not just from celebrating this week, but we need to keep the pace up, because our very future is on the line. I'm fighting for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz because their vision for our country is bursting with opportunity and with possibility. And I know that they will succeed because President Biden and Vice President Harris have spent the last 4 years fighting for the American people, righting the wrongs of the previous administration, and setting this country back on the right track. They promised to get us through the pandemic, and they kept that promise. They promised to make health care more affordable, and they kept that promise. They promised to address crushing student loan debt, and they kept that promise. They promised to create more jobs, and they kept that promises. Promises made, promises kept. And every step of the way, MAGA Republicans and a conservative Supreme Court tried to stop them. But despite their roadblocks, this White House delivered. And Vice President Harris will continue delivering for the American people. She's our MVP. We've seen her do it every single time. In the words of my good friend and brother Antoine Seawright, they continue to count her out, and she continues to show them they don't know how to count. She's met with countless world leaders, and she's helped the president repair many of the relationships that Donald Trump just destroyed. She has traveled to every corner of the country to make sure that every single American understands how Republicans want to rip away women's freedoms, how they want to control their bodies and jeopardize their health. There is no one in a better position to build upon the success of the last 3 years. And there's no one in a better position to defeat Donald Trump. Because if there's one thing I know about the vice president, is that when she fights, she wins. As the vice president said, she knows who Donald Trump is. As Attorney General, she held big banks accountable for California families. And Donald Trump was just found guilty of 34 counts of fraud. As a district attorney, she created one of the first environmental justice units of our nation. And Donald Trump told Big Oil he would do their bidding for a campaign contribution. And as a prosecutor, she went after predators who abused and assaulted women. Donald Trump Well, we all know his history. Folks, Kamala Harris is ready and able to prosecute this race against Donald Trump. And she will fight to protect reproductive care, fight to expand our rights and freedoms, and fight to defend our democracy. And let's never ever forget that this woman has been breaking through ceilings. She has been making history her entire life. And I know a little bit about that. I know a little bit about what it's like to sit in a room with faces that don't look anything like mine. I know what it's like to work extra hard to make sure that they hear what I'm saying. Folks, I've been the first before, and let me tell you, it's not always fun. But Kamala Harris rises to the challenge. She does not back down, and she will fight the MAGA extremists who want to take over our country. Because MAGA extremism has no place in the country we're building for our children and our grandchildren. I'm just so excited about this Vice President. I'm so inspired by her and her vision for our country, her passion for progress, and her love for the American people. You know, I think about how she stands up to protect those who are the most vulnerable sometimes in our society. People like Matthew Shepard, who was tragically murdered in October of 1998. You know, Matthew lived out his young life with kindness and a fierce love for those around him. And to this day, when I think about Matthew and some of the young kids who are growing up just like Matthew, when I think about them, I think about the story of how we got through, and I know we got several members of Congress who was in Congress during this time. The Matthew Shepard, James Byrd hate crimes bill. To this day, when I think about my years on Capitol Hill, I'm most proud of the role that I played in getting that legislation passed. You know, Matthew and others like him are not just stories we see on the news. They're not talking points for debates. They're children and siblings and friends and partners. They loved and they were loved. Matthew and I were born in the same year, and that's just not lost on me. So every day I will fight to protect people, the most vulnerable in our society, people like Matthew, and lead by his example of love. Matthew lost his life in the same decade that our country cruelly implemented Don't Ask, Don't Tell in the Defense of Marriage Act. We asked our nation's heroes to hide their true selves as we try to limit love's definition. You know, as long as Democrats are in office, we will never live in a country where you have to hide who you are and who you love. We will live in a country of hope and joy and inspiration. We will live in Kamala Harris's America. And you all are helping us get there. Every day you uplift her messages, share her dreams, and spread her words. Your contributions to this team, this campaign, and our country are critical to winning. You know, I've been sharing with you all, and then I'm share with you all this vision, and then I'm going to call our amazing dynamic duo, Mignon Moore. Where'd Mignon go? Okay. Well,
we were just listening in there as the DNC is holding their final press briefing after they just wrapped up a week in Chicago there. If you're just joining us for this hour on Live Now from Fox, thank you so much for joining us. It is 12:15 here on the East Coast, 9:15 on the West Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we have more live events to take you out to. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Did want to give you this live look there at Phoenix, Arizona, where a bit later today, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is announcing an event to discuss his path forward. There are reports that it is possible he will suspend his campaign at this speech and or endorse former President Donald Trump. Also happening today, Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump holding a no tax on tips campaign event in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's also said that he will be having another event in Glendale, Arizona tonight as well. Trump and Turning Point Action there will hold a rally. And there's also supposed to be reports of a surprise guest. Could be RFK Jr. We don't know. We are going to play that out for you here on Live Now from Fox as these events do happen, of course. For right now, we are going to turn back to the Democratic National Convention as they are holding a press briefing. As those events did wrap up in Chicago just last night, we are going to pivot back to that and listen in.
Because when we fight, I hope y'all are ready. Get those vitamins, get them from Costco. Get your shoes, get ready to march. Because, my friends, we are going to do something that has never been done in this country ever. We are going to put a black and Asian woman in the White House, and we're going to do it hopefully and with all the joy that we can summon. So I hope you're ready, Democrats. I know I'm sure as hell ready. I'm ready to make this happen with everything in my being. I will make this happen, and I hope you will join me in that effort. So now, thank you, and I'm going to call to the stage again the dynamic duo. Our DNCC chair, Mignon Moore, and executive director, Alex Hornbrook, who put on, and some people have told me this, the greatest Democratic convention in the history of Democratic conventions. Please welcome Mignon Moore and Alex Hornbrook.
Good morning. I stepped out a second to take a call from the governor, and I said to him, I am no longer Mignon, I am back to Minnie as of this morning, so you can call me Minnie, y'all. But I want to just thank the chairman and Ken Martin and Veronica, who's kneeling over here. I want to thank the party, because from the beginning, what we knew, what we set out to do is to make sure that all of our members, all of the delegates, all of the people that came to the city of Chicago felt like they were seen, they were heard. You wouldn't have to fight over hotels, Virgie, you didn't have to fight over credentials. We were really trying to just make sure that you had an experience that we could all be proud of. You know, we did not know midstream. You know, Alex and I would sit in the office sometimes, and we would go through this exercise of what if, just trying to prepare, because if you recall, when we first landed here in Chicago, we were really in the middle of a big security threat. And so we had to spend a lot of time with Chicago police. We had to spend a lot of time with the U.S. Secret Service, because what we wanted more than anything was for people who came here to this city to feel protected and safe, because we knew that many of you brought your families, you brought your children. So once we passed that hurdle and we had great plans in place, then July 21st, 1:41 p.m., something happened. And we found ourselves trying to put together an all-new program, an all-new convention. But, you know, for all the things that went right and all the things that went wrong, one thing I can say is the party stood by us. You stood by us every step of the way, and we cannot thank you, thank you, thank you. I also want to say a shout-out to the DNCC staff, the people that you won't meet, the people that you will never see, the people that worked a year and a half to bring this convention to you, but we also had at the end a lot of super volunteers. And I can't say enough about this young man that's standing behind me. I said to him on many days, I don't know if I would have enjoyed it as much as I did, if I would have wanted to do it as much. I've been with this kid since he was, how do the old folks say, knee-high to a pup or a pup to a high, whatever. He's been with me a long time, and when I tell you he masterfully handled a big, complex, very different convention that had never, ever, I don't care what anybody tells you, we have never been here before, as Reverend Willie Taplin Barrow would say. And he stood with so much grace and so much patience sometimes. I only saw him get upset one time, and it wasn't really that bad. And that, we laugh about it to this day, but I want to say publicly, and I hope that you all will learn to appreciate the skills and who he is and who he is for our party, because he stands for party. He stands for passing the baton to a new generation. And I'd like to bring my cohort, Alex Hornbrook.
Thank you. Woo. What a great fucking convention. Sorry, Pastor. It's inappropriate, but they can't fire me anymore, so I don't care. Very, very, very grateful this morning. Very grateful for our chair. You know, this seems obvious to say this morning, and it's just an absolutely enormous undertaking, but it's not just an enormous undertaking for these 4 days this week. It's been an enormous undertaking for 2 years, and most people don't really know or see that, but Jamie Harrison did and poured so much of his own time and attention and love into this project, and so we're really, really grateful. And Mignon, it's so incredibly rare to find someone, a leader and friend, who is both the most talented and deft political strategist and also the most thoroughly decent human being who cares so much about everybody. And our team would not have been able to do it, certainly without her. And our team, she already talked about them, but I want to talk about them too, because they worked so hard. And we had so many people, we came in here saying we were going to, bring back the, sort of the traditions and the elements of our in-person convention. And we had some really unbelievable veterans who have worked on 1 million conventions and are unbelievable colleagues and mentors and friends. But also, the vast majority of our staff who've had never done this before. We spent a lot of time talking with the chair and Jason about all the members who, it's been 8 years, they've never been to a convention as DNC members, or the state chairs who've never been here as chairs, the donors, Chris, but, the vast majority of our staff also never worked on a convention before. And so we always projected confidence, I hope. And we were always confident, but it's really, I think, totally unbelievable that these, people who are so, talented and hardworking and creative and flexible and pulled off this big, beautiful thing this week. And so if you see them, please say thank you. Also, please hire them. I'll be calling all of you because we have all these folks who now are going to need a new job. But we just really could not be more grateful for our team and for the city of Chicago, which was such an unbelievably warm and generous host. We just set out 2 years ago to create a really special moment for President Biden and Vice President Harris and now Governor Walz, and I think we did, and it was really all thanks to your all's support and the work that you did. So thank you, and we'll see you in 4 years.
Thank you, Mignon and Alex. And I do want to thank Mignon one more time, because Mignon selfishly gave me one of the greatest joys of my life. When she said to me one day, we were on the call, she said, Mr. Chairman, I want your boys to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Because that wasn't even in my mind. And this was Mignon's idea. And how special that moment. Yes, there were great speeches, but I can tell you all, I love being chair, but what I love being more is dad. And to see my boys on that stage and to be there with them is something that will live with me for the rest of my life. So Mignon, I want to thank you for that. That was really, really special, really special. I also want to thank our committees for the convention. Many of you served on the Credentials Committee, the Platform Committee, and the Rules Committee. I want to thank you all for all the work that you did there. But I particularly want to say thank you to our Rules and Bylaws Committee. Folks, we saw the big change. We saw all of the stuff. People was talking about open primaries, mini primaries, and all that. The rules work. The rules work. That's why we have it. So I want to thank Mignon and Jim again for shepherding that process as well. I mean, Mignon's wearing all of these hats, Rules Committee, trying to figure this out. And Jim, thank you all for that, and all of the members of the Rules and Bylaws Committee for just sticking to the rules and staying faithful to them. So thank you. Now, let's give it, now I want to thank our vice chairs and our leaders that are here, and I want to call up to the stage our vice chair, Henry Munoz. Henry is a staunch advocate of the Latino community, creative collaborator with Young Democrats, and he throws the best parties. He's also a fashion plate as well. Good morning, Democrats, give it up to our good friend, Vice Chairman Henry Munoz.
We were just listening in there to the Democratic National Convention as they are wrapping up there, but we did have some breaking news that we did actually want to bring you here that is just into our newsroom right now. A judge has ruled Breonna Taylor's boyfriend caused her death. Federal judge has thrown out major felony charges against two former Louisville officers accused of falsifying a warrant that led police to Breonna Taylor's door before they fatally shot her. U.S. District Judge Charles Simpson's ruling declared that the actions of Taylor's boyfriend, who fired a shot at police the night of the raid, were the legal cause of her death, not a bad warrant. Federal charges against former Louisville police detective Joshua Janes and former Sergeant Kyle Meany were announced by U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland in 2022 during a high-profile visit to Louisville. Garland accused Janes and Meany, who were not present at that raid, of knowing they had falsified part of the warrant and put Taylor in a dangerous situation by sending armed officers to her apartment. But Simpson wrote in the Tuesday ruling that, quote, there is no direct link between the warrantless entry and Taylor's death. Simpson's ruling effectively reduced the civil rights violation charges against Janes and Meany, which had carried a maximum sentence of life in prison to misdemeanors. The judge declined to dismiss a conspiracy charge against Janes and another charge against Meany, who is accused of making false statements to investigators. So again, if you are just tuning in here on Live Now from Fox, we've had quite the afternoon of breaking news here. A judge now ruling Breonna Taylor's boyfriend caused her death and dismissing some charges against the ex-officers. We did just get this into our newsroom here. We will keep you updated on this as we continue to learn more. For right now, we do have to jump to a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, recapping the Democratic National Convention as it wrapped up in Chicago. That's just 2 minutes away. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Your time is 12:33 on the East Coast, 9:33 on the West Coast. We do continue to follow the Democratic National Convention, which did wrap up in Chicago last night. Vice President Kamala Harris accepting her party's presidential nomination. In a 40-minute speech at the United Center in Chicago, she said she will be a president for all Americans. Harris also repeatedly mentioned former President Trump and warned Americans against re-electing him. She also talked about the Israel-Hamas war after large pro-Gaza protesters took place outside of the DNC this week. Harris said she supports Israel's right to defend itself, saying she and President Biden are working around the clock to reach a ceasefire deal. We do want to continue this coverage and talk about a recap of the DNC. So for that, we're going to bring Casey Myers with Virginia Tech. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, just want to get your overall reactions to the DNC and Vice President Kamala Harris's speech last night.
Well, one of the things that conventions are meant to do is to unify the party. And I think that you're seeing a unified Democratic Party coming out of the convention. Now, Harris had a couple of objectives in her speech. The first was to introduce herself to the American people. And as she started off with that, her family narrative, and also framing herself as a prosecutor, a person who works for the people. You saw that theme emerge. But then you also saw her talk specifically around Donald Trump and kind of juxtaposing her vision for the next 4 years with that of Donald Trump, and then really running her speech as a kind of a campaign platform to talk about how she's going to define her presidency as being something that is a unifying presidency meant to support people, where Trump is going to be more divisive. And she also hit on several talking points, I think, that are very important for Democrats and that they have been successful at. And one is a right to choose, abortion rights, and then linking that with IVF and some other things. And so you heard her talk about right to choose. And then also, as you mentioned earlier, talking about some of the world events going on, kind of taking pro-Israel, but also acknowledging the Gaza issue as well. So going forward, I think you're going to hear a lot of her tone kind of reflected in this speech, reflected on the campaign as well.
I did want to ask you about that because we did hear the name Donald Trump a lot in a lot of these speeches at the DNC. We also heard a lot about Project 2025, which was created by the Heritage Foundation. Democrats really trying to link Trump and Vance to Project 2025, although to give Trump's perspective on this, he has said, you know, I don't support a lot of this. Going forward, should that be the strategy? Should they keep trying to link Trump to 2025 and talking about Trump, or focus on these other issues and topics that you just mentioned?
So I think their strategy right now of linking him to Project 2025 has been effective, I think, for their base support. I think it is something that they feel is effective, so they're going to probably continue to do that. And as you mentioned, Project 2025 has been something Trump has had to distance himself from and has called it out and disagreed with some of the aspects of that platform. So this is something that I think is a nuanced issue that maybe the American voter, unless they're paying very close attention to, aren't going to really understand the differences between Project 2025 created by the Heritage Foundation and Trump's campaign itself. Now, going forward, I think that Kamala Harris is going to have some issues around her own plans. And one of the things that you're going to hear is, okay, you have these great plans. You're going to do all of these things. Why aren't you doing that now? And Trump's campaign is already bringing that up as a campaign issue. Why don't you do what you say you're going to do now? What's prohibited you from doing that? You've been in the administration for the last 3 some odd years. So in addition to that, I think we're going to have some issues around the specifics and also some issues around her past statements, particularly those primary statements she made in 2020 running against Joe Biden, way to the left of Joe Biden. So we'll see that probably repackaged in a lot of campaign ads and probably come up on the campaign as well.
What do you think the Trump campaign strategy should be from here on out? And have we seen over the past few days Trump's speeches and Vance's speeches change in reflection of what was said at the DNC?
Well, Trump and Vance have certainly been responding real time to some of what Kamala Harris has said. And we've seen that on the social platforms, Truth Social and others. And we've seen that just in their campaign speeches as well. The strategy going forward for them is that they really need to say, Kamala Harris is Joe Biden's second term. And Joe Biden had high unfavorables. He's got a lot of unfavorables around key issues around the economy. And Kamala Harris is an extension of that. I think they also need to talk about what are the particulars. You know, she's come out with price controls, which were criticized even by those on the left and as an unworkable solution. We've seen her tax plan come out. A lot of people are raising eyebrows around that. You know, what does it mean to have taxes that are elevated on capital gains and other areas? I think another thing that they're going to have to get to is the specifics. What are you really for? You know, we've heard a lot of soaring rhetoric, but what are you really for? And why aren't you doing this now? Why do we have an inflation problem now if you have been in office for the last 4 years? And I think that it's interesting for Harris's perspective. She's almost running as if she is not in power, as the Democrats are the out of power party and Trump is the incumbent. It's, I think, out of political necessity, given the unfavorables that Biden had and ultimately led to his ouster in the Democratic Party.
And I do think that is a lot of the question that some people are having is you are in power right now, so why aren't you changing that? Now, that being said, in terms of polling, what can we expect in the next few weeks or even months here after the Democratic National Convention?
Well, polls are very important, but you have to remember they're just temperature checks of the moment in time. And so they're constantly evolving. One of the things that I think you see in these polls, we look at national polls, Harris may be up, but you really have to look at these key polls in states like Pennsylvania and Michigan. Pennsylvania is really has an outsized influence in this election. I would expect post-convention, there's always a little bump. But again, this is such a tight race. I don't know that it's going to be that significant. I think we're going to see kind of dead heat polls going into November, absent something really radical happening. And it's going to boil down to who shows up to vote for their candidate come election day.
How important are this debate that is going to happen between Trump and Harris here? How important is that in terms of swaying voters to one side or the other?
Debates are important, and that has been clearly demonstrated by the last debate that Trump had with Biden, probably the most consequential presidential debate we've ever seen, where the candidate drops out as a result of bad debate performance. It's not going to be that dramatic, but I think it's going to provide, some talking points, and it may recalibrate some people's expectations around Harris, particularly if Trump is able to effectively go into the debate and say, okay, let's define what you're really for here on taxation, on immigration, on border policy, on crime, and on insurance and other things. I think there's also going to be a question that he can, if he effectively raises it, what are you doing now and what have you done to lead to the situation we're in economically? And if he can stick to those talking points, I think he will have a very effective debate result and performance. Now, Harris is going to probably continue the rhetoric that she's already done so far in the election. We'll see how far that gets her, particularly with the fact that she hasn't been taking a lot of questions from the press or doing press conferences.
And going off of that, do you think that there is more excitement around Harris after the DNC, or is that still kind of maybe a question of why is she not taking a whole lot of media questions?
I think she's not taking media questions because that's proven effective up until this point. They are not seeing an adverse effect in the polling or in the enthusiasm for her as a candidate. So I think if they can stay away from that, they're going to stay away from it as long as they can. Now, there's a long time between now and November, and staying away from the press for that length of time is really not possible as a major party nominee for president of the United States. I do think that ultimately what Harris is trying to do is to stay on message of this kind of popular tone and also having a raise in her popularity and kind of this excitement for the Democratic Party about having a new nominee. These undecided voters, however there may be, I think it's very few, they are really going to have an outsized influence here, and Harris may have to change her strategy going forward into November, depending on how she's performing in those groups.
Casey, thank you so much for your insight and joining us here. Is there anything else you'd like to add to this conversation before we let you go?
Well, anything can happen between now. We're also watching what RFK does with his campaign. That may have an influence on Trump as well. We don't really know how that's going to play out. But again, if he picks up some of his support, that changes the polls as well. It's an ongoing issue and something that we're going to be watching closely.
We've had a lot of major developments throughout this election cycle, and I just anticipate there may be a few more. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, more live events to take you out to. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name's Christy Matino. It's been great being with you here the past few hours or so. We are going to head back to Chicago where a live event is happening. The Chicago Mayor, Brandon Johnson, is holding a press briefing after the wrap of the Democratic National Convention. On the other side will be my colleague Mike Page. Thanks for watching Live Now. Let's tune in.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today as we wrap up an historic Democratic National Convention hosted in the greatest freaking city in the world, the city of Chicago. First of all, and most important, I want to thank every single City Chicago worker, the workers who spent months preparing and executing the best political convention that this country has ever seen. I especially want to thank Superintendent Larry Snelling and the thousands of rank and file officers of the Chicago Police Department for doing what they have purpose to do, and that's to keep everyone safe throughout the convention and protecting our guests, the protesters, and everyone's constitutional rights, and of course our neighborhoods. If the 1968 convention went down in history as the example of police brutality, then the 2024 convention will go down as the example of constitutional policing. These brave women and men show the world how we can maintain safety while protecting the people's right to protest and to have their voices heard. That is what I asked them to do, and I'm so proud of that work. The DNC was truly a full force of government effort, so I want to take a few seconds to acknowledge all of the government departments and sister agencies who put in the long hours and accomplished this monumental feat. Our Office of Emergency Management and Communications, led by Executive Director Jose Terrado, he did an incredible job this week. Let's give him a nice warm round of applause. They kept a regular and disciplined information flow, anticipated problems before they arose, and dealt with the molehills before they became mountains. Thank you to everyone at OEMC who put in the work. You did it away from the spotlight. But without you, the city doesn't shine. Though you did it without glamour. You're the ones who made it possible. We want to thank our Chicago Fire Department, particularly the leadership of Commissioner Annette Nance Holt. The months of preparation that went into this is truly an incredible testament to the spirit of our city. We are the city that works, and we work because of our working people. From the CTA workers, train conductors, and bus truck drivers who made sure folks could get home, to the streets and sanitation workers who made sure we showed the best of who we are to the entire world. And of course, to our Department of Transportation that coordinated all of these routes and closures. To every single city worker, regardless of their department, that contributed in big ways. You did it small and large. You welcomed visitors to Chicago. Visitors who were blown away by our city. They saw great, vibrant, clean streets, small businesses, bustling commercial corridors, world-class food, and the mosaic of our neighborhoods. They saw our 600-plus public parks and, of course, our beautiful lakefront. But more than anything else, they saw and fell in love with our people. Because DNC or no DNC, it is still Chicago. And all the beauty on display this week is beauty that has long been a part of who we are. We are truly a welcoming city. with warm people who love to share their culture and community. I want to give a special shout out to some individuals in particular from my team for their remarkable work to this effort. Chief Operating Officer John Robertson. Had y'all for a minute there, huh? To our Deputy Mayor of Infrastructure, Lori Lipson. Deputy Mayor of Community Safety, Gary Gatewood. And to the person that makes sure that this corporate is always protected, our corporate counsel, Mary Richardson Laurie. To our communications teams and so many others that I really just wish I had more time to name. What I have seen firsthand from you, all of you, over the last several months is true to who we are. You are the embodiment of what I call servant leadership. You did the work that was not always pretty. You went way beyond the call of duty because of a deep caring and a commitment to our city. Thank you all for your dedication. Thank you all for your service. We partnered with the DNC Host Committee and community partners to rescue, check this out, you all, more than 7,000 pounds of food. Angela Tovar, you did your thing. That translates to thousands of meals for food for people who are food insecure. The best part, every single meal stayed right here. It stayed right here in Chicago. It went to Chicagoans. So I want to thank the DNC Host Committee, Secret Service, and all of our state and federal partners. This was truly a team effort, and I'm extremely grateful for all of you all's contributions. Thank you to the hard work and to the working families in the near West Side who welcome visitors in their community. The near West Side, I know it was a tough few days for you all, but you all showed out. You all represented Chicago so well because, you know, the West Side is still the best side. I'm honored and humbled to be your mayor. It's a beautiful city. Grateful that all the delegates around the world got a chance to get a real taste and experience of Chicago. The place.
We were just listening in there to the Chicago mayor as he's holding a briefing, thanking everyone for hosting a successful Democratic National Convention in Chicago. We're going to go away for a break. My name's Christy Matino. It's been great being here with you. On the other side is my colleague, Mike Page. We'll be back in just 2 minutes.
And welcome back, everyone. It's you live now from Fox. Friday edition continues to carry on. You're seeing the Dow up green, 260 points. And we'll continue to follow it here as the Fed today announcing that interest rates will soon be cut there. So that is what is leading the market right now and bringing that Dow up big time, nearly 300 points in the green as investors continue to start buying up stocks once again. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks again for joining us on Live Now from Fox. I'll be with you for the next several hours, bringing you the top stories and, of course, all of the live feeds that come our way. And it's going to be a busy morning and afternoon, depending on where you're at right now. Coming up on 1 p.m. Eastern and also 10 o'clock on the West Coast here. So we are going to be tracking some of the biggest live feeds today, including 2 Donald Trump rallies. His first one will be at 3 p.m. Eastern in Las Vegas, and then he is coming to Arizona for a 7 p.m. Eastern rally as well. So it's going to be a double dose of Donald Trump. And then we're also expecting in the next hour, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to make a major announcement in Phoenix, Arizona. And that is what is leading really the speculation right now that RFK Jr. is going to endorse Donald Trump. They will be in the same city today as well. As we did learn that RFK Jr. yesterday put in the proposal for him to be off of the Arizona ballot, and that has been granted here. So that is another major news that is, again, fueling that speculation that he is going to drop out and endorse Donald Trump. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Major news will be happening throughout the day, and we'll be bringing you the breaking news as it all happens here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to go out right now to Chicago. That is where we have Chicago city officials as well as the police superintendent giving a breakdown as the DNC has now wrapped up, and the protesters that were in the past 4 days getting an assessment of that as well. So let's listen on Live Now from Fox.
The Chicago Fire Department been partners with us. I mean, it's just amazing. The partnership there is amazing. So I have to get the commissioner's name right this time because I messed it up one time. She's never let me forget it. Commissioner Annette Nance Holt. I'd just like to thank you for your leadership and your team.
There's another black woman's name they all know how to pronounce now, too, because of the convention. This is a non-political event.
So again, we set out to make sure that we kept the city safe while protecting First Amendment activity. And we did just that. I cannot say enough about the work that our officers did out there. We sat and we watched these officers go through it. We saw people yelling in their faces, yelling obscenities, and they maintained their cool throughout. They didn't take the bait. So as a result of it, you didn't see the activity that people expected to see. So again, please, can we stop talking about 1968? 2024, it's a new standard. And the men and women of the Chicago Police Department set that new standard out in the field. And I just could not be more proud of those men and women and the work that they put into this, making sure that the city was safe. As a result of everything that occurred out there, there were a total of 74 arrests that were around protest situations. In that, we had 4 people go to hospital, and that was for medication problems. Someone complained of chest pains. And then there were 3 other incidents where someone complained of some type of injury. There was an injury to a finger and pain to a knee, and they were treated and released. We had a few officers who were injured, and those officers refused medical attention because they did not want to leave their fellow officers out there alone. They wanted to stay with their fellow officers to make sure that they were safe. So as a result, with no one being injured, no one being hurt, it tells you how truly effective the approach was and the training was that we started over a year ago. But let me talk a little bit about my leadership team. These people were out there. This was a top-down effort. Without this leadership team up here right now, this could not have been possible. These chiefs were boots on the ground, and they were out there. Because if we expect the men and women of this department to go out there and police the way we expect them to police, we should be out there with them, making sure that we are serving as support. So our overall incident commander, Chief Dwayne DeVries, just the work that he put into preparing for this. I know I started it. I had the Bureau of Counterterrorism before I appointed him to that position, and he stepped in. Couldn't ask for a better person to step in and take over that. I'd also like to thank Deputy Chief Jill Stevens, who was working with him on this, and Deputy Chief Chris Papaioannou. Chief John Hine, the Chief of Patrol, what can I say? This man knows every protester on the planet. I think someone was here from Norway. He knew that guy too.
That's how I met him.
But his ability to communicate with people and talk to them about how we need them to perform so that everyone is safe. Just cannot say enough about the work that he did out there. And both of them stood arm in arm, shoulder to shoulder with the officers out in the field. Chief Antoinette City, our chief of detectives. I mean, I can't say enough about the work that she's doing over there, solving crimes, closing out homicides and professionalizing the unit in a way that we haven't seen, making sure that detectives have tools to get their jobs done quicker. Just an excellent job. Working on First Amendment activity and our coordinated multiple arrest policy. Chief Yolanda Talley, the Bureau of Internal Affairs. What can I say? She just works her fingers to the bone to make sure that we have all of the information that we need, and she also worked on that coordinated multiple arrests policy and had people out in the field making sure. She also had people out in the field making sure that they would take any complaint that came from anyone. At this time right now, we have about, I believe it's 8 or 9 complaints. I'll just have to confirm that. At this time, total complaints. And that's over a 4-day period. It's just amazing. Chief Angel Navalis of Constitutional Policing, who has been helping coordinate getting all of the officers out to the field, making sure that those officers are fed, making sure that they're hydrated, making sure that they have what they need. At some of these sites, we had EAP out there and peer support for the officers to talk to make sure that our officers were in the right mindset when they hit the field. It's just an amazing thing, an amazing job by this team. I cannot say enough about the work that they did. Now, my comms team, Don, Maggie, Tom, and Tom. There wasn't a reporter that could walk up to me without Don putting on his shoulder pads. I just wanted to make sure he didn't tackle anybody, but just the work that you guys have done throughout this has been amazing. So I just want to thank you for that. So, lastly, what I'd like to say is our city was on display. And it was on display for the world to see. And I guarantee you the world was watching because everyone kept talking about 1968. However, we showed again that this is not 1968. We showed what human beings, men and women of the police department, who are often criticized Some of it may be warranted. A lot of it isn't. And hopefully we can have a clear understanding and clear dialogue and clear communication about how officers are trained and what officers are dealing with, so that we have a clear understanding of how officers are responding. Change in a department does not happen overnight. It happens over time. And you see what happens when we respect human beings because we expect them to respect others. When we take care of those human beings and make sure that they're well, make sure that they're taken care of, because when they feel comforted, they can comfort others. This is why these officers show great restraint. We treated them like human beings because that's what they are. As we continue to move forward, the DNC is behind us now. Now it's time to bring this city back up to the standards that we know it can be. And that starts with everybody here and the collaboration in this room, and I'd like to thank everyone here. And I just can't say enough about the Chicago Police Department. We will continue to grow. We will continue to get that done. And so that I don't mess this up again, I am going to introduce the Chicago Fire Department Commissioner, Annette Nance Holt.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let me say a special thank you to Superintendent Snelling and to Jose Tirado. We work together very closely throughout the year. We have a lot of special events, so we're quite familiar with each other, and we're used to planning big events. Of course, it wasn't a surprise to us, and we came together and were able to do this along with our partners, the Secret Service, which we work with on other occasions when they come to town. So I'm just very honored to have a partnership like this and to have people who are willing to put in the work and take the time to make sure everything is the way it should be. And I also want to especially say thank you to all the city agencies that work so closely with us. If we started naming them, we'd be here till tomorrow, because every city agency basically had their footprint with this convention. And they did a great job to make sure this historic event went off the way that it did. I want to say our planning and passion and commitment, it paid off. This took a lot of planning, a lot of tabletops, a lot of drills, a lot of manpower, a lot of thinking, a lot of rethinking, a lot of paper in the garbage can, because it just didn't plan out the way we wanted. But I want to start by thanking my command staff, because I'm going to tell you, being a leader without a great command staff like I have, it just couldn't happen. And I'll tell you, I have the best. I have Mary Sheridan, who rolled with me every day, wherever we had to go, to make sure everything was going the way it should be. Deputy Fire Commissioner Mark Furman, he runs the whole city's operation, fire and EMS, a phenomenal man who, he had a board over there in his office. Every time I go there, the board would change. I mean, we were like, what now? He would think of other things along with his team that we needed to address to make sure we were successful in this. Also to Chief Cynthia Herring, she's the Fire Prevention Bureau, which was over all the venues. They had quite a challenge, but they did a great job in what they did. Also, Chief Hillmold, who was over at operations, he was moving our strike teams, our task force in place to support CPD. Phenomenal. Chief Keller, who was over logistics and our task teams, he actually was responsible for logistics. Logistics made sure all our members were transported, fed, all their needs were met, water, whatever they needed, even down to porta potties. Everything worked out great with this partnership. Also, Assistant Deputy Fire Commissioner Hernandez, who's back here, who is over EMS, Emergency Medical Services. He made sure all of his paramedics, all the paramedics were in place, and they had everything that they needed. Another lift, and we still continue to serve the entire city without anybody suffering any delays. And especially to District Chief, well, Deputy District Chief, he thinks he's getting a promotion, I think. Yeah. Francisco Velez, let me tell you, everybody will tell you, anything go to Frank. We had all types of things popping up. Frank made sure it happened right away. Invaluable partnerships with all the different agencies. If you ask anybody about Frank, Frank gets it done. And then The only thing, I didn't name everybody, and I don't want to offend people, but to my men and women of the Greater Chicago Fire Department, my firefighters and paramedics, they did everything to make sure this was a success. I actually visited them last night over by the United Center, and I said, how are you guys? They said, we're tired, but we're honored to be here. This is such a historic event. I was just like, oh my God, that just made me feel so good. They were determined to make this a success. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who was integral to this. If I missed them, I'll catch up with them with a memo when I get back and get some sleep. But I would like to now introduce Jeff Burnside, the U.S. Secret Service Coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning.
Good morning.
As the Commissioner said, my name is Jeff Burnside, and over the past 18 months, it has been my privilege to serve as the Secret Service Coordinator for the 2024 Democratic National Convention. Over the past year and a half, I've gotten to know this city, and I've felt firsthand Chicago's hospitality and strong work ethic. I want to thank Mayor Johnson, Superintendent Snelling, Executive Director Tirado for their tireless work and dedication to this event. I'd also like to thank the men and women of the Chicago Police Department, the Chicago Fire Department, OEMC, and the Secret Service's Chicago Field Office for their dedication to ensuring that this event was a success. There are countless others across numerous agencies that you've heard today that I'd like to thank for their efforts ensuring public safety and security for this convention. It's too numerous to name. As you've heard, every city agency was involved in the preparation for this event, and I'm personally very grateful for that. I'd like to take just a minute, though, to especially thank Chief Dwayne DeVries from the Chicago Police Department, the chief of the Counterterrorism Bureau, who served as the incident commander for the Chicago Police Department for this National Special Security event. I can tell you that there's not one person in the Chicago Police Department that's worked harder at this effort over the last 18 months than Chief DeVries, and I really appreciate his leadership, his knowledge, his skills, and his abilities that we're able to apply to our security plan to ensure the safety, as the mayor said, not only for everyone attending the convention, but the nearly 2.7 million residents of the city of Chicago. It is not a small undertaking, and Chief, I just want you to know it didn't go unnoticed or unappreciated. Thank you. This process began 18 months ago, and as a group, we had numerous planning meetings, development meetings, community outreach to include door-to-door canvassing on 2 different occasions to engage with businesses and residents. We also held numerous follow-up meetings with community groups and leaders to ensure that the public understood what they could expect. It's that communication, along with the hard work of our law enforcement partners, that helped make this National Special Security event a tremendous success. Putting on an NSSE, as you saw, is a tremendous undertaking, and the Secret Service could not ask for better partners and a more professional group of dedicated public servants than your law enforcement and public safety community here in the great city of Chicago. Again, it's been my honor and privilege to have had the opportunity to work with this group of individuals. The law enforcement and public safety community in Chicago is second to none, and their residents in the city of Chicago should be proud of that. Now I'd like to introduce the Deputy Special Agent in charge of the Secret Service Chicago Field Office, Derek Meyer.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Derek Meyer. I'm the Deputy Special Agent in charge of the U.S. Secret Service's Chicago Field Office. I've been in Chicago for the past 6 years, and it is my home. During the past year of planning for the Democratic National Convention, and in the past week especially, I could not have been prouder of this world-class city. I want to thank you, Mayor Johnson. I also want to thank you, Superintendent Snelling. I've been in law enforcement for 24 years. I've traveled the world and I've lived in cities all over the country. I have never seen anyone better than you. You lead an exceptional police department. I want to thank everyone in the Chicago Police Department, along with OEMC Director Jose Tirado. I also want to thank all of our federal, state, and local partners who contributed to the success of the last week. I also want to thank Chicago Police Chief of Counterterrorism, Dwayne DeVries. I couldn't ask for a better friend or partner to go through this. I want to thank Glenn Brooks, the Director of Community Policing for the Chicago Police Department. And I want to recognize Joel Heffernan, the Assistant Special Agent in charge of Chicago Field Office, who was involved with every aspect of the planning of the Democratic National Convention. This week, he was out in front of the lines this week, along with the CPD partners, talking to the protesters and out there in force. I always say that the Chicago Field Office is a family, and the people we work with at times like this are part of our family. But I want to thank the men and the women of the Chicago Field Office.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to join us all in real time. We are going to take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Coming up in about 45 minutes, we'll take you out to Phoenix, Arizona, where RFK Jr. set to make a major campaign announcement. We'll have it for you live when it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being with us, as always. Coming up in about 40 minutes, everyone, we will take you out live to Phoenix, Arizona. RFK Jr. set to make a major campaign announcement. And then coming up in about 90 minutes, we'll take you out to Las Vegas, where Donald Trump will be making some remarks on his no tax for tips policy there. So we'll have that for you coming up as well. So a lot coming up here in the next couple of hours. Stay right here with us, as always, as we bring you the top feeds, the top stories, as well as breaking news when it does happen, all right here on Live Now. Let's go back out to Chicago, where we did have the Chicago mayor as well as other city officials discussing the end of the DNC. Let's listen.
$1 billion of new investment, $1.25 billion for the west and south sides of the city of Chicago. $1.25 billion. That is the largest investment for community and neighborhood development in the history of Chicago. You know, so we're going to continue to do what we've always done. We're going to attract the world as, of course, our beloved black Haitian immigrant and his beloved partner, the Potawatomi woman, when they set up the trade post of the Chicago River, they always saw this as a global epicenter. Chicago was the global capital city of the world. So I don't know if that means we get more revenue from the rest of the world, but it sure looks like it. That's the last part of your question. Yes, there's going to be benefits. Yes, absolutely. And we're already seeing the return on those investments. The big point, though, is many of these investments were happening well before the convention even got here. So what we have is just like adding more sprinkles to a very beautifully fine, decorated red velvet cake.
But in terms of new investments, what specifics do you think, the time is now? No, but in terms of like CTA,
Alice, look, I hear what you're saying. I get your point. It's already happening. That's all I'm saying. It's already happening. I'll say it like this. There was a young student I was able to talk to during our budget roundtables. And thank you to our budget director, by the way, because she kept everything on budget. Annette Guzman, y'all give her some love. She kept my budget balanced. So Alice, to your point, because we see where the investments are, public transportation, environmental justice, all of these things are happening. Housing, a small business expansion, all that is already happening. But this young kid, I asked him that same question. I said, what else can we do to make your life better? You know what this young student said to me, 16 years old, this little girl? She said, do more of what you're already doing. So we're going to do more of what we're already doing.
Question for the superintendent.
Finally, good grief.
Good morning, Superintendent.
Hey, good morning. One moment before because I kick myself if I left up here and I didn't speak about Director Glenn Brooks from Community Policing, who has been out there for every single protest and communicating back and forth, just the work that he does out there. So, I just realized he was hiding in the back there, so sorry about that, Sam.
You mentioned a little while ago, obviously communication has been widespread among all agencies, but specifically your conversations with the Corporation Counsel. What advice did you receive and how was that applied throughout the week?
Well, it's not just about receiving advice. It's about questions throughout, right? If we saw something that we weren't exactly sure was lawful or unlawful, obviously, I have my legal affairs team, and speaking directly with Mary's team was just amazing for us. So we were able to bounce ideas off of each other just to see what the best approach would be in particular situations where we had questions about whether some gatherings were lawful or not. So it was, I just can't talk enough about that communication, and it helped us out a lot.
Was that specific to the end, kind of last night, towards the end of things after the convention let out? It got a little tense as delegates were leaving the United Center, and they were, people were chanting shame, shame, shame at them. Like, was that one of the incidents you're referring to?
No. So that was a particular case where we just wanted to make sure that the delegates were safe when they were walking by that group of people because they lingered. Most people had left. They lingered around. We just wanted to make sure that there was no violence that occurred and that those delegates were safe as they were traveling toward public transportation. But it's other things, just about gatherings in the park, speakers, things of that nature.
Superintendent, the tense moments at the protest last night, I wanted to ask about that. We heard a dispersal order. There was contact between police and protesters. And then later on, when the delegates were walking by, there were no officers to be seen. Can you just explain what happened there and what police did to diffuse the situation?
Well, we diffused that situation by this, and I just want to let everybody know in the room, and I'm not going to call them media or members of the media. I will say they had press passes. And those individuals would not move. If you walk by there were more people out there with press passes than there were protesters. And we really had a hard time getting them to move. And it made the situation more chaotic. So we realized as long as we were there were certain members with press passes that were expecting a clash. And I explained to everybody there won't be one. So if you're waiting for the carnage, you can leave. But that didn't happen. So when we started to pull our officers out, we realized there was nothing else there for them to film because the expectations of a clash disappeared. But we did have officers still out there. They just weren't highly visible at that moment because we wanted to make sure that those delegates were safe when they were going by. We had people around CTA and on the platforms to make sure that no one was attacked over there.
Good morning, Superintendent.
Good morning.
Early on, we had these projections of 20, 25,000 protesters showing up. Do you have a good gauge on how many actually showed up? And when it comes to the arrests and things, how it breaks down relative to misdemeanors, felonies, that kind of thing?
So we looked at the numbers. I don't have the exact numbers, but we estimated the first crowd to be somewhere around 3,500 to maybe 4,000 people on Monday. It's kind of hard to gauge what happened on Tuesday because there were people who came in, and that group was relatively small compared to Monday. Wednesday was also a large group, upwards of 2,000, 2,500 maybe. And then last night was probably in that same realm, maybe around 3,000. So when you look at the number of protesters, thousands of protesters who came here and engaged in First Amendment activity, and some came for other reasons, to engage in violence, vandalism, 74 arrests, no major injuries to the officers, just shows what a great job these officers did and how the training applied to that. So we can get you a breakdown of that because we're actually working on a FOIA portal right now to put all of those arrests up in the breakdown, so you'll be able to get that information.
And I do have one follow-up to the mayor. Your voice sounds a little bit hoarse today. I imagine there was some celebration last night after the convention. Can you tell us on a personal level what it means to you that a woman of Black and Indian descent is now representing the Democratic Party as the nominee for President of the United States?
It means my daughter, Brayden, is 10 years old. She gets to see a reflection of her being as well as the full expression of her values. Look, I had the opportunity to travel from state to state to state to state within the convention. And I can tell you, whether it's North Carolina or Tennessee, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, people are excited around the country for Kamala Harris. It is truly a love story. It is. And that is the beauty of this moment, because all of that which is historic, that transforms our globe, it starts right here in Chicago. Now, Dilla, the great historian, says that everything dope about America comes from Chicago. I would just take it one step further, is that we are truly a capital city for the globe. Yeah.
It's still morning. Good morning. Superintendent Snelling, this is not a DNC-related question, but still something related to public safety. Over at Injustice Watch this week, we co-published an investigation with Bold magazine that showed that over the last year, and this is based on OEMC data and CPD data, that over the last year, Chicago police failed to report 200,000 traffic stops to state regulators in violation of state law that requires all of those stops to be reported to the state. And in that data, it shows that in your first 7 to 8 months as superintendent, 1 out of 3 traffic stops went unreported to the state. Why do you think your officers are failing to report these traffic stops, and what will you do to make sure that they do report them?
Well, the first thing I'd have to do is look at the data that you have. We'd have to look.
Your folks did look at the data.
But here, again, we'd have to look at that.
They did.
Break that down. Again, once we do that, I can answer that question. Right now, this is not about traffic stops. This is about the DNC. So you can try to turn this into something else all you want.
Into 200,000 traffic stops.
So here's the deal. When we get that information, and I sit down with my people, then I'll be able to better answer that question.
Mayor Johnson, your office refused to provide a comment on this story, and we're hoping that you would comment on it now.
Looks like your hopes won't be fulfilled. The city of Chicago just displayed some of the best policing in the history of America. These systems that we inherited, because I know your research has done this as well, these systems were jacked up. 1968 was. 2024 isn't. Is there anybody else that has a question?
Would you please pass the mic back? Thank you. You have it right here, and then I'll pass it back. You go down. Thank you.
Also for the superintendent, Megan Hickey, CBS Chicago. Forgive me if I missed it, but did you give an exact number of arrests just yesterday?
Just yesterday?
Yeah.
There was only one arrest made yesterday, but that was for obstruction of traffic.
Okay. And then can you comment on the decision to hold protesters who were charged with municipal violations for sometimes hours at a time? We heard 8 or 9 hours in some situations. The National Lawyers Guild said the Pretrial Fairness Act allows you to, cite and release them in those cases.
You know what? I'd actually have to look at those particular cases. There may be some circumstances around that.
Okay.
So, and it could be processing. I'm not really sure at this point. But sometimes scenes are chaotic. And when we have chaotic scenes, we have to move people. And to move people, it calms situations down. As long as we have people who are standing and they continue to make noise, it draws attention. And the more attention it draws to the officers and the overall situation. Those situations become volatile. And in order to keep that down, to reduce the risk of having to use force or take more people into custody, we may have to move people quickly. And that may lead to some processing issues. But in those particular instances, I don't have all of the facts with me right now, but I'm sure we'll be able to talk about that.
And your team's planning to publish a whole list with citations and all that information?
That's correct.
Okay. Cool.
That's correct, yes.
Superintendent, while you're there, Mike Krauser with BBM Radio asked me if I could ask this question of you. It's the 1-year anniversary of the shooting at Sox Park. Where does this investigation stand?
Come on.
I'm asking for a friend.
Really? Here's what I'm going to tell you. We're going to get back to that one too, right? This is about the success of what our officers have done right now. And we will get back to you on that one. Listen, I just want to be clear here and now. We can continue to talk about the past. We can continue to throw stones. But right now, I'm living in the glow of the work that these police officers did to show. And you can do everything that you want to do to try to throw paint on it, to try to besmirch it, to try to bring it down. I didn't sleep at all last night because I stayed up all night thinking about those faces and the pride on the faces of those men and women, knowing that they showed up and they protected people's rights and didn't violate any of it. This is a department that's transforming. I will not be moved. You will not break that down. My men and women stood strong, and they're going to continue to do it. So cast whatever you want on it. They protected this city, and they're going to continue to do it. And there isn't a traffic stop in the world that's going to change that. These individuals are working, they're being trained, they're being developed, and as we move, you will see this department continue to grow, and you will see it improve. You will see our relationships with community and community members improve. It has already started. So we can continue to talk about the past, but I don't live in the past. I work toward the future, and that's what everybody up here is doing right now. Is there another question?
Well, the question that I had, or my story, was for the mayor. And Mayor, you kind of reflected a little bit on how the convention went. I guess the first half of the question is, on a political side, obviously you were there, I assume, every night. How are you feeling about Kamala Harris and how this positions the Democratic Party going forward?
Well, You know, it's a very healthy question. It's a vibrant one, in fact. The American people need government to work, not bicker, not attack. And what the world experienced, what the people of America experienced, was a disciplined, balanced presentation from the wide range of political views. I mean, Republicans spoke at our convention. The delegates of this convention, the most diverse delegation in the history, from our,
Right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, if you need to be pumped up on a Friday and get excited that the weekend is coming, look no further. Let's go out live right now to Finland for the Air Guitar Championships. It's the world final, and you're having people from all over the world participate in this. And yeah, that is just a good vibes feeling all the way around there in Finland for, again, this tournament that has gone on since 1996 there. So again, we'll continue to look at that one and look at the live scoring as well from the judges right there. All right, everyone. Hi, everyone. Mike Bayshire, thanks again for joining us on Live Now from Fox. It is setting up to be a busy Friday afternoon and into the evening hours as we have two Donald Trump events today, one in Las Vegas and then a big rally out in Glendale, Arizona, and we'll feature it for you all right here on Live Now from Fox. Here's a shot of the Vegas one where he'll make remarks, and that's coming up in less than 90 minutes away. But the event that is coming up next here for us takes us to Phoenix, Arizona. This is where we are about 20 minutes away from RFK Jr. to make a major campaign announcement with the speculation and rumors continuing to swirl that he could endorse Donald Trump for president there. So we will definitely be keeping an eye on that. As soon as it gets going, we have it for you here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. In the meantime, do you want to continue to showcase out in Chicago with Chicago police as well as city officials discuss the end of the DNC? Let's listen.
Bring it down. I didn't sleep at all last night because I stayed up all night thinking about those faces and the pride on the faces of those men and women, knowing that they showed up and they protected people's rights and didn't violate any of it. This is a department that's transforming. I will not be moved. You will not break that down. My men and women stood strong, and they're going to continue to do it. So cast whatever you want on it. They protected this city, and they're going to continue to do it. And there isn't a traffic stop in the world that's going to change that. These individuals are working, they're being trained, they're being developed, and as we move, you will see this department continue to grow, and you will see it improve. You will see our relationships with community and community members improve. It has already started. So we can continue to talk about the past, but I don't live in the past. I work toward the future, and that's what everybody up here is doing right now. Is there another question?
Well, the question that I had, or my story, was for the mayor. And Mayor, you kind of reflected a little bit on how the convention went. I guess the first half of the question is, on a political side, obviously you were there, I assume, every night. How are you feeling about Kamala Harris and how this positions the Democratic Party going forward?
Well, you know, it's a very healthy question. It's a vibrant one, in fact. The American people need government to work, not bicker, not attack. And what the world experienced, what the people of America experienced, was a disciplined, balanced presentation from the wide range of political views. I mean, Republicans spoke at our convention. The delegates of this convention, the most diverse delegation in the history, from our, individuals with disabilities to a Native American caucus, I believe the first time in the history of the DNC. And so I just think from a political context is that the strength of the globe, it really is contingent upon our democracy in this experience here thriving, I should say. So I hope it gets at it. It's as a social studies teacher, I wish I was starting school on Monday. I mean, this is how the first day of school would start for me, which I'm really proud of my son, who happens to be taking AP government. Good luck, son. But yeah, it's just politically, I mean, it's just one of those things that I think all of us in this room, I say this with a great deal of humility, we will be primary sources one day to some college kid 20, 30 years from now. Well, at least some of us will be, that will come and ask us, what that moment was like and what it felt like and how it shifted to the trajectory of America. I mean, this is the party, the only party, by the way, which the city of Chicago led. It's the only party that condemned terrorism and has called for the immediate release of hostages and for a ceasefire permanently. That really sums it up, that all of our interests can live in a space that we call America. What a beautiful story. Have fun, social studies teachers.
Again, the other side, I guess, Matt, was more on, in many ways, this convention was putting Chicago's reputation sort of on the line. The way things were handled, that was all talked about earlier. What do you think this does to Chicago's reputation, and what are you hearing from people that you spoke to about how they viewed Chicago compared to perhaps the reputation they thought coming in?
Yeah, okay, I get it. That's a really good question. Look, I think for Chicagoans, there's a sense of pride that we have. When people underestimate us, you have to understand who's on this stage, you all. Like, we're not just like government officials. We're fathers, mothers, aunts, cousins. Like our family, look us in the eyes every single day to make sure that we're okay. I know that's true. And this stage and workers all over the city have the same experience. Whether you're getting ready to go out and drive a bus or put together a lesson plan or provide child care services or to show up at a police district or, a firehouse, wherever you are, street sanitation, garbage truck, people look us in the face every single morning and we go out and we do the thing, right? And so what the reputation that Chicago has had from Chicagoans, all it allowed us to do is to look each other in the face like we always do and say, get back out there and do it again. Now, as far as the world is concerned, yeah, look, I think it's pretty clear people fell back in love with Chicago. They fell back in love with Chicago. I keep telling you, this is the great love story. The probability of Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable and Kitty Waha meeting from different parts of the world. And now the city of Chicago is at the center of it. Carnegie Steel, the working man woman's car was built here. Electricity came to life. Quantum computing, a new form of technology that's going to revolutionize how we deal with traffic issues or Alzheimer's. That's happening in Chicago. So, yeah.
Chicago officials there discussing. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We continue to bring you always the very latest. We'll take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us.